Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fire in Her Dreams by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Gillian Macy and Jeremy York. Jenny's dreams have turned to nightmares. Every night, her thoughts are filled with evil. Something is reaching out, and she's not so sure she wants to reach back. That is, until someone new appears in her dreams. Someone who protects her, comforts her, and thinks of Jenny as his mate. Imaginary friends aren't real, but Jenny likes to pretend anyway. Then, one day, one of the mindless dragons guarding the fort awakens, and Jenny realizes that the friend from her dreams isn't a figment of her imagination. He's a dragon, and he's looking to claim his female. 1. Jenny. The crappiest thing about my nightmares is that they're not even sexy nightmares. I open my eyes and stare up at the top bunk, where Manda's still asleep, her head hanging over the side. Quietly, I creep out of bed. I pad toward the metal-covered window and slide my fingernail between the screws bolting it to the wall and the metal, looking for signs of daylight. There's nothing, which means it's before dawn. Very unlike me. It's just lately the nightmares have been too much. Normally, I'm the last one out of bed. But for the last few days, I'm the first one up and about in the panty program. It sucks. I fight back a yawn, looking longingly at my bed. As beds go, it's a rather nice one. Sure, it's small and cramped and hard, but I have a pillow and blankets, and in the after, that's downright luxurious. Plus, I don't have to share it with anyone. There's 4 people to a room in the barracks, but in this program they're all women, and it's almost like camp. I miss Dad, but he'd have been thrilled that I'm this safe here, so I really can't complain. I head across the hall quietly, rubbing my eyes and yawning. It's so early, at least I get the bathrooms to myself. I do my business and wash my hands, then surreptitiously wash my face. Ever since I got to Fort Dallas, the washing's been the biggest problem. When I was out in the scavenge lands with Dad, we'd always stop somewhere that we could wash up, even if it was just a river or a broken building with working toilets. In Fort Dallas, there's so many people that fresh water's at a premium. We're allowed luxuries here in the panty program, but we're also only allowed to wash on Saturdays. If anyone knew I'd just washed my face, I might get in trouble. I glance around to make sure no one's caught me, and then tuck a few stray locks of flyaway hair behind my ears, watching the mirror. Good, no one's coming. I head out of the bathroom and yelp, nearly running into one of the guards. It's Daniels, Manda's boyfriend. He must have overnight duty. He glares at me, his hand on his weapon. "What are you doing out of your quarters?" I press a hand to my chest, my heart racing. I thought I'd get up early for breakfast. I hope he didn't catch me washing my face. The rules of the panty program are stupidly strict, and if I get kicked out, I'm going to be dumped on the streets of Fort Dallas with no way to earn a meal but one, on my back. Is that a problem? It's 3 a.m. Daniels frowns at me. Oh, I pause, thinking. I guess I'll go back to bed then. Come on, I'll escort you. He reaches out to put a hand on my shoulder, and then pauses, pulling away before he does. That's another rule of the panty program, no touching. The men aren't allowed to touch us at all. It's scent contamination. For the longest time, I had no idea why the rules of the program were so weird. Now, I know. They're keeping our scent pure so we can lure dragons. When we were first offered the program in Fort Dallas, all we were told was that we'd be provided with shelter and protection, clothing, and 2 square meals a day. It sounded like heaven, even if we didn't know what we were being collected for. After a day or two, I kind of thought we were a weird harem of some kind. The soldiers weren't allowed to touch us, but they collected our panties every day and gave us fresh ones. We were only allowed to bathe once a week, and we were sent out scavenging with a bodyguard, but no one really scavenged seriously. It was mostly just day trips to areas already picked clean. We couldn't figure it out, so I thought harem. I wasn't the only one. A lot of the girls thought the same, that we'd all be waiting for Lord Azar to come in and pick a new girlfriend amongst all of us. The sad thing is that we still showed up for the program. We knew it was probably prostitution of some kind, but when you don't have a male protector, you need some sort of safety in the after. After my dad died, I was counting out how many days I had left before I'd have to turn to whoring. I know how to take care of myself, but so does everyone else that managed to survive in the after. The only skill I have that anyone might want is sewing, but you have to have something worth sewing. Bartering for scraps took all the items I had saved up as trade, and I had no luck scavenging. It was pretty clear to me that whoring would be the only way to live. So yeah, I don't hate Lord Azar's program. It's another way to survive, and better than most. But then, it came out that we weren't being saved for weird controlling Lord Azar, the new and odd ruler of Fort Dallas. We were being saved for dragons. Funny how Daniels would murder a guy in the fort if they so much as touched my arm. But if a dragon carries me off and rapes me, it's all good. That's the world we're in now, though. "Back to your room," Daniels says, his voice low and kind. I must be dawdling. It's not like me to be scared of nightmares, but I really don't want to go back to bed. Something creepy is in my dreams, and I don't know how to handle it. I cross my arms under my breasts and nod meekly, because what else can I do? Daniels has a gun, and I'm just me. I return to my quarters, slip off my shoes, and get into bed. I pull the covers up to my chin. Warm blankets, if not soft. Scratchy, but the scratchiness is kinda comforting in the dark. I don't want to close my eyes, but eventually the darkness becomes too much. Then, insects. Big ones. They infest my room, sitting on my bunk and crawling under the blankets. Chittering sounds echo in my ears, and I look down at my feet. Worms the size of anacondas slither around the bed, and all over there's a feeling of filth, of darkness, of evil. I gasp and jerk awake again, shuddering. I sit up so I won't fall asleep again, and hug my legs to my chest. I want to run screaming from the room, because it feels like if I close my eyes, I'll see the insects of my dreams. That they're real and lurk in the shadows. I can't leave my room, though. Daniels will report me. So I curl up and try to think of old poems. Shakespeare, nursery rhymes, jingles, anything. Sleep has become the enemy, and I don't want to close my eyes again. "You look tired," Manda tells me over breakfast. She holds her tray out, her eyes bright, and beams as the cook puts a heaping slab of cornbread onto the plate. She's given a plastic packet of strawberry jam, too, and makes an excited noise at the sight. I hold my tray out for the same meal and then follow her down the line, where we're given 2 mugs and the world's smallest cups of terrible-tasting instant coffee. I didn't sleep well. That's not like you, Manda teases. You can sleep through a dragon attack. I just give her a faint smile, and we take our normal seats in the cafeteria. My butt's cold on the bench, as the shifts we wear are little more than potato sacks with a neck hole. And the one I have today doesn't go far beyond my panties. It sucks when you get the short shift, out of the laundry, but it beats nothing. It's also going to make it freaking difficult to stash away my breakfast. The moment we sit down, I look around, and when no one's glancing in our direction, I wrap the cornbread cake in a hard brown paper towel that probably came from a gas station bathroom back in the day, and shove the entire lot into the front of my panties. Hygiene was another thing that went out the door with the after. Here, Manda says, pushing her packet of jam toward me. You can have mine, too. I shake my head. You eat it. I don't want to be caught with more than one anyhow. If I get caught. I can just see it now. Me heading for lineup and dripping chunks of cornbread from my hoo-ha as I walk down the hall. It'd be funny if it wasn't me that would get booted out of the program. But, well, okay, it's still a little funny. Manda grins at me and squeezes the jam onto her cornbread, then takes huge bites of the entire thing. I lick my finger and use it to pick up the crumbs on my tray, ignoring the growling of my stomach. I miss the foods from before. I remember grocery stores with an aisle for all the different kinds of cereal alone. Now, we're reliant on what can grow easily here in North Texas's mercurial and often hot weather, which means a lot of tomatoes and corn. You learn to like things you'd have turned your nose up at in the past, and my mouth waters as Manda savors her cornbread and jam. I sip my black coffee instead. It's a treat. I don't know how they found it, but I'm absolutely grateful. So, who's the cornbread for this week? Manda asks in a whispered voice. One of the guards looks over, and I pretend to wipe my mouth free of crumbs. Bethany and her kid, I murmur. Exchange for scraps. Except, Bethany doesn't really have very many scraps anymore, and I'm so hungry some days that I feel faint. But I know Bethany and Michael are hungrier, so I keep saving half of my food rations for them. Is that why you can't sleep? You're worried over them? Manda looks sympathetic. I shrug. Maybe. I'm having bad dreams. Maybe they're stress-related. I bet your period is coming, Manda points out. I always get weird dreams right before mine. I nod, toying with my fork on my empty tray. I don't mention that I haven't had my period in well over 6 months. It's never been regular, but I'm sure giving away my food isn't helping. Ever since Dad died, everything's been a little off, and my period, and whether or not it shows up, is the least of my problems. Before Manda can say anything else, one of the guards comes up to our table. He has 2 new women with him, both of them skinny and dirty and tired-looking. I recognize one from the local whorehouse, Dina. The other looks like she's barely 14. New recruits, the guard says to us. These 2 will be bunking with you ladies. Oh. Manda straightens, shooting me a look of surprise. I wear a tight smile of welcome. I shouldn't be surprised the bunks in our room are being filled. Christy got moved out of the program a while back, and Rachel made it a dragon and was given swanky quarters elsewhere in the fort. I just didn't realize we were still recruiting for the program. I glance around at the cafeteria. Now that I look, there seems to be new women every day, and more than there were in the past. Are we recruiting? More women for the dragons? The thought makes me uneasy. "I'm Manda," my friend says brightly, getting to her feet. "Let me show you guys where to get breakfast." I jump to my feet, fighting the urge to put a hand to my abdomen to secure the cornbread I've stashed. "I'll make sure we have extra blankets in the room." As Manda shows them around the cafeteria, I make my way out, explaining the same to the guards and tugging on my too-short shift dress as I go. I have a little time to dump my purloined breakfast under my pillow and then return to line up for the day's orders. I make it back just in time, sliding into place with Manda and Dina and the other girl. The women line up in front of the guards, and a man with a clipboard comes out, just as he always does. Life in the fort is nothing if not regimented, and it's even more so now that Lord Azar is in charge. He goes down his checklist, calling out names and assignments. "North Quadrant scavenging," the guard calls out in a bored voice. "Jan with Baxter, Toya with Carson, Adrian with Rodriguez. South Quadrant scavenging. Dina with Holland, Jenny with Hightower, Casey with Sutton. West Quadrant scavenging." Dina gives Manda a worried look. "It's okay," Manda says, speaking in a low voice. "I'll talk with Daniels, let him know that you guys need a bit of time to settle in." I want to point out that she can't guarantee that she can talk to Daniels, but in the next moment, Manda's name is called out, and she's with Daniels. Her smile of pleasure tells me that she knew this would happen. Maybe Manda's been pulling strings on the side, and I've been too wrapped up in my own worries to notice. Good for her. I know she's in love with him. Once we're dismissed, I give my dress another tug and wait. A moment later, Hightower comes to my side. "Ready to go out?" I shrug. My cornbread is safely hidden, so might as well get the day started. "Ready when you are." Hightower smiles at me, shouldering his weapon. Of all the guards, Hightower is probably my favorite. He reminds me of a kid brother, probably not much past the age of 16, if even that old. He's got reddish hair and pale skin, and he's tall and skinny. He's good-natured, too, which seems odd to me, given that he's with the rest of the militia. But everyone gets on the best way they know how. He's generally nice and easygoing, though, and heading out with him is fun. We sign out the assigned bikes and pedal out of the South Quadrant gates. I like the excursions out of the dirty, crowded fort. It reminds me of happier times with my father, back when we were nomads, roaming from ruin to ruin, collecting what we could. Most nomads are murderers and thieves. I like to think that my dad was different, but maybe not all that much. Doesn't matter now, he's dead. The moment we cross out of the gates, the doors welded into the car barricades shut behind us. Something prickles on the back of my neck, and I put a foot down on the weed-covered concrete, pausing. I look back behind us, because I can't shake the feeling that I'm forgetting something. Or I'm being watched. Fort Dallas is surrounded by an immense metal barricade made from the ruins of crushed, stacked, and broken-down cars. It acts as a fence that keeps the worst trouble out and the residents inside. High up on the barricade, perched atop like gargoyles on the roof of the Notre Dame, the dragons are sprawled. There's 5 of them that haunt the city gates, all of them gray-eyed and motionless. They're like zombies, and they only respond when Azar tells them to, I've heard. They scared me at first, But as the months go by, I've gotten used to them. They're like lampposts, just more junk you see and walk past without acknowledging. Except, this time, I could swear one's staring down at me. Something wrong? Hightower rides his bike back toward me, circling lazily. Leg cramp? No. I rub my neck, pondering. There's a dragon above, curled up like an oversized cat. Its tail isn't moving, and the eyes are the same milky gray they always are. It doesn't blink, or even acknowledge that I'm here. Must be my imagination. I shake my head and turn to Hightower. Sorry, I'm coming. 2. Jenny. It's a quiet day outside of the fort. Autumn has finally arrived, and with it, a break in the intense Texas heat. I'm a little chilly in my stupid shift, my legs cold as the bitter wind rolls in from the north. But I can't take Hightower's hoodie that he offers because it smells like him. The rules are very explicit. Our scents have to be pure so we can catch a dragon. So I endure the cold, pedaling south briskly and making small talk with Hightower as I do. My bike has a basket for carrying treasures, and tucked inside it is an old map. When we pause to take a break, I pull out the plastic-covered map of the city and unfold it. Some of the streets are completely gone, but it's been marked on with crayon and certain areas circled to show the best scavenging spots. Where are we heading today? I ask Hightower. Anything in particular? He shrugs. Same as usual. I glance over at him. I have so many questions I want to ask about the program. Other than Rachel, has there been any success? Are my panties tossed in this direction that I've been assigned? What happens to me if my panties have no effect? Am I tossed out of the program? What happens to me after I catch a dragon? Why do we need more if the 5 we have, and Lord Azar, are keeping us safe already? I know he won't answer. I'm not even sure he has the answers. But I wish someone would tell me something. Pursing my lips, I make a decision. These houses here are empty, but I wouldn't mind finding some scraps if we can. Everything close to the fort is absolutely picked over, but if you look hard enough, sometimes you can find something. A lot of the time, I discover bits of scrap left behind. Torn clothing no one else wants, or a disgusting towel that's been abandoned in a muddy corner somewhere. I take them home, clean them up, and then use them in my quilting projects. Hightower doesn't look happy at my suggestion. You know you're not supposed to take anything home. Not unless I'm allowed, no. I smile at him to let him know I'm well aware of the rules. But no one else wants scrap but me most of the time, and if they don't let me keep it, oh well. I fold up the map with a shrug. Unless we're not supposed to go in this direction? He pauses. No, we have to go here. We can't veer off course. I suspect if I looked hard enough, I'd find my panties in a field somewhere, a dragon lure. I kind of wish I could find them, because I'd take that material in a heartbeat. It's such a waste otherwise. So I give my guard a bright smile. Let's see what we can find, shall we? 2 streets over, I catch a glimpse of a colorful lump in the street. I point at it, and we bike closer. To my horror, the lump moves, and a shiny beetle the size of a dog makes a buzzing noise and flies away. I make a sound of disgust, pulling up short. Did you see that? Hightower puts his rifle to his shoulder and peers down the scope. I'm gonna try and shoot it. What? Why? I look at him in shock and disgust. Are you crazy? Instead of answering me, he just fires. The gun recoils, my ears ring, and I slap my palms to cover them. A high-pitched whine runs through my head, and I have an instant migraine, none of which seems to bother Hightower. He lowers his gun and then flings down his bike, racing after his kill. Me? I just want to know how a beetle got that large. Bugs shouldn't be that big, should they? How does that even happen? Maybe I didn't see it properly. Maybe it was something else. Hightower stops in his cocky saunter and stares at the lump in the middle of the street that the beetle rose from. He looks back at me, and his normally pale face is ghost white. "What?" I blurt out, and my voice sounds hollow and far away thanks to my ringing ears. I set my bike down and start walking toward him. "What is it?" He shakes his head and puts a hand up. "Don't come any closer." Don't come any closer? Yeah, right. Now I have to see. I take a few steps forward and stop when I see the tendrils of blonde hair. I see the empty eye sockets next and realize I'm looking at what's left of a person. I press my fingers to my mouth, horrified. The bug was... "I think it's Haley," Hightower says, his voice somber. Oh, God. Haley was in the panty program, but the moment she found out we were being served up to dragons, she panicked and left. I'd heard that she went back to whoring in the fort, but maybe she decided to take her chances outside. I fight back the sickness creeping up in my throat. Do you think it was nomads that caught her, or something else? It wasn't a dragon, if that's what you're asking. He glances around, grimacing. How do you know? A dragon would have kept her, or ate her whole. He wouldn't have left her carcass behind. He nudges at the lump with his boot and then glances over at me. You want her clothes? What? No. You said you wanted scrap. Not hers. Not like this. I hug my arms to my chest. I want to go back, please. I'm done with scavenging today. We haven't even made it to the area we've decided to pick through, but I don't care. I'm cold and miserable, and I stare at the dead carcass of a woman I knew not too long ago. Haley was excited to be in the panty program. She wanted to be one of Lord Azar's harem. And then, when she found out that wasn't going to happen, she bailed out. She hated dragons more than she liked the free food and safety of the program. Is this what's going to happen to me if I can't manage to snare a dragon? I feel helpless. I don't even know how to get one of the monsters to look in my direction. I don't even know if I want them to. I feel like I'm trapped between two terrible choices. What's that old saying my dad used to use? Frying pan or fire? I have no idea which one is better. Hightower doesn't get on his bike, though. He jogs into the bushes, ignoring my protests, and scans them. A moment later, he picks something up and makes a disgusted noise. It stinks, he calls out, grinning, and holds the giant dead bug up by one of its spindly legs. The thing's dead, a hole blown into the side of it, but I didn't mistake the size. It really is enormous, bigger than Hightower's torso. All the more reason to head back to the fort. Can we just go, please? I'm taking this back to show the boys, he says, looking around for something to drag it on. He finds a rotten bit of cardboard and tosses the thing onto it. The dead bug makes a wet sound as it lands, and then Hightower hauls the entire thing in my direction. I had no idea this shit got so big. Me either, I murmur. I mean, our world has been taken over by dragons, so I'm willing to believe a lot of stuff at this point. Golden retriever-sized bugs? Sure, it's a lot less crazy than fire-breathing dragons. As he straps the dead, smelly thing onto the back of his bike, I can't help but think about my dream. I had supersized bugs in those, too. I rub my arms again, shivering. What about Haley? Hightower looks over at me, confused. What about her? I gesture at her dead body. We're not going to just leave her, are we? It's wrong. She's a person. She's coyote food, he says bluntly. I'm not going to dirty my hands. So much for Hightower being nicer than the other guards. At the end of the day, he's just another stupid guy with a gun and a bit of power going to his head. Angry, I dismount from my bike and storm toward the nearest building. Where the fuck are you going? He calls after me. I'm going to find something to cover her up, I yell back. Try and stop me. He doesn't, of course. Hightower can't lay a hand on me. Instead, he remains by his bicycle, fooling with the huge dead bug and posing the legs in weird positions, as if he's never seen a dead creature before. Idiot. I swallow back the angry words I'm dying to spit and pick through the trash at the nearest building until I find a couple of mud-covered plastic sheets. They'll have to do. I drag them over to the body, doing my best not to look at poor Haley's remains, and cover her as best I can. Hightower just watches until I'm done. Back to the fort, then? I'm sure he can't wait to show off his catch. I nod. I'm done with this for today. I just want to hide in my room and sew.
Maul. A scent awakens me. I did not realize I was asleep, but my mind flares to life and my eyes clear as the scent drags me out of nothingness. I gaze at my surroundings. The human hive. I sit above it, next to other dead-eyed Draconi in their battle form. Something heavy presses onto my mind, and I shrug it off, seeking out more of the scent. I scan the humans below as they move through their nest, picking through the streets. The stenches of all are near overwhelming, but gliding through the mess of overlapping smells, the thread of her scent remains. My mate. I stare down below, looking for her. There, a female on a metal contraption. She swings her leg off of it and then glances around, rubbing her arms. Her gaze flicks up to me. She sees me. She knows. The heaviness sweeps over my mind, pushing me under once more. The nothingness claims me.
3. Jenny. Hiding away is easier said than done when you live in a fort full of people, though. When we get back, Dina and Nancy, the young girl, are in the room, talking in hushed voices. They stop the moment I enter, and I sit down on my bunk, light a candle, and pull out my sewing, determined to ignore the world. Or at least, I want to, but my newest scraps are gone. I glance over at them. Did you guys see the pink cloth that was on top here? Dina shakes her head. Nancy just shrugs and won't look me in the eye. Great. Now I get to room share with thieves. It bugs me, but I'm not going to do anything about it. If I complain and they kick someone out, I'll feel worse knowing I destroyed someone else's life. I just need to hide my stuff from now on. On a hunch, I check under my pillow. The cornbread's gone. Of course it is. They're hungry and don't trust that their next meal is coming. I can't even be mad, because I was in their place once. I know what it's like to starve and shove anything in my mouth that looks like food. It means I have nothing to give to Bethany and Michael, though. Jaw clenched with frustration, I bend over my sewing and lose myself in putting tiny decorative stitches along the 2 bits of fabric I'm sewing together. I pick out complementary colors and sew the smaller shreds to bigger ones until I have larger pieces of fabric, and then I make clothes out of them. I made a dress that I wore until I joined the program, and I've made 2 blankets and a cloak. I sold both blankets for barter, and I gave the cloak to Bethany because the weather's getting colder. I'm a little worried about my friend. Her husband has been taking all their money and going gambling with the militia. She and her son rarely have enough to eat, and I feel responsible for them. I'll have to take them something tomorrow, even if I don't have anything right now. To my relief, dinner ends up being more cornbread, this time slathered in a thick bean paste. I shove my pieces together and hide them under my clothing again, even though my stomach growls. I always know where the next meal is coming from. Bethany doesn't. Mando watches me but says nothing. She seems distracted tonight. Once it's lights out, I watch at the door until I see who's at the guard post tonight. It's Evans, and he's easy enough to bribe. I sneak to the door and poke my head out. "Back inside," he says in a low voice. "I've got a couple of baseball cards," I offer. "Can I go out for 20 minutes? I promise I won't be long." He hesitates and then looks around, waiting to see if anyone else is listening. Then he gestures for me to approach. I shut the door behind me, tiptoeing toward him. It's freezing in the hall, but I won't be out long, hopefully. I've got my package for Bethany wrapped in cheesecloth and stuffed into my bra, and I hold out the baseball cards for Evans. I have 5 more stashed under a floorboard, so I only offer him 2 tonight. I have to parcel things out after all. He takes them, pockets the cards, and nods. 20 minutes or I'm locking you out." "Thank you," I breathe. He shoves a finger in my face. "Don't let anyone touch you or we're both toast." I shake my head. "I won't." "I mean it," he states, voice stern. "Tell your boyfriend hands off or your meal ticket ends." He thinks I have a boyfriend? I want to protest that a boyfriend would be the height of stupidity, but it doesn't matter. Evans doesn't need to know I'm smuggling out food. I nod and race out, letting him shut the door behind me. Our bunkhouse isn't behind a gate of any kind, so I'm able to slip out of the militia grounds and into the fort proper without being disturbed. There's a few people out at this time of night. There always are a few, chasing rats or selling their bodies. But I manage to avoid everyone and make my way to Bethany's shack. It's one of the saddest-looking buildings in Fort Dallas. A lot of the bigger buildings have been repurposed and claimed by groups who live together. Smaller families, and those without a support system, have to make do with what they can find, and Bethany's shack looks like the rusted remains of an old garden shed that's been dragged into the fort. The door is open, and Bethany has a fire going inside a metal trash can. I knock, hiding in the shadows, and Bethany and her son Michael both turn to look at me. I see a wooden spoon in Bethany's hand, and she's got a cagey look in her eyes as she stands in front of the fire. There's a weird smell in the air, like burning something. It makes my gut uneasy. I ignore the way it roils and put a smile of greeting on my face. "Is this a bad time?" I ask politely. I've had trouble getting away. No, it's all right." Bethany sets the spoon down behind her into a pot and then holds Michael against her. "I don't have any scraps, I'm sorry." I pull out the cornbread. I kind of guessed that she wouldn't have anything to barter for, but I can't let her and her kids starve anyhow. Doesn't seem right. "It's okay. This one's on me. Can I come in?" To my surprise, she hesitates. Bethany's never hesitated about food before, and it just adds to the feeling that something's wrong. Guess what I caught, Jenny? Michael says excitedly. Bugs! Bethany hesitates again and then steps aside. We're making stew. You should see the size of the bugs Michael caught. They're as big as chickens. There's so much meat on them, too. She gestures that I should take a look at her stew pot. I move closer, and the sick feeling grows overwhelming. There, bubbling in Bethany's beat-up old pot, are what look like grasshoppers. Enormous, shiny ones, their mandibles enormous, their eyes gleaming, and very, very dead. There's at least 3 of them, and they're boiling up in a stew that smells incredibly, horribly wrong. Oh, Bethany, I breathe, sick. I press a hand to my stomach. It's not the best tasting food, but there's so much of it. She shrugs. We haven't had empty bellies in days now. Michael finds them all over the place, and I thought, why not try it? People in other countries eat bugs, don't they? Not these bugs. There's something wrong with these bugs. Bile threatens at the back of my throat. Wordless, I hold the wrapped cornbread out to them. Please, don't eat those. Why not? Bethany's tone becomes defensive. You don't get what it's like to go hungry, Jenny. Sometimes we can't afford to be squeamish. As if I've never been hungry before? As if I'm not handing all my meals over to them? But she won't understand. Just like she won't understand that I don't want her to eat these bugs because I've seen them in my dreams. That they come with a sick, unctuous feeling that makes me want to scrub my skin clean of filth every time I wake up. That there's something unnatural about them, and I can't stand the thought of anyone putting them into their bodies. All Bethany sees is a meal in front of her. I hold out the cornbread. Here, eat this, not the stew, all right? Michael glances at his mother, then takes the cornbread from me. He holds it carefully in his hands, and neither one of them moves. I realize that they're waiting for me to leave so they can eat. They're still going to eat those nightmare bugs just because it's food. And nothing I can say will convince them otherwise. I try anyhow, because I have to try. I don't trust them, the bugs. It's weird that they've started showing up now, 7 years after the rift. I decide not to mention my dreams and casually shrug. I just worry they carry things. We all heard about that fort with the plague. Bethany nods, her expression perking up a bit. We're going to boil them really well and clean them, just to be safe. I realize that's as far as I'm going to get with this argument. That's all I ask. Be safe. We can't all be like you, getting free handouts from the Lord of the Fort. Her expression is both wry and bitter. I asked, and they won't take me. I ask all the time, but they just laugh. I nod. I know they won't take her. Bethany's got a kid, and she's pregnant with another. She's probably about 10 years older than me, but looks like she could be my mother. She's got a husband that beats her and gambles away what little funds they have. If they want dragon bait, she's absolutely not what they're looking for. I hate that there's free food for us and nothing for Bethany, who needs it just as badly. And there's nothing for poor Michael, who deserves a better life than this. We all do. So I smile and talk a little about the cloak I'm patching together with scraps. I talk about the weather and how it's finally getting cooler. We talk about fort gossip for maybe 5 minutes, before Bethany gives another pointed look at the cooking pot, and I say my goodbyes, so I don't have to see them eat the things that haunt my nightmares. I murmur goodbyes and promise to return as often as I can, but that I don't know when it'll be. For once, the pinched look isn't on Bethany's face when I say that. She's not worried about her next meal because she's got one cooking. I feel like an asshole for discouraging her to eat when I always have regular meals incoming. My stomach growls, reminding me that those regular meals have been put aside for her lately, that I've had one meal in the last 2 days, and I need to take care of myself, too. Tomorrow, I'll eat. I feel the cloying sensation of sickness and disease before the first bug shows up in my dreams. It's the same dreams I always have. I'm sitting on my bed in my room, sewing. The overwhelming feeling of wrongness and filth crawls over my skin, and everything prickles. When I look up, my bed is surrounded by bugs. Big, snake-sized worms. Centipedes with thousands of legs. Bugs the size of cats, with pinching claws and spiny legs and shiny, unnatural carapaces. They make creepy, chittering noises as they flood over the bed, a waterfall of disgusting legs and cockroaches. I scream, but it's not loud enough. No one wakes up. It's like I'm shouting into the void. Manda can't hear me, and the other women keep on sleeping, even as the monster bugs pour into the room and crawl over everything. "Please," I cry out, "help me." "I am here." The voice is pure, loud, like a bell ringing in my ears. Everything goes silent, and the bugs fade away. I'm alone in my bed, but not alone. There's a warm presence nearby, its mind touching mine. "Hello," I breathe, rubbing my skin as if I can still feel the cockroaches crawling over me. I get to my feet and take a few steps into the darkness. Who's there? There are no more bugs. They're gone. So is my room. I'm standing alone in the shadows, but I'm not afraid. From behind, warm arms surround me, holding me against a larger body that scorches with heat. Hands roam over me, tugging at the thin fabric of my sleep shirt. "I am here," the voice says again. "I am here with you." "Who are you?" I ask, but it doesn't matter. I lean back against that warm, impossibly perfect body and feel safe, protected. For the first time since my father died, I don't feel alone and afraid. "I do not know. Who are you?" "I'm Jenny." "Jenny." The voice in my ear is like a sigh. "I like that. I like you. You are not afraid anymore, are you? I will stay with you so the dreams go away." "Thank you." I turn, trying to look at the face of my rescuer, but I can't see it. It's hidden in shadow. I reach up and touch him, wanting to run my fingers over his face. When I try, though, he fades away. "I cannot stay like this for long. It costs me much." "Like what? Stay like what? In my dreams?" "Stay as myself. It fights me. He fights me." "Who?" I shiver as a thought occurs to me. "Whoever is sending the bugs?" "No." Warm fingers caress my throat, and there's the barest hint of claws. I'm not scared of those claws, though, even when they nick my skin. They belong to my friend, my protector. I don't care if he has claws. Not when he's keeping me safe from the evil that surrounds me. That awful, skin-crawling sensation is gone while he's here, and I'm left with peace, quiet, joy. "I have touched your dreams a few times in the past," my friend admits. "Just to say hello. I know I should not intrude, but touching your mind helps me stay in my own." His words mean nothing to me, but that's just how dreams are. Confusing. You can hang out in my mind any time you want, I tell him, rubbing up against his warmth. As long as you keep the bugs away. No evil will touch you as long as I am here. I make you that promise. Those scorching claws trace over my throat again. They cannot have you because you are mine. Yours, I like that. I close my eyes, sliding back out of his arms and into my bed. And this time, there are no bugs. This time, I'm able to sleep. 4. Jenny. When I wake up, I feel more refreshed than I have in weeks. I also feel alone again. It's odd. It's like when I'm asleep, I have someone else there with me. I remember most of my dreams, too. Whoever it was in my dreams held me close and touched my cheek as I slept. They spoke to me while I dreamed, a dream within a dream, and I felt so happy and content. I'm annoyed to wake up, and when Manda greets everyone in the room with a chirpy, "Good morning," it takes everything I have not to snap at her and draw the blankets back over my head. "Come on, silly," Manda calls out. "You'll be late for breakfast if you drag your feet." I groan, but that gets me moving. My stomach growls, and I remember that I haven't eaten much lately at all. The moment I stand up, the blood rushes to my head and spots swim before my eyes. I'm dizzy, so dizzy that I have to clutch the bed to stay upright. "You okay?" asks one of the newcomers, probably the one that ate my cornbread last night. I nod, rubbing my forehead. Just need a moment. I'm oddly tempted to let the blackout take me and see if I can pick up my dream where I left off. I want that strange man to hold me in his arms again and whisper soft words in my ear. It was the best dream I've ever had, and a keen sense of loss hangs over me as I look at my surroundings. My reality doesn't have a kind, caring man who protects me from the world. I'm alone, and the best way to stay safe is to let myself be used as dragon bait. I bite back a sigh of frustration and take my panties off, heading out for the morning drill. Breakfast this morning is corn pancakes, and I gobble my small portion down without even hesitating. Manda chats all through breakfast, talking merrily to our newcomers about life here in the Panty Project and what's expected of them. They're both quiet, letting Manda do all the talking, and normally I'd be more chatty myself, but I can't stop thinking about my dream. It felt real, bugs and all. I'm distracted all day, even when I go out with Evans and do my rounds. He tries to rouse me into conversation, but I guess I don't answer fast enough, and eventually he stops trying. "You know what today is?" Manda asks smugly after we eat dinner, a thick tomato-based soup with greens and a bit of meat in it. I scrape my bowl clean and lick my fingers, but it still doesn't feel like enough. I can't help but notice our portions have been getting smaller, and I'm worried we're heading for a famine. There are hunters that go out and look for meat near the fort, and there are gardeners in the fort itself. There are nomads that sell their wares here regularly. Food's never plentiful, but I thought the forts did okay. Just like the appearance of the giant bugs, it's change, and I don't think change is good. Not anymore. I don't share my worries with the others. Instead, I put on a cheery smile. "What's today?" "Bath day," Manda announces happily. She touches her braid, wrinkling her nose. "I am more than ready to clean this off." I lick the last taste of dinner from my spoon absently. I didn't realize it was Friday. All the days have been running together for me lately. Are you sleeping any better? Amanda asks me, a sympathetic look on her face. She knows I've been having difficulty. Actually, last night, I slept like a baby. Maybe it's all because my subconscious made up a protector for me, but I'll take it. First real sleep in a long time. Dina leans in, whispering, "Is it true what they say about bath night, that we can make coin?" I wince inwardly. Everyone's got their own reasons for being in the program, just like everyone has their own ideas as to what safety means. I'm here because I've run out of other options. If I'm not in the program, I'll have to either rustle up a man somehow and live like Bethany, hoping that my husband will throw me a few scraps, or I'll have to show up, hat in hand, to the whorehouse and hope that I can make a few barter coins there. Some girls take the safety of the program and also try to make coins on the side. The men aren't allowed to touch us except on Friday night, when the more enterprising girls make extra coins just before taking a bath. Once we're clean, all bets are off. But just before? It's the favorite night for a lot of people around here, soldiers and girls both. It's my least favorite. I'm still a virgin. My dad protected me when we were nomads, and now that I'm in the fort, I landed here. I've been lucky to avoid being molested so far. But it also makes me reluctant to hook up for money, no matter how nice that money might be. Manda nods. You can do whatever you like with whoever you like before your bath. What you charge is your business. She points her fork at Dina. Just don't sell yourself too cheap or you won't make many friends around here. The others won't like being undercut. Nancy looks worried. How much should we charge? How much do you charge? I bite my lip. Nancy looks too young to be doing that kind of thing. But I have to remind myself that life in the fort is different than life was with my dad. He sheltered me from a lot of bad situations, and something tells me both Nancy and Dina didn't have the same luck. I can't judge them. Manda stiffens, though. She's offended. I don't sell myself. I thought someone said you were with Daniels, though, Nancy presses. That's different. We're in love. Dina just snorts, and I get to my feet, taking my tray and Nancy's empty one to the counter. Love has no place in the apocalypse. Even I know that. Manda's too much of a dreamer. She thinks somehow that Daniels is going to take her away from all of this, and they'll ride off into the sunset and toward a happy ever after. I don't have the heart to tell her that I've seen what's outside of the fort, and this is about as good as it gets. I'm one of the first to take a bath. While everyone else is out partying with the soldiers who have coin, Amanda's on a romantic date with Daniels, I get to luxuriate in a lukewarm bath, since there's no rush to give up my spot. I recline in the half-full tub, the water just barely warm enough to be pleasant, and scrub at my skin with unscented soap. The bathing room, with 6 other porcelain tubs lined up next to mine, is empty of everyone else, so I close my eyes and think about my dream. Not about the bugs, but my friend. He'd felt so real. I know it was just my imagination, but I keep holding on to the sensation that the dream left me with. The feeling that I wasn't alone, that I had a friend. Manda's my friend. Rachel, too. It's not the same, though. It was a bit like having my father back. Except different. Because when those claws touched my dream skin, I wasn't thinking family thoughts. I was thinking that I wanted him to touch me in more places. Private places. Definitely not in a fatherly way. I get out of the bath when the water gets too cold, dress in a new shift and panties, and then head up to my room. Down the hall, I can hear someone playing a violin and the sound of hands clapping. It's a party, and it'll go on until just about midnight, when everyone scrambles for a hasty bath at the last minute so they don't get into trouble. Me, I head to my room. It's empty, so I light my candle, pull out my sewing, and lean toward the light so I can stitch. If I dream about my friend again, I need to ask his name. 5. Jenny. Manda returns long after it's dark, just when I'm about to snuff the candle out and go to sleep. Her hair is freshly washed, and she's got a beaming smile on her face as she prances into the room. "Jenny!" I chuckle at her excitement. She's so happy. "Fun night with Lucas?" She only calls Daniels by his first name. "You guys get some time alone?" She sits down on my bunk next to me, pushing aside my half-sewn cloak. To my surprise, she grabs my hands and keeps smiling like a loon, as if she's brimming over with emotion. "You'll never guess what happened tonight." I decide to guess anyhow. Smith brought out his moonshine and got everyone plastered. Someone got naked and streaked through the hall. And Lord Azar caught you? Manda shakes her head. Way, way off. She holds her hand out in front of me and waits. I glance at it, then back at her, not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing. Then I notice the slim golden band on her fourth finger. Oh, shit. Daniels proposed? Yes! Her voice drops to an excited hush. Lucas says he loves me and wants to marry me. He's going to talk to Lord Azar in the morning about pulling me from the program so we can get married and have a family. Her expression is dreamy. As long as I'm not taking food from the program, I don't see how he can say no. First Rachel goes, and now Manda? Loneliness hits me like a wave. I'm going to lose both of my friends, and then I'll be left here with no one but Dina and Nancy. Oh. Manda pouts. You're not happy for me? No, I am, I reassure her quickly. I'm just sad for me. I'll miss you when you're gone. I miss Rachel desperately, and she's still in the fort somewhere, just kept apart from the rest of us. Now with Manda leaving, I feel abandoned all over again. I need to be happy for my friend, though, so I smile happily and hug her. I guess I'm making you this cloak as a wedding present, then. Congratulations. Manda hugs me, her expression giddy. It was so romantic. Do you want to hear all the gory details? Of course, I lie, keeping the smile on my face. I fight the urge to cry. One of the reasons I didn't mind the program was that it felt like we had a little family here in the fort. Me and Rachel and Manda. I'm going to be left behind all over again. But it's not like I can ask Manda to stay. She loves Lucas. He loves her. I want her to be happy, I really do. It's selfish to want her to stay just for my sake. So I squeeze her hands and give her an excited look. Tell me everything. You're sad tonight. I can feel it. The voice is in my dreams again. I don't even realize I'm asleep before I hear it, rich and vibrant, rolling through my head like a song. I open my eyes and look around my room. Everything's dark, but that's all right. I know exactly who it is. It's you. I can't stop the smile on my face. You're back. I am. Did I go somewhere? I just wasn't sure if I'd dream about you again. Dreams don't work like you want them to. I sit up in bed, excited. My room is full of shadows, but they're not frightening ones. It's like everything isn't clear in my dream except for me. And him. There are no bugs tonight. I don't have to see them to know that they're not here. It feels clean in my dream tonight. I don't feel like I'm breathing in garbage. You're here to protect me, aren't you? I feel a little bad because there's not much to protect me from.
Protect you? Of course I protect you.
He sounds amused, cocky.
Why would I not? You belong to me.
I snort with amusement at that. You think so? I'm pretty sure this program owns me. They might fight you over that sort of thing.
Program?
Run by Lord Azar?
Lord Azar.
Almost as immediately as my friend arrives, he vanishes again. The friendly presence is gone, and I feel the loss of him so keenly that I want to cry. I wake up, staring at the bunk over me in the darkness, and my face is wet with tears anyhow. I go through the next day in a haze. I'm not in a chatty mood because I can't wait to go back to sleep to see if my friend returns. I don't know if he's a figment of my imagination, or if I've suddenly developed psychic powers of some kind, or if I'm being haunted by a ghost. I don't care. All I know is that I crave talking to him again, like I crave air. No one's in a particularly good mood, it seems. Manda is quiet, on edge as she scans the guards looking for Daniels. She's probably anxious, waiting to hear back about her engagement and leaving the program. Dina and Nancy aren't talkative sorts by nature, and when I go out with Wallace later that day, I'm glad because he's a quiet, efficient sort. It lets me remain lost in my thoughts. I speed through dinner and race back to my bunk, complaining of headaches. Most of the guards are pretty clueless about women, so we can blame a lot of stuff on female problems. I curl up in bed under the covers, my eyes tightly closed, and wait for sleep to take me. This time, I feel his presence before he speaks. "You're back," I say, even as I open my dream eyes. I'm in my room again, but in my dream, it's full of hazy golden sunlight and the warmth of a sunny afternoon.
I missed you.
The 3 simple words thrill me. I missed you too. I sit up, looking in the shadows for his face. Where are you?
I am here, in your mind.
Oh, that wasn't exactly what I was asking, but maybe my friend doesn't have a physical form. Are you a ghost?
I do not think so. I am real.
I'm pretty sure a ghost would say that, too. His laughter rumbles through my head, pleasant. It makes me ache with sweetness. I love his laughter. I want to hear more of it. What's your name? I ask. Can you tell me that?
You are Jenny. I remember yours.
Hearing him say that is like a warm hug. It's short for Jennifer, but that's too long to use on a daily basis. No one calls me that anyhow. My mother did, but she's gone. My dad always just called me Jenny. I think of my dad, of his tough, weather-beaten face and his salt and pepper beard. I miss him. But the ache hurts a little less with every day that passes. But you can call me Jennifer if you want.
Jenny.
There's a thoughtful pause.
My name is shortened too. I remember now. I only have part of it.
You only have part of it? I echo, confused. What does that mean?
I am Mal. That is all I remember.
Mal, hi. I smile into the dream sunlight. That's kind of an ominous name for such a nice guy.
You think I am nice?
He's amused. You think you're not?
Nice is not a word that is usually used to describe me.
What is?
Fearsome, dangerous, lethal, a monster.
I'm not worried about labels like that. My dad was a nomad. They're kicked out of settlements because they don't follow the rules. He killed people, but always with good reason. He hurt men that tried to hurt me. So I'm not afraid of a guy that's called a monster. Some people thought my dad was one, too. It's all in how you treat those around you.
I would kill to keep you safe.
Hearing that doesn't scare me. I smile instead. I suspect you would. You seem like the protective sort. After all, you're protecting my dreams.
I do not like your distress,
Maul admits.
It wakes me from my slumber. It bothers me so much that it calls me toward you.
I'm chagrined to hear that. I woke you up? I'm sorry.
No apologies are needed. I wanted to awaken.
Where are you? Who are you? How can we talk in my dreams anyhow? I sit up higher on my bed. Are you psychic? Is that how we can talk? And why did you pick me?
Pick you?
I'm sure a lot of people have bad dreams around here. I wave a hand, indicating the fort. Why are you slipping into mine?
Obviously, because you are my mate.
His tone is imperious. His answer astonishes me. Excuse me, you're what?
I told you already. You belong to me.
His answer doesn't frighten me. It's my dream, after all. Well, if I'm your mate, where are you? I cross my arms over my chest. Don't I at least get to look at you? And do you want to look at me?
I do not need to look at you to know you are mine.
That strikes me as bizarre. There's something obvious I'm missing, but I can't seem to put my finger on it. Don't you want to know what I look like? Isn't that important in a mate?
I like your smell. It calls me.
My head fills with warmth.
I am certain the rest of you is pleasant too.
I'm oddly hurt by this revelation. I've never been a great beauty, but I thought for sure that if I fell in love, the person I loved would want to at least look at my face. It sounds like Maul, whoever he is, doesn't want to look at me. All he wants is my smell, and anyone can smell good.
I assure you, they cannot.
Again, his tone is arch and amused at the same time.
Your people stink.
My people? Fort Dallas people? I fight the temptation to lift an arm and smell it. Everyone stinks in the after. It's because we're penned up thanks to the dragons.
Dragons?
He asks, suddenly interested.
What do you know of dragons?
His mind is hot and heavy in mine, and I could swear I feel his presence standing right beside me, even though I'm alone in my bed. I'm suddenly very aware of how little I'm wearing. Not that it matters, because he doesn't like my face.
I did not say that. You are angry at my thoughts.
You told me you'd rather sniff me than look at me. Of course I'm a little hurt.
You distract me. Do not change the topic. What do you know of dragons?
His mental voice is a sultry caress. As if I'm the one being distracting? Irritated, or maybe determined to make him realize what he's missing out on, I run my hands down my body, sliding them between my thighs. Why are we talking about dragons if I'm your mate? Hot lust curls through my mind, and I know that somehow Maul can feel the exact moment when I touch myself.
Are you trying to entice me into joining you?
I don't know. Is it working?
Close your eyes.
I do, and immediately it feels as if a solid, heavy form settles in the bed next to me. I gasp as a hand, scorchingly hot, covers mine and laces with my fingers. Our joined hands are between my thighs, and he begins to rub, purring in my ear.
Jenny.
Mal, I breathe. Oh, Mal.
Jenny.
A rough hand startles me awake. Jenny, wake up! I gasp, blinking at the face above mine. It's Manda, her expression tight. Oh, God. An embarrassing thought occurs to me. Was I masturbating in my sleep? Did they hear me calling out for my imaginary boyfriend as I touched myself between my legs? Horrified at the thought, I glance over at the bunks of the other girls, but they look just as dazed and sleepy as me. Sorry, I mumble. Was I snoring? No, Azar's calling everyone. Manda wraps her blanket tight around her shoulders, her expression pinched. Something's wrong. I think we're in trouble. Who? Nancy asks. All of us. Manda's face is tight. Lord Azar is upset, and I think we're all about to be kicked out of the program. 6. Jenny. Even before we make it into the cafeteria, I can hear the sound of dishes being broken. Worried, I exchange a look with Manda. Her face is pale, her mouth drawn into an unhappy line. I remember that Lucas Daniels was supposed to talk to Lord Azar about their engagement, and I worry that it didn't go well. When I glance down at Manda's hand, there's no ring on her finger. Oh no. Where's your ring, Manda? She glances around quickly, then leans toward me. Azar won't allow it. If we marry, he'll kick us both out of the fort. She swallows hard, like she's fighting tears, and shrugs. It's okay. It's not okay. I know she loves Lucas. I know she wants to marry him more than anything. But being kicked out of the fort is a death sentence for so many people. It's starting over with zero protection and zero supplies. The only reason I survived for so long was because my father was a tough son of a bitch who killed anyone that threatened us. When he grew sicker over time, though, he immediately took us to Fort Dallas because he knew I wouldn't survive alone. Neither, I suspect, would Manda and Lucas Daniels. I want to ask more, but another dish crashes, and we both flinch. One of the guards stands in front of the doors to the cafeteria, his gun casually held across his chest. The hall is filled with women in sleep clothes, holding blankets around them, and everyone's frightened. It's clear no one knows what's going on. There's another crash inside, this one louder than the last. If they break all the dishes, what are we going to use to eat? It's not like we can go to the store and get more. There are no stores anymore. Everything is precious. For Lord Azar to squander the fort's things like this feels incredibly wasteful and makes me upset. We wait in the hall for a few minutes, and no one dares to speak. Finally, one of the guards comes to the door, his face fatigued and grim. Bring them inside. Ladies, the guard at the door says, holding it open for us. Remember not to touch. You're all freshly clean. We file inside, silent. The cafeteria tables are all folded up and lined against the back wall. The entire room was cleaned up and put away after the evening meal. I've helped with that a few times, and I know the amount of work it takes to keep the kitchens running and clean. I know what a pain in the ass it is to draw water from the working lines, mop and clean everything, and to do all the dishes. Which is why it's terrible seeing so many broken plates scattered on the ground. glass shards are everywhere, and as we move into the cafeteria, Lord Azar picks up another plate and throws it against the wall. It makes a loud crashing sound, and everyone flinches. He turns toward us, raging. His nostrils flare, and his gaze settles on the collected women as if we're about to die. Maybe we are. I've only seen Lord Azar a few times. He keeps to himself, and he's taken a local woman, Melina the medic, as his concubine. To me, the most striking thing about Lord Azar is that he always looks clean. In a fort that seems to be constantly dirty, the streets filled with mud and human waste and trash, his clothes and his hair are always impeccably pristine. Tonight is no different. Lord Azar is dressed in muted whites and beiges, his clothing billowing and flowing about him as if he's a sheik of old. He's all pale golden tones, Lord Azar. His skin is tanned, almost the same eerie shade as his pale eyes, and the long hair he keeps hidden under a baseball cap is a buff color too. The other times I saw him, he looked regal and cold. Tonight, he looks like a possessed man. His eyes are wild, his hair flying in strands around his head, and his teeth are bared in a snarl. "Which one of you is it?" he demands as he stalks toward the huddled group of women. "Which one of you is the viper I am holding to my breast?" No one answers. I have no idea what he's talking about, and I'm sure the other women don't either. The Lord gives us another incensed look, and then flips the entire tray of plates over. Everything smashes to the ground and into 1,000 pieces. "I feed you, I shelter you," he bellows, "and this is the thanks I get." I hug my blanket to my chest, terrified. Is he truly this mad over Manda and Lucas? I can't think of anything else it'd be. I glance over at Manda, and her face is bone white with fear. She's thinking the same thing I am. The doors open behind us, even as Azar storms away, no doubt looking for more things to break. A few new faces enter the room, and I'm surprised to see Rachel slip in, quickly followed by a naked, deep gold-skinned man. That's her dragon, I realize. I've only seen him a few times, and while he's handsome, there's a wild, almost feral look to his expression. Rachel doesn't approach Azar, just moves to a quiet end of the room and leans against the wall. She glances at her dragon man, and then back at Azar. Joining them is a tall, thin black woman with thick waves of dark hair and a rounded, pregnant belly. She's followed by another dragon man, this one slightly less deep gold and wearing pants. I'm both excited to see them and a little alarmed. Why are we all being called out to the cafeteria in the middle of the night? Is someone about to be executed? Azar storms towards us, his clothing flowing about him. "I am going to smell all of you, and you're going to tell me which one of you is behind this." "Behind what?" Rachel calls out in a flat, almost bored voice. Everyone in the room freezes. A chill goes down my spine, and I look over at Rachel, terrified. To my surprise, she doesn't have the defiant look on her scarred face like she does when she's afraid and trying desperately to hide it. She looks irritated, like she's annoyed that Azar has dragged everyone out of bed. She's not afraid. That's incredible to me. I've spent the last 7 or 8 years, ever since the rift, terrified out of my mind, wondering what the next day will bring. That fear isn't in Rachel's face any longer, and I'm fascinated. And envious. My friend nods at Lord Azar, who stands amidst a sea of broken glass shard. "Why don't you just ask them instead of pitching a fit?" At my side, Manda gasps. Several others do too. I don't, because I'm still too fascinated by the fact that Rachel has zero fear of this man that holds our lives in the palm of his hand. Something has happened in the last month or so since Rachel was bonded to a dragon and left the women's quarters. Is it her dragon that makes her unafraid? Lord Azar turns to us. His eyes are narrowed. All right, then. I will ask plainly and using small words so your feeble minds can understand. Which one of you is stealing my dragon? Silence. I glance at the others, worried. The dragons that guard Fort Dallas are a newer addition to things. They came in with Lord Azar, who has the ability to control the vicious monsters somehow. He has 5 of them that sit on the barricade, watching us with dead eyes. They're like statues, and in all the months that he's been in charge, I don't think I've seen them flicker an eyelash once. Well, actually, I thought one looked at me once, but I'm pretty sure it was my imagination. I didn't realize they were real creatures in there. I thought of them like the buildings. Just that they were present, but not more than that. I was grateful they were in Fort Dallas, along with Azar. Ever since he's arrived with the dragons, we've stopped getting random attacks. We don't wake up in the middle of the night to the blaring alarms warning us to take shelter, or watch another building get flamed to the ground. The attacks stopped when Azar moved in. That's good enough for most people, myself included. It's not a good answer for Rachel, though. She steps forward, waving the shortened stump of her arm in his direction. You're going to have to be clearer than that. The girls don't know the dragons like you or I do. You have to actually explain yourself. He bares his teeth at her in a silent snarl, but Rachel only smirks back. Azar's gaze swings over us again, and I can feel the woman standing next to me quail in terror. I manage to stand straight and tall, but only just. I want to hide just as much as the others do. I just don't think it'll do any good, and I learned from my father that showing fear just encourages bullies. Lord Azar definitely qualifies as a bully. I am losing control of one of my dragons, Lord Azar says. He is fighting me for control of his mind. The only thing that can free him from my grip is a mate, so I want to know which one of you is trying to sabotage this fort. I suck in a breath. Sabotage the fort? He is fighting me for control of his mind. Surely not? My imaginary friend isn't a dragon, is he? If that's the case, what's he doing in my dreams? But he disappeared the moment I mentioned Azar. Do they think I'm somehow sabotaging the fort? Am I in danger of being kicked out? Living in the fort isn't fun, but a woman alone in the scavenge lands won't last 5 minutes. Uneasy, I bite my lip as Rachel shakes her head at Azar. We need more than just an accusation. We need a name. I don't know their names, the Lord bites out. They are nothing to me. Then why do you care if you lose one? Rachel snaps back. I want to tell them to stop arguing so I can think. I need to remember what Mal said. Something about waking up, and how he couldn't see clearly other than me? Is that because someone else is in his mind? Is Azar in his mind? For some reason, I thought the dragons that guard the city were like guard dogs, trained to do a task. But what if they're people? If that's the case, are they here of their own free will? I don't understand, and the longer this goes on, the more questions I have. I glance over at Rachel and at the dragon man that stands behind her. He's a person. Granted, he looks like no person I've ever seen. He's got wild eyes that swirl between yellow and black. He's got horns and claws and a scaly skin pattern, and his hair sticks out in ways no human hair does. But he's a person, and Rachel loves him. She talks to him, though I've never seen it. She says his name is Jurek. Of course he's a person. And if he is, the other dragons are too. I suddenly feel sick to my stomach. They're not trained dogs up on the walls. They're slaves with their minds stolen, and I've been sitting happily in the program, eating Azar's cornbread and never thinking beyond my nose. Oh my God, I'm complicit in this. I press my fingers to my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. Is Mal one of his mind slaves, then? Is that why he left my dreams when I mentioned Azar? Oh, God. What do I do? I wasn't trying to bring down the fort. I just said hello to a friend in my dreams. But if I'm right, and Mal is a slave to Azar, I don't want any part of this. I can't be part of this. How do I get free without getting myself killed? If I bail out right now, they'll suspect me. Even as I bite back a whimper of fear, I remember my dream. Mal whispering in my ear. Warmth. Claws at my throat. Oh, God, I'm such an idiot. How did I not see this before? Somehow a dragon is in my dreams. I worked very hard to capture these Draconi, Azar says in a cold, seething voice. He glares at Rachel as if he hates her, but she looks unafraid. The dragon at her side, Jurek, has a hand on her shoulder in a way that seems less like ownership and more like support, like he's going to tear apart anyone that so much as looks at her the wrong way. Azar paces the room. I worked hard to capture each and every one of them. I work hard every day keeping this fort safe. I work to protect the people here. I feed them, I clothe them. And what do I get in return? Betrayal. He turns a vicious look towards us, and I feel as if he's staring right at me somehow. Knowing my secrets, knowing my dreams. Did Mal tell him? Would Mal tell him? I should throw all of you out of the fort, Azar snarls, still ranting. Ungrateful, useless, tiresome. Excuse me, says a voice behind us. The crowd parts, and I step aside, along with the others, to let someone through. It's a black woman with beautiful dark skin, perfect hair, and a long flowing dress in baby pink that is completely inappropriate for fort life. She looks like a princess from a fairy tale, and we all know exactly who it is. Melina, the medic of Fort Dallas, and Lord Azar's consort. She glides toward him, her expression serene and calm, and when she extends a hand out to him, he takes it. His expression changes from menacing to petulant, and she leans in and speaks to him in a low voice. They keep talking, Melina's tone soft and easy, Azar's angry and strident. But eventually he sighs, takes her hand, and tucks it into his arm, and then turns to look at those of us gathered in front of him once more. I am not mad, he says, clearly lying. It's obvious in how difficult it was for him to say those small words. I simply wish to know which one of you is seducing my dragon out from under my nose. Melina elbows him, her smile never fading from her face. You're supposed to recruit other dragons, not the ones I already have, he adds in a peevish tone. My head hurts. A headache is blooming across my forehead, behind my eyes, and I just want to go back to bed and hope that this nightmare goes away soon. More than that, I want to return to my dreams and see if Maul is there. I glance over at Rachel's Jurek. Would Maul look like him? Or Gwen's companion? They're both handsome, but somehow their faces don't match what I envision for Maul. They're both too wild. He's arrogant, Maul. He'd be... Oh, God. I think he'd be like Azar. Which is crazy. Azar's not a dragon. Is he? I stare at the leader of the fort, suddenly worried. He doesn't look like Melina, now that he stands with her. He's subtly different, his eyes most of all. I don't know what to believe anymore. Azar glares at all of us, and then turns back to Melina. No one is coming forward. There's an easy way to do this, she says in her calm, reassuring voice. There's no need to terrify everyone. They deserve it. Fear is the best tool of the ruler. She just gives him a look that says she clearly disagrees. We can just take the girls outside and see which one the dragons react to. There's no need to bully. He doesn't like her idea, that much is obvious. But he gives a crisp nod and flicks a hand at us. The guards spring to action, nudging us with their guns. You heard the Lord outside. I don't have my shoes, whines one girl. Then you'd better hope this doesn't take long and whoever it is speaks up, retorts the guard. They're on Azar's side. I'm torn. I worry it's me that they're looking for. But what if I'm wrong? What if Maul is all in my imagination? Worse, what if they decide I'm a threat to the program and Azar doesn't want to give up his dragon and I'm thrown out of the fort? Or what if they decide to just kill me? I swallow hard and remain silent, even as I'm herded out with the others. No one else has had weird dreams lately, about bugs or anything else. I've asked around discreetly and listened in to conversations, and I seem to be the only one having trouble sleeping. It could be that I'm losing my mind, that I'm imagining it all. What happens to me if I get kicked out of the fort? What happens to Bethany and Michael, who depend on me for food? A mental image of the pot of bugs hits me, and I fight the urge to vomit. They'll survive, then. The moment we step outside, the cold air rips through the thin layers of clothing. I'm wearing nothing but my sleep shift and a blanket, both of them coarse and cheap. It's not enough to keep the chill out, and I suddenly worry about winter and food and everything else. Is the fort going to shit? Are we all going down with it? No touching, a guard calls out as we pile into the street just outside the program dormitory. Remember the rules. Someone starts to cry, and I look over at Manda. Her fists are clenched at her side, her face pale. Not me, she whispers. Please not me. I swallow hard, but there's a knot in my throat the size of one of Michael's bugs, and I can't seem to find the words to reassure her. No one wants to be picked by a dragon. The moment Rachel was found by a dragon, she disappeared from our group. I barely see her anymore, and I don't know if she's happy or miserable. I look for Rachel and her dragon man, but all I can see are soldiers and more women from the program. It's late. The sky's dark and cloudy. There's a barrel fire down the street, but mostly it's just dark outside, and I stumble into the girl in front of me, who glares. Sorry, I whisper back, hoping no one notices. Accident. That's all I need is to be kicked out of the program because I accidentally tripped and touched another girl. This far enough, my lord? One of the guards calls. I turn, looking for Lord Azar. Melina is still at his side, her pale pink dress fluttering in the night air. She's got Azar's shirt tucked around her shoulders, and the Lord's chest is bare as he stalks forward, his mood as sour as ever. He takes a few steps, and then turns to give Melina a glare. I do not like letting them go."
"I know,"
she says softly, and moves to his side.
"It is just for a moment. You do want to see if it is someone else interfering with your dragons, do you not?"
He grits his teeth.
"You can trap them again,"
Melina says, and then adds,
"if you must."
His eyes narrow, and for a moment he looks furious, but Melina's calm expression never changes. "You know I must. They are the only things that keep this fort safe. I will keep everyone here safe. I will keep you safe." She gestures at us.
"Then go on."
"Why do I always feel as if I've lost against you, even when I've won?" Azar asks in a bitter voice. He shakes his head and steps forward, past Melina, and turns his face toward the city gates. His eyes close, and a moment later, the already dark skies turn black. Wind blasts my face, and the breeze is so strong I nearly lose the blanket I have wrapped around my shoulders. Others stagger and cry out. My head pounds. "Remain where you are," one of the guards cries. "If you run, you will be shot." "No, they won't," Melina retorts, taking a step forward in protest. "Don't you dare fucking threaten that. Azar, tell them." Azar doesn't respond, though. I shield my eyes from the flying dirt and the wind and peer in his direction. His eyes are still closed, his pale body bowed, as if it's taking everything for him to concentrate. A dragon lands directly in front of him, and another. The ground is suddenly full of dragons. This is the closest I've been to them, and my heart pounds with terror. Dragons were just a silly legend back when I was a child. They belonged only in stories about knights and princesses, were usually gaily colored green or purple, and were very much not real, just like unicorns and goblins. Then the rift came, and dragons flew forth from the broken skies and burned the world. They're full of madness, these dragons. They cannot be reasoned with. As big as airplanes and ruthless as sharks, the dragons destroy everything they come across. Humanity's been forced to hide out in flame-resistant buildings made of concrete, or cover their houses with sheets of metal that protect from the worst of the flames. Wooden homes are death traps. Crops must be hidden and protected from dragon fire, along with livestock. Are these dragons? Aren't the fat, jolly things of cartoons? My heart hammering in my throat, I stare at the dragon that's practically nose to nose with Azar. The head's as big as a compact car, the plate-sized eyes a blank gray. The muzzle of the thing has a tendril of smoke curling from it, as if it's just waiting for the right moment to burn this whole place to the fucking ground. Sharp, terrifying teeth stick out of the long, scaly muzzle, and I'm reminded of crocodiles. The one in front of Azar flutters its wings and stretches them before folding them back against his long body. Something crashes in the distance, and then the tail glides forward over the ground, swishing. Another dragon lands next to him. This one has a scar on his muzzle, just below a nostril, and one tooth is broken at the tip. His flanks are scarred in parallel rows, as if he's been raked with claws in the past, and it only adds to the menacing air. For some reason, I can't stop staring at that dragon. He terrifies me, but the way he holds his head makes me pause. Even though his eyes are blank, he seems arrogant. If Mal is a dragon, he's this one. The others settle in around us, squeezing in between houses and perching on roofs. We've never been this close to the dragons before, and some of the girls are openly crying in terror. At my side, Manda's breath is coming in shallow, anxious panting. I should be the same, One breath of fire, and we're all burnt to a crisp. For some reason, though, I'm not afraid. Azar doesn't want us dead. We're too useful to him alive. Melina walks up to Azar's side, apparently unafraid as well. She touches his arm. Well? I am trying, he snaps. It is not easy. Try harder or let everyone go inside, she retorts, unafraid of his bad mood. Azar glares at her, then storms toward the group of huddled women in the panty program. He scans faces, searching for something, and then pauses in front of Manda. My heart sinks as he heads right for her. He draws his hand back and slaps Manda across the face. The harsh crack reverberates in the streets. She lets out a yelp of surprise, dropping to the ground. Someone shrieks in surprise behind us, and I automatically reach for my friend. Do not! Azar bellows, pointing at me. I freeze, eyes wide. No touching, one of the guards says. It's Daniels, and he moves to step in between us. I glare at him, close to tears. How can he let Azar do this to the woman he loves? He looks helpless and frustrated, but I don't care. How could he let that happen? Manda's done nothing wrong. I clench my fists at my side, watching as Manda gets back to her feet. Her hand is on her cheek, and there's a bright red mark on her face where he struck her. Azar turns and looks at the dragons, watching. Nothing, he says after a moment. It's not her. Take her back to her rooms. His gaze focuses on me. You, come forward. Azar, Melina complains, moving to his side. You can't do this. Can't I? He ignores her when she reaches for his arm. They are willing participants in my program. They eat my food and sleep under my roof. They belong to me. He glares at her. Just as you belong to me. Fuck you, she says, giving him a shove of indignation. And fuck all of this. You're being ridiculous. Azar continues to glare in my direction. Well, girl, I'm waiting. I really, really don't want to be slapped. I take a hesitant step forward, though, because the guards are eyeing me. It feels as if I'm going to my own execution. Trembling, I take another step forward. The Lord of Fort Dallas lifts his hand as if waiting to strike me. My head suddenly swims with pain. A hot, bright light flares behind my eyes, and I press a hand to my forehead, fighting at the ice pick stabbing through my skull. Bent over, I vaguely hear Azar crying out. Wind rips at the air and people scream. I look up to see a dragon. The scarred one. I knew it was the scarred one. Taking to the air, he bellows in anger, and I realize he wants to kill everyone in the street. Everyone. I sink to my knees in the mud, and people scatter, screaming. The guards and girls race for shelter, even as the dragon beats its wings, a trapped bird in a cage. Nearby, Azar flings a hand in the air, his entire body taut, as if wrestling with an unknown force. The dragon twists in the air, bellows once, and then flings himself onto the nearest building. It collapses in a crash of rusted metal. More people scream in horror. That's the one, Azar says in a triumphant voice. Grab her. Guards move close by. No one touches me. My lord, one of the men says, I thought our instructions were... Grab her, Azar shouts. Rough hands grab me by the arms, even as my head feels as if it's cracking open. I'm hauled away, spots swimming before my eyes. 7. Jenny. I fade in and out. Pain lances through my brain, sending shockwaves of agony rippling through my mind. It's like my skull has been cleaved open, and I squeeze my eyes shut so it doesn't leak out of my eye sockets. I'm barely aware of where I am, only that tight, pinching hands have me by the arms and are dragging me through a building. There's a smell of candles, and then something hard and heavy and metal clasps around my ankle. I'm dropped to the hard concrete floor and left alone. I groan, flopping onto my back, and press the heel of my palm against my throbbing head. That's his fault, you know. What? I squint, trying to focus, to make out my surroundings. Mostly, I just want to go to sleep and not wake up until my head stops hurting. I see a vague, pale figure in candlelight. Lord Azar. He's sitting in a plush red velvet chair with wooden legs, an absurd, antique-looking monstrosity that seems out of place in the building we're in. It's an empty warehouse of sorts, with a concrete floor that smells vaguely of old gasoline and dust. There's an enormous hole at the far end of the ceiling, showing the stars. Other than that, the place is empty. The only things here are me, Azar, and the candelabra next to his chair. Your head, Azar explains in a chatty, casual voice, as if we're buddies now. He's trying to reach out to you. I can feel it. He's fighting my control and trying to connect to you at the same time. Most humans don't feel anything at all when Draconi reach out to them. The fact that you do makes you special. It's interesting. Special. Great. I curl up on my side, my mouth filling with saliva as my head pounds. Can you tell him to stop? He's killing me. Actually, he's not. Azar's voice is matter of fact. And he won't stop. After all, he's been doing it on the sly, hasn't he? And you didn't tell me a thing. That makes me rather angry. He still sounds personable, pleasant. I thought the rules of my program were very clear, and yet all of you aren't happy. That one fool wishes to steal away a perfectly good female and marry her, and now here you are, stealing a dragon that's already under control. Why do I even bother? I should let the abyss take all of you. But I do not envision myself as a king of scraps. My head throbs again, and something wet trickles out of my nose. I touch it and glance at my fingers. I'm not surprised to see it's dark. Of course it's blood. The splitting headache makes sense now. My head's melting out of my nose. I didn't know he was a dragon. Azar nudges my shoulder with his shoe, not getting up from his chair. Speak up now, female. You're mumbling. I grit my teeth and glare up at the pale, annoying lord. I didn't know he was a dragon, I say louder. I thought he was an imaginary friend. His brows furrow as he gazes down at me. A what? I close my eyes again, struggling to breathe through the pain. An imaginary friend. That I made him up, in my head, to help with the nightmares. It's quiet for a long moment, and then Azar nudges me with his shoe again. Nightmares? Tell me more about these nightmares. I'd shrug, but I don't have the energy. Bugs. The rift? He presses. Do you dream of the rift? I manage to shake my head. Just bugs. And dirt. Filth. Like, even the air around me is dirty and I can't ever get clean. He hums low as if considering this. Your dreams, they feel evil? Yes. And this dragon, he started talking to you in your dreams? I guess. The throbbing in my head seems to lessen a bit, and I swipe at the blood under my nose. He sensed I was scared. He showed up to protect me. I thought it was all in my mind, though. He never told me anything about himself. Azar grunts. When did these nightmares start? Why is he so interested in my dreams? A few weeks ago, about when the large bugs started showing up in the city. I guess they freaked me out enough that I dream about them. What bugs? I squint in his direction. What do you mean, what bugs? He kicks at my shoulder again, harder, and my head flares in agony once more. This time, Azar grunts too, as if he's being pained as well. I'm just getting her attention. Calm down, he mutters. Tell me more about the bugs. What bugs? He enunciates as if I'm slow. Explain it to me. I sit up, dazed. It's hard to think with my head feeling as if it's a burst melon. The bugs. I try to focus. Some of the people in Fort Dallas have started seeing them. We've always had bugs, but not as big as these. They're the size of cats. Or dogs. Maybe even bigger. I bite the inside of my cheek because just thinking about them makes my stomach churn. People are catching them and eating them because there's not enough food to go around. Fools! And Hightower and I saw them chewing on a corpse outside the gates. It's like they're coming out of nowhere. Azar leans forward in his plush chair, glaring at me. Have you eaten them? God, no. Just the thought makes me sick. I press my hand to my mouth. Good, don't. They're just as unnatural as you think. Where are they coming from? He doesn't answer me, though. He just keeps watching me thoughtfully. Eventually, he says, You'll show me the people that have been eating them, and where they're finding them? I blink up at him. Right now? Of course not right now. Azar gets to his feet. Right now, you need to fuck my dragon and bind him to you. The sooner you get pregnant, the better. What? I stare, not entirely certain I've heard him right. Did he just say I need to fuck his dragon and get pregnant? Excuse me? Lord Azar is unmoved. You heard me. You know what my program is for, and you agreed to it. You're happy to eat my food and wear my clothes and sleep in my safe beds. Well, now it's time to pay up. I have a dragon that thinks you are his mate. Even if it means I must now collect a new one to guard the fort, it will be another tool in our arsenal. And you, he points at me, will make him happy. Play nice with him. Flirt. Flip your hair or whatever it is you females do. Seduce him. And make it quick. We don't have endless amounts of time to wait on you. I gape, shocked. You expect me to just spread my legs for a dragon, right now? He shrugs, his lean body already heading toward the door of the warehouse. If you don't, I see no point in continuing this program. If you want your friends to be fed and safe, you'll do as I ask. I stare at his retreating back, stunned. I'm not entirely surprised at what he's asking me to do. I knew in the back of my mind that eventually there'd be some sort of payment due. No one gives you food and protection for free. I knew we were being used as lures for dragons. It's just so sudden. I swallow hard and get to my feet, wobbly. That's when I notice the manacle around my ankle. I've been chained. It's not like I could run anyhow. There's nowhere to go. But they're making sure I seduce this dragon. Either that, or I'll make him a tasty snack.
8. Maul. I always think the heavy hand of the Solorian lifting from my mind will be like the dawn, a slow rise to consciousness. Instead, it is a lightning bolt, quick and brutal, and I am thrust back into my own body from the gray abyss of nothingness. I awaken with a bellow of rage, fury boiling through my form. I spread my wings, tail lashing in anger. How dare he? How dare he? It is not to be born, this upstart Solorian, daring to take over my mind. Does he not know who I am? The Queen will hear of this. I flick my tail in anger, and it smacks against something soft. Ouch! Frickin' stop it! A hand dares to grab at the tip of my tail, as if it can cease its motion. What are you doing? I give it one last flick, just because I can, and then breathe deep. And freeze. I know that scent. It's the female I have smelled, despite the disgusting layers of human scents all piled together. It is my female. Is this a trap? I narrow my eyes, lowering my head to get a good look at her. The lair we are in is dark, but I do not need much light to see. Her scent will tell me plenty. The scent of the Solorian lingers in the room. It especially lingers on the wooden piece near my female, so I bat it aside with my claws, pleased when it flies across to the wall and shatters into 1,000 pieces. The female gets to her feet, and a fierce scent touches her. She thinks I am violent? She has no idea. I am furious with rage. I am bitter that the Solorian has taken me, despite the fact that I am Queen's Guard. I am blank. I have no memories of self. This alarms me, but surely it will return the moment the Solorian's grip is gone for good. I shake myself, flicking my wings, as if that will somehow ease the shadow of him from my spirit, and then grab the small human female into my claws. She lets out a shriek the moment I touch her, and her fierce scent doubles. She is afraid of me? I am offended. She had no fierce scent when the Solorian was here, but the sight of me? The male that will protect her and care for her? This is what frightens her. Or is there another female nearby, waiting to challenge her for the right to approach me? I flare my nostrils, scanning the room for scents, but hers is the only one. The others are old and unimportant. I lift her from the ground, and a metal chain jerks. The female makes a cry of pain, and I realize the Solorian has tied her down, tethered her to this spot. Fury blasts through me, and I grab the chain in my claws and yank, hard. The chain snaps, and a large chunk of the stone floor comes up with it. I send both flying against the wall, to land near the shattered remains of the wood. She makes another sound of distress in her throat, and I lift her even with my head, so I can study her. She has a mane that flutters as I breathe on her, wispy like feathers and downy. It does not sit still, but drifts around her head as she moves, and it is a curious golden brown shade, too dark to be the appropriate color of a mating female. Her skin is pale, without a hint of red to it, and her face is small and round. Her figure is small and round, too. Her scent is incredible. But other than that, she is unremarkable. She is also human. I war with this concept because I loathe the humans that pollute this strange land. I despise their smells. I hate their existence. And yet, I do not hate her. I do not know why she is mine, but she is. And I am keeping her. "Please put me down," the female babbles, making noises in her throat. Is something wrong with her mouth? I peer at her, watching closely. She makes the sounds again, and I lift a claw, only to have her bat it away. Rude creature. I tuck her against my chest and settle in, stretching my wings and studying my surroundings. Now that I have my female, I want to leave the human hive behind. The stench of it is overwhelming and distracting, and it makes it hard to concentrate on the good scent of my mate. There is a distant scent of other draconi, and I wonder if there are other females nearby. I wonder if this one has challenged others to be mine. I eye my mate. She takes one small hand and pushes against my scales, as if determined that I should let her go. Well, that is not going to happen. "You might as well stop now," I chide her. "You belong to me." The female does not respond. She just keeps on pushing at my grip, trying to wriggle free. There is a strange skin hanging over her limbs, one that smells of old hands and touches. I do not like it. I uncurl my grip around the female and with a flick of my claw rip the covering from her body. She lets out a cry of distress. Have I harmed her? Violence suddenly floods into my mind. Violence and anger. My breath comes hard and fast, and fire licks at my nose. Someone has hurt my female. Someone has tampered with her. I will destroy them. I will destroy them all.
9. Jenny. "Those are my clothes," I cry out as the dragon casually shreds my dress with one claw. "What the fuck?" He makes a sound of anger, and then flames start to dance along his nostrils. His eyes have gone entirely black, and there's a low growling in his throat. I freeze in place, terrified. I've waffled back and forth with fear and indignation ever since the dragon appeared. The logical part of me knows that the dragon is somehow attached to me, that this is Mal, the friend from my dreams. But the reality of it feels strange. He's enormous and terrifying. He's still a dragon, after all, and there's no sign of the calm, amusing, somewhat smug voice I remember from my dreams. It's like the two pieces don't line up. I cup my hands to my breasts, covering them, and stare up at the dragon that's looming over me. The Mal, in my dreams, didn't have a face or a body. I didn't know he was one of the dragons that Azar kept on the walls. Of course, he'd be the freaking scariest one. He's the scarred one with the chipped tooth and the wild features, the one that looks as if he's taken on the world and won, the one that looks like he'd eat the others for dinner. Somehow, this doesn't jive with the kind Mal of my dreams. And I'm supposed to just sleep with him? Make a baby with this guy? This dragon? I stare up at him, anxious and worried. His eyes are whirling in ominous black, and flames dance on his breath, even as he reaches for me and drags me close to his breast again. I'm snagged in a burning hot dragon embrace and shoved against his scales, also burning hot, as the dragon paces the empty warehouse like a watchdog. I honestly don't know what to do. The dragon's tail lashes out. flicking back and forth as he lowers his head and stalks along the edges of the warehouse, his nostrils flaring as if he's drinking in the scents of everything. This pings a thought. Azar knows there's something about scents that sets off dragons. It must be why we're constantly told not to touch each other, why we can't bathe except one day out of the week, and why we're constantly giving away our panties so they can use them to lure dragons. They're scent lures. Okay, then, some sort of scent here must be bothering him. Let's look at this logically, shall we? I keep my voice nice and calm, as if I'm talking to a rabid dog. The dragon turns back to me, those black eyes swirling, but I catch a hint of color in them. It quickly disappears, and I'm hit with a sense of déjà vu. I remember this dragon. I remember him watching me from above on the barricade. I thought it was in my imagination, but now I know. You've been trouble for a while, haven't you, Mal? I put a hand on his scales and pat him. And right now you're freaking out because you smell something? I think? Or maybe you're confused. I chew on my lip, studying my surroundings. It's really just an old empty warehouse, without anything to look at. I can't imagine what he's smelling. Azar? The guards that dragged me in here? I'm guessing, but I have no clue. He might not even be mad about that. He might just be mad. I glance up at the dragon. This would be a lot easier if we could have conversations like we do in my dreams. The dragon sits on his haunches and pulls me up toward his snout as if peering at me. I keep a bright smile on my face, even though I'm terrified. How the hell did Rachel tame a dragon if they're like this? How did she get together with hers? I wish I could ask her, but something tells me that Mal isn't going to just let me excuse myself for a few hours to cross through Fort Dallas and find my friend. Besides, I'm kinda naked. Those big nostrils flare again, and he sniffs at my skin, then lifts the claw almost like a finger. I shrink back as the enormous thing heads for my face. Can we not do this? I promise to stop talking if you don't rip my face off. I babble in a panic, my voice rising as the claw moves unerringly toward my mouth. Please don't. I screw my face up, eyes closed and shoulders hunched in the dragon's grip as I try to protect myself. To my surprise, the butcher knife-sized sharp claw brushes against my lip and then pushes into my mouth. Is this some sort of sex game with dragons? Is this how I win him over? Do I suck on it? God, I wish I wasn't a virgin. What a damn inconvenience. I wish I knew how to seduce a man. But even if I did, would it work on a dragon that wants his claw sucked? With a game smile, I politely suck on the thing in my mouth and try to be sexy about it. That what you want? He pulls it away, and I could swear for a moment he looks as confused as I feel. The dragon, Mal, I remind myself, lifts his claw to his nose and sniffs it. His eyes flare gold, the black bleeding away, and then it's like he sees me for the first time. He pulls me close to his nose again and nuzzles me with his enormous nostrils. I guess that's a start.
Mal. The female licked my claw. She is trying to give me her scent. She is trying to brand me as hers in front of other females. I am fascinated. It is a bold move for a female to declare that a male is hers and try to give me her scent. Normally, it is the other way around. After a female wins a male, he mates with her, and if he decides she is his, they share fires. If he decides she is not worthy, he spends his seed on her back to scent mark her as a failure. This is different, and I like it. She does not act like she is claiming me, though. Her expression is wary, and when I extend my claw again, she licks it once more, but there is a hesitant look on her face. She watches me as if to see how I will react, and then babbles more sounds at me. "Speak to me," I demand. "Tell me your name. Tell me your thoughts." She makes more noises at me, reaching out to my claw and tapping it. She gestures at our surroundings, then looks up at me with a questioning gaze. I do not know what she wants. I nuzzle at her, breathing in her scent, and when she does not flinch away, I uncurl the claws I have around her enough to let her sit in my palm. She wriggles in my grasp, shifting back and forth on her hips, and her arm covers her breasts. She keeps hiding them, and I worry something is wrong with them. Does my mate have a wound she is keeping from me? I nudge her with my nose, and she makes another one of her squealing noises and then pushes against my snout. I ignore her, sniffing at her skin. Her belly seems whole, her breasts too, and I smell no blood. I run my nose over her skin just in case, and she bursts into fits of high-pitched sounds. Laughter. I am fascinated. I have heard amusement before, but never through the mouth. It always comes through thoughts, like proper communication. "Are you happy, my mate?" I send. There is no response. She pushes at my nose again, making more of those noises when I blow my breath across her skin, trying to get a reaction. She laughs again, squirming. The sound is bright and loud and echoes off the walls. I like it, but at the same time I am frustrated. Why will she not talk to me? "Change forms," I demand. "Change forms, and we will fly away from this place to somewhere safe." When she does not, I worry that she has been struck by madness. This world makes everyone crazed. Why not humans? She is mad, she will not change forms, and now I cannot reason with her. Perhaps this is why she makes so much noise instead of touching minds. I croon at her, rubbing my muzzle against her wispy mane. "What do you need?" I ask her. "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" I lower my head, breathing in her scent, and then press my nose between her thighs. She is not aroused. My female makes a yelp and shoves my head away. She babbles again, her laughter gone, and her expression is indignant. One hand moves between her thighs as if she shields herself from me. This is confusing to me. How am I supposed to mate with her when she is not aroused? Yet she marks me with her scent and makes it clear that I belong to her. I do not understand my mate. Perhaps she is crazed after all.
10. Jenny. I'm getting frustrated. Not only am I naked and abandoned with a dragon, but it's clear we've just been left to our own devices. What exactly are we supposed to do here? The dragon, Maul, if it is Maul after all, runs his nose over me in ticklish ways, but the moment he shoves his snout between my legs, I shut it down. I push him aside, and that seems to make his temper flare as if I'm refusing him. Hell yeah, I'm refusing a dragon. He's airplane-sized. There is absolutely no way anything along those lines would work. I don't care how much Rachel loves her dragon. I know she didn't sleep with him while he was, well, a dragon. So when he tries to rub his nose on me in that way that makes me laugh because I'm incredibly ticklish, I push him aside again. We need to talk, Maul. Can you please talk to me? I stare up at him, waiting. I don't know if his dragon mouth forms words or if he needs to turn human. No one's explained anything to me. The dragon simply curls that massive hand, claw, paw, whatever, around me once more and hauls me against him. I drum my fingers on his scales, frustrated. I'm trapped in his clutches. My arms are free, but even if I were able to wriggle out of his grip, it's clear he's not letting me go anywhere. He intends to just, I don't know, hold me? But for how long? I stare up at his enormous face, frustrated. At the chipped tooth missing the end and the scar on his snout. He glares down at me, if dragons can glare, and his eyes whirl those ominous dark shades. In the dreams, he talked to me. In the dreams, we communicated. In reality, I feel as if he's barely hanging on, like the wrong word will suddenly cause him to snap and he'll go on a killing rampage. I blink up at him. That's it. If the waking Maul won't talk to me, I need to get him to go to sleep. In our dreams, we can meet one another. I don't suppose you feel like napping? I whisper up to him. Eyes kinda heavy? Feeling drowsy? The dragon just stares down at me, eyes dark. I'm guessing that's a no. I swallow hard and wonder if I can relax enough to go to sleep. I'm not scared of Maul, oddly enough. I was at first, but now that it's clear all he wants to do is hug me to his chest, I know he's not going to harm me. If he wanted to, he could have 12 times already. Instead, I'm worried that he'll lose his mind, what little he has, and go on a rampage in the city. I've seen too many dragon attacks in the past to not be leery of a wide-awake dragon with flames ready to come out of his nose. If I say the wrong thing or look at him in a way that pisses him off, is he going to lose his mind and just destroy half the city? Will Azar take him over again? If so, what happens then? I feel like if I don't somehow convince Maul to play nice, I'm not going to live very long. I think about the ringing slap that Azar gave Manda. He didn't think twice about decking her. I think about Haley's dead body. No one cared that she died. I am absolutely expendable to these people, and I've never been more aware of it. That's the most terrifying thing of all. I let the program and the regular meals lull me into a false sense of security. To them, I'm a tool. And what happens with tools that no longer work? You discard them. So, I need to figure out what I'm supposed to do with Maul and make it happen. Azar wants me to sleep with him and magically get pregnant. I'm thinking that's a stretch, but I need to at least be able to talk to Maul, and right now, we're going in circles. So, sleep it is. I hum a lullaby, hoping it'll make him relax. I don't have a great voice, but lullabies aren't about great voices anyhow. They're about soothing sounds to help you drift off to sleep. The moment I start to hum, the dragon lowers his head, pulling me out from his chest so he can peer at me. That's right, big guy, I hum-sing to the tune of Rockabye Baby. Time for us to go night-night. You are a stubborn female. I open my eyes, that thought ringing through my head. I'm back in my bed in the barracks, and for a moment I'm confused. How did I get back here? A claw-tipped hand caresses my hair, but when I look around, I can't see. Shadows cover the man at my side. Ah, this is a dream. Maul, is that you? I try to sit up, but my head is heavy in the dream, and the hand caressing my hair is so very nice. Maul? Who is Maul? Okay, now I'm confused again. You told me your name is Maul. Did I? He sounds disgruntled. It is a short, brutal name with no power to it. I do not think it is mine. Then what is your name? He scoffs for a moment, and then he's silent. You have no idea, do you? The shadows concealing him shift, and I see a big golden hand reaching for me. Instead of fingernails, he's got black claws. It should be terrifying, but instead, I find him fascinating. After all, this is a dream. He can't hurt me, and I don't think he wants to. I touch his hand, and it's just as warm as I imagined. I like that warmth, too. I bring his hand to my face, letting him touch my cheek.
I suppose I can be Mal, for you.
I smile into the darkness. He's there, I can sense. I can make out a form, but not a head. It's frustrating because I want to look at him. Why can't I see your face?
It is your dream, not mine. You tell me.
No need to be so grumpy. I'm just trying to talk to you.
I have been trying to talk to you for hours. You are a frustrating female because you do not listen.
Mal sounds irritated at me. You have? How did I miss that? I've been humming for what feels like hours, trying to get a lullaby to make us both drift off to sleep. I must have dozed in my humming. You've never said a word to me.
I have said plenty. You are just not listening.
I frown up at his shadowy figure. He's golden and bare, and in a way it reminds me of Rachel's dragon man. Surely I'm not dreaming about him, am I? That'd be fucked up. The clawed hand grabs my chin, turning me toward him.
It is Mal that holds you. Mal that is in your dreams, not another.
Now he sounds offended again. I'm sorry, I reach up. If I could see your face. He's still covered in shadow, but when I reach into the darkness, I can feel a face against my fingers, warm and strong and solid. I skim my fingertips over his skin, learning him.
I think you are using this as an excuse to touch me.
His tone goes from irritated to playful, and he shifts under my touch. In the next moment, a warm mouth and fangs nip at my thumb.
You wish to mate me, do you not? Admit it. There is no shame in it.
What? I pull away. I'm just trying to figure out what you look like. That doesn't mean I want to fuck. Talk about not reading the room.
What room? The one we are trapped in?
Are you listening in on my head?
Of course. How else do you think we are talking? We are connected while you sleep. You are too stubborn when awake to talk to me.
I frown to myself because he keeps saying that, as if I'd somehow ignore him. He's a dragon. They're impossible to ignore.
This is truth.
He takes my hand in his again.
And yet, you managed to do so in spectacular fashion.
His teeth scrape at my hand again, and then he presses my palm to his cheek and breathes in deeply.
I could drink your scent in for days, my Jenny.
Goosebumps prickle over my skin. I'm fascinated by his touch. It's been a long time since anyone's touched me. I didn't realize until this moment how much I needed my father's hugs and casual pats on the shoulder. Now, Mal's touching me, and it's reminded me that no one has touched me in any way since my father died. I didn't know I missed it.
I am not your father.
Mal sounds offended. I know you're not. This is making me realize I was lonely. I didn't know I was. I rub my thumb over his skin that I can't see because dreams are stupid and they're holding him back from me. I'm always surrounded by people, but I didn't realize it was possible to be lonely like that, and yet I am.
There is no need to feel alone. I am with you. You called me out of my slumber.
Did I? How?
Your dreams. You asked for help, and I heard you.
He nuzzles at my palm, and I realize he's rubbing his lips against my skin. It feels ticklish and arousing at the same time, and I don't think I could pull away even if I tried.
You called for someone, and I answered. Now we are mated.
I feel like we skipped a step in there somewhere, I murmur.
We are bonded. I need you as much as you need me.
His teeth lightly scrape against my skin again, and I gasp at the sensation, desperately wishing I could see it. It's like my dream is deliberately keeping all the good stuff from me. You need me?
I do. I do not like to need anyone.
Arrogance bleeds through his words.
But when we are connected, my mind is clear, and I am able to push him away, if only for a time.
Push him away? Oh, you mean... I pause, not wanting to say the name in case he disappears on me again. That guy, the one that keeps you, captive.
Yes, being with you makes it easier to fight.
His lips rub against my palm again.
When you are not there, I am confused and maddened. It makes it easy for him to step in and take over.
For some reason, I can feel his anger and frustration bleeding through his mind. He loathes being trapped, but at the same time is embarrassed that it happens.
It should not happen to me. I am one of the Queen's Guard.
The Queen? I echo. Who's the Queen? He pauses, and there is nothing for a long time. I can practically feel him searching his thoughts, looking for something.
I do not know. I am missing pieces. Like my name, Mal is part of it, but not all of it. But I do not know the rest. I do not know a great many things anymore, and it bothers me.
I'm sure they'll come back with time.
Will they? I do not know. Your world does strange things to a mind. I have not been myself since I came through the rift.
I don't think anyone has, I point out. Our world was turned upside down too. My thoughts fill with those early days of fire and destruction, and the constant smell of ash on the wind, of seeing familiar buildings and safe places burning, always burning, and dark, terrifying shapes in the skies. I remember how awful it was to realize that there was no safety in the world any longer, that everything you thought you knew could be turned upside down. Then came the riots, and then the starvation. So many people didn't make it, and those of us that did were completely changed.
The rift took everything away from us, and yet it gave us much, too.
Did it? Like what? I try to keep my tone amused, but it's hard to think of a positive thing associated with the rift, the constant symbol of our destruction.
It brought me you, my mate.
His lips are warm on my palm again, and I'm filled with hot yearning. I want to see his face so much. He brushes his tongue over my skin, and then his mouth goes to my wrist, hot and wet and hungry. I suck in a breath. I've never thought of myself as particularly sexual. It's hard to be like that in the after, when every man thinks he can take what he wants from you. It's hard to look at sex positively when you see how awful it can be for so many people. The whores at blowjob Becky's, for example, or even the girls that come back from a night with the men, bruised and angry. I've seen how Bethany's husband treats her. I've been propositioned dozens of times, and I've always been left cold. I know what the books and movies always told us sex was supposed to be like, but it's never matched with what I've seen in the after. I figured that if there was any desire left inside of me, the rift burned it right out. But with Maul's mouth on my skin and his thoughts lacing through my head, I feel different. For the first time, I wonder what it might be like.
I will show you,
Maul tells me, and his thoughts are sultry with need.
I will take your soft, weak human body against mine.
Gee, thanks.
I will change to my two-legged form and breathe in the sweetness of your scent.
He takes in such a deep breath that it makes the air catch in my throat.
I will lick you all over, tasting you. I will learn your body with my tongue, and I will discover what touches make you cry out, what touches make you sigh, and what touches make your cunt wet and hungry.
I gasp, shocked at the blatant words and the visuals swirling through my mind. He's sending me pictures of his big hands parting my thighs and his face burrowing between them, seeking out my warmth.
When your body is ready for mine, I will give you my fires, and then you will truly become mine.
Your fires? I haven't heard of this. What does that mean? In my dream, Maul suddenly exposes sharp fangs that seem longer than ever. He leans forward, grabs me by the throat, and sinks his teeth in, biting me. 11. Jenny. I wake up with a yelp, my limbs flailing. I sit up, panting and wide-eyed, trying to make sense of things. My body throbs, a curious mixture of fear and lust both, and I'm tempted to put my hand between my thighs like I sometimes do when I'm in the baths alone, just to get that body-wrenching release. Something big shifts beside me, and I turn, rubbing the last of the sleep out of my eyes as I do. The dragon, right. I stare up at him, at the eyes that seem equal parts gold and black, whirling like a hurricane. As I do, the dreams come back to me with clarity. I talked to Maul. He held my hand and rubbed it against his skin. He told me he wants to be my mate. That was you in my dreams, wasn't it? We talked again. The dragon stares down at me, expression imperious. Maul? I get to my feet, my knees feeling like jelly. There's a heat throbbing between my legs I'm determined to ignore, and I squeeze my thighs tightly as I straighten. You said you wanted to talk. Let's talk. I'm here. When that gets no response, I tap my chest. Remember, Jenny? You bit me in my dreams. It was terrifying, that bite. But I also didn't hate it. Parts of me really, really liked it, and I wonder if that was just the dream, too. The dragon lowers his head, and I'm filled with a sense of relief. Now he'll talk. Maul rubs his nose against my hair, blows out a breath, and then rests his head on his foreleg, watching me with those eyes that seem more black than gold now. Oh, for fuck's sake, I say, exasperated. My hands go to my hips, and I glare at him. We just had a conversation, remember? My cheeks burn, because my memories of the dream were that it was a downright sexy conversation, and now he's acting like I don't exist. Did I offend you somehow? If so, I'm sorry, but I don't know what I did. Don't give me the silent treatment. The dragon yawns, and it occurs to me that Maul like this is nothing like the Maul in my dreams. I frown to myself, taking a step forward. As I do, one big paw curls around me, and he drags me against his chest like I'm his favorite teddy bear he wants to hold while he naps. Frustrated, I try to think. Maul is confusing, utterly, completely confusing. It's like he forgets what's happening from one moment to the next. He mentioned that this world did strange things to his mind. Is he only himself in my dreams? Well, that does it then. I push his claws open, squeezing my way back out of his grip. Fine, we are going back to sleep, and then we are going to hash this out. I give him a grumpy look, move a few feet away, and then lie down on the hard floor, closing my eyes. I'm trying to sleep. An impossible thing when you're frustrated and worked up. When I hear Maul's big dragon body shifting around. A moment later, claws curl around my torso, and he tugs me across the floor. I open my eyes to see that the dragon's moved closer to me, and he's now got me tucked between his front legs, as if protecting me from the outside world. That takes a lot of the heat out of my frustration. I reach out and pat his claws, sighing. We'll figure this out, I promise. And then I lie back and try to go to sleep again. This time, the warmth of him is like a blanket, and it doesn't take long before I drift away again.
You are back.
The voice is a sultry croon in my ear, sending goosebumps all over my body. I open my eyes in my dream and look around. I'm back in my barracks room, but I can feel Maul's presence even if I can't see him. The shadows are everywhere, lit only by a sputtering candle. I tried to talk to you and you ignored me. I sound whiny to my own ears and try to adjust my tone. What's going on?
You did not speak. I would have listened.
We're clearly miscommunicating somehow. He's a dragon, and I'm still thinking like a human. I try to hold back my frustration. I woke up and spoke to you, and you stared at me.
You did?
I literally stood right in front of you. Don't you remember, Maul?
My thoughts are clear right now, less so when you are gone.
He reaches for me again, all warm hands and sharp, sharp claws.
Let me touch you.
I grab his hand before he can distract me. Let's stay focused. I didn't go anywhere, Maul. I woke up. I squeeze his hand in mine, gazing into the shadows where his face is supposed to be. Is it something to do with waking? Is that it?
I do not understand. You spoke to me, and I came.
Hot arrogance floods through his mind.
You called for me to protect you, and I did.
You mean in my dreams?
In your mind.
Something clicks. Is that how your people talk, in your minds? I try to think if I've ever seen Rachel have a conversation with her dragon, with Jurek. They share a lot of knowing glances, but he's always silent. A mental connection. It makes sense. I reach for Maul, eager. Is that why we're having problems? You don't remember what we've talked about when I'm not in the dream with you? I search the shadows, but I still can't see his face. It just adds to my frustration. We need to connect mentally?
Yes, open your mind to me, and we will speak as we should.
Open my mind to him? I don't know how to do that. I'm not psychic. I'll try. Let me wake up.
Not just yet.
Maul's arms go around me, and then I'm dragged against warm golden skin.
Let me hold you. You have been gone for a long time.
I haven't been gone at all. I've been right next to him. I bite the words back because I remember what he said about his mind not being clear. I don't know what he needs, but I intend on helping him get it. Someone will have the answers. Rachel will, I realize. Rachel will have all the answers. She's already done all this.
Your friend?
He asks, plucking the thought out of my head. Yes, she's mated, to one of your friends, Jurek? I look into the shadows, searching for his face. Do you know him?
It does not sound familiar. I touch no mind but yours. I have been alone in the darkness for a long, long time.
That sounds terrible. I hold him close. I'm here, I remind him. I'm not going anywhere. Mal holds me against him, and in the dream, the cot is comfortable and big enough for both of us.
You cannot go anywhere, he teases, because I would follow. No one will keep us from each other ever again. I promise this.
Strangely enough, it sounds nice. I have an ally. Sure, he doesn't remember me half the time, but in moments like this, I see why Rachel is so happy. Rachel, I remind myself. When I wake up, I have to talk to Rachel. 12. Jenny. A boot plants in my side, waking me from my sleep. Get up, says a harsh, familiar voice. I am disappointed in you. I jerk awake, looking around. Azar looms over me, dressed in pale, flowing garments that look twice as nice as anything ever tossed in our direction. I sit up, disoriented, and automatically push at his foot when he tries to nudge me with his shoe again. Don't. Do not tell me what to do. He leans forward, glaring at me. I ask one thing of you, and you cannot even do it? What's he talking about? I look around, confused, searching for Mal. When I went to sleep, he was right next to me, curled around me. I don't see him now, and when I sit up, I notice that I'm naked, and Azar has 2 guards with him. Shit! With a yelp, I plaster my hands over my nude body and hunch over, trying to hide my nakedness. He looks down at me and sighs. Then he glances back at his men and waves a finger. One steps forward and tosses me a pair of plastic bags. One has breakfast corn cakes in it, and the other, a blanket or a shawl of some kind. I open the bag, grateful, and throw the scrap of fabric over my body. It's thin and not very warm, but it covers things at least. I wrap it around me like a bath towel and then get to my feet, looking for Mal again. Did they take him away from me? I scan the warehouse and see him a short distance away, sitting unnaturally stiff. Mal? I call out, wary. When there's no answer or even a twitch of recognition from the dragon, I race to my feet and stumble forward. The moment I can see his eyes, I realize what's happened. They're completely gray. Azar has him again.
I have been alone in the darkness for a long, long time,
Mal had told me. My heart hurts as I gaze up at him, at how dead his expression is. You stole his mind again, I accuse Azar, turning to look at the fort's lord. He's not there, is he? I tested to see if you had done as I asked. You have not. Lord Azar storms to my side, all swirling robes and the fresh scent of his soap. Perhaps I did not make myself clear. There is no time to waste. You need to bond him to you. I'm trying. I just don't know how. I gesture at the dragon in frustration. When we talk in my dreams, he seems like he's there, but the moment I wake up, it's like I'm starting over from square one. I can't get him to talk to me. Azar pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration. I explained this. Try again. I hug the thin blanket to my chest. He stabs a finger in the direction of the dragon. Him. He points at me. You. He makes a crude gesture. Fuck. Together. A tight smile crosses his face. You bond. Everyone's happy. Understand? I gape at him. That's how I connect with him? I explained this last night. You said you wanted me to fuck him, not that it was how we talked to one another. I think about the dream, and the way Maul viciously bit my throat, and how much pleasure poured from his mind at the thought. A shudder sweeps through me, and I instinctively know that's part of the deal. Is he going to kill me? Don't be foolish. You're his mate. Azar gives me a dismissive look. In case you hadn't noticed, all you females are far more useful alive than dead. I glance over at Maul, who looks like an unyielding statue once more. So, how does this work exactly? I'm supposed to just, climb on him and hope for a red rocket situation? Because I'm really not keen on that idea. Or... I trail off, hoping I've got it all wrong. Is there a better way to do this? To my surprise, Azar looks flustered. You are asking me how to seduce a Dracony? Do I look as if I would be the expert on that? You're the one that wants me to fuck him. You tell me. I hold my ground, determined not to look like a coward in front of Azar. When we were out in the scavenge lands, my dad taught me a lot, but the best lesson was that you never show fear to a bully. I draw on those lessons now, my shoulders straight, my head up. This is all your master plan. Give me the nitty-gritty details so I don't fuck it up again. He stares at me with narrowed eyes, then turns away. I will send the scarred girl to come and explain it to you. She should be able to tell you what to do. Rachel? Oh, that'd be great, actually. Thank you. Relief floods through me. Rachel will know exactly what to do. My friend's not the most cuddly sort. Rachel's a bit abrasive at the best of times. But she's protective and smart and a good friend. She'll know what I need to do. I hold the blanket closer to my body, feeling a glimmer of hope that this situation will be resolved soon. I appreciate it. And the blanket, too. And the food. Do not thank me, Azar says, pausing. Thank Melina. She insisted. Then, turning on his heel, he storms toward the doors and out of the warehouse.
13. Maul. The female, my female, judging by her scent, wanders our prison with a thin, colorful layer wrapped around her body. She does not approach me, giving me wary looks from afar, and presses her hands on the walls, shaking them. No, not walls, I realize. They are doors of some kind, and they are too heavy for her to open. I do not want them open, because if she leaves, I will be forced to chase her down. Right now, I have everything I want. A quiet place with privacy and my mate. The roof has an opening large enough for me to crawl out if I need to go hunt. This is all I need. I lower my head, letting one of my eyelids slide over my eyes as I feign sleep. I do not sleep, though. I watch her slight form as she moves around, drinking in her scent and feeling the air shift around us as she walks. She eats something that smells appalling, relieves herself in the farthest corner of our prison cave, and makes more of her sounds. I do not understand her. I try to reach out to her mind several times, but she has me completely blocked. My frustration is endless. How can she push me out? I recognize her smell, so she surely fought other females to be my mate. Why does she ignore me then? Why are my attempts to contact her rebuffed? The doors to our prison open, and I lift my head. Other scents waft inside, and the doors are quickly shut again, the sound of chains pricking my ears. Ah. So the doors are not too heavy. They are chained shut on the other side. Whoever is trapping my mate in here wants her to stay with me. I look over at my female, my scales prickling as a mated Draconi male and his female enter. My mate makes happy sounds and jumps to her feet, moving to greet the female. The male is in his two-legged form and pauses to glance up at me. He sends me a stabbing thought of greeting, but the sensation is overwhelming and raw, and I do not like it. With a growl, I shove him back out of my mind. If he is surprised at my reaction, he does not show it. Instead, he ignores me, moving to put a hand on his female's back and hovering possessively near her. My mate makes sounds at the Draconi's mated female, and the female makes sounds back. They are communicating, and I send a tendril of thought out to my mate again, but there is no response. I do not feel her reaching out to touch minds with the female either. It is all very curious. I pretend to sleep as they gesture at me, my mate making worried sounds. The other female reeks of her mate and makes reassuring noises, and they calm my mate. They speak for a time, and then the newcomers turn to go. As they do, I catch a hint of the new female's scent. She is carrying a child. Interesting. I wonder what my mate will smell like when she carries mine. They leave, and then my female turns back to me. "Moll," my female says, making a noise that almost sounds like my name. She sheds the skin she has wrapped around her torso, and then approaches me, her arms out.
Jenny. All right, I can do this. Rachel explained to me what I suspected, and now I need to get on with the show. It's funny, but I'm not frightened. I'm a virgin, and the thought of sleeping with one of the Fort Dallas guys always turned my stomach. But sleeping with Moll seems like it'd be fine. Better than fine, even. Pleasurable. It's in the way he reacts to me in my dreams. The possessive, obsessive way he touches me, as if he can't get enough. I think I'll like sleeping with him. I've just got to figure out how to get him to turn to his other form. I'm relieved to hear from Rachel that he doesn't need to be in dragon form to make this whole mating thing happen. There's zero way that would work, and the thought of trying to entice a dragon seems bizarre and unnatural. But Moll should have a human form, just like her mate does, and I just need to make him remember to flip the switch, so to speak. So I turn to Moll and study him carefully. Here goes nothing. I drop the thin blanket to the floor, standing naked in front of him, and extend my arms out. The dragon just watches me through slitted golden black eyes. I need to get those eyes to pure gold, Rachel explained. They're tied to his mood, and the more content he is, the more likely he is to be in his right mind. Okay, then. I need to make a dragon happy. It's just how? Rachel said that Jurek transformed for her almost immediately, so she wasn't much help on that angle. She suggested I pet him a lot, talk to him in a sweet voice, and act seductive. And if that didn't work, drag his nose to my pussy and let him get a sniff. The mental image of that makes me squirm with discomfort. There's something weird about shoving a dragon's snout between my legs to try to turn him on. When I look at Moll like this, as a big, plain-sized dragon, I don't see him as Moll, the person. I still see him as an aloof, dangerous dragon. It's hard to reconcile the two when he's never given me any indication that he's the Maul of my dreams. Even when I address him, he ignores me. Not exactly setting me up for seduction, and the thought of shoving a dragon's snout between my thighs isn't getting my engine revving either. Azar's threats have made it clear, though, if I don't do this, he's going to take his frustrations out on the other girls in the program. I'll be kicked out too, forced to live as a nomad. I think about Haley's dead body, eaten by bugs, and shudder. Without my dad's protection, I won't last very long. Even the toughest women never last long outside of a fort. I'm not appalled by the idea. I've always known at some point that sex was a commodity I could trade. It's now time to trade. And I don't hate the idea of having sex with the Maul of my dreams. In fact, the Maul of my dreams intrigues me a lot. It's just the dragon part of him I'm having trouble with. I eye my enormous companion. I don't suppose you want to make this easier on me? The dragon gives me a long, uncomprehending stare. His eyes are still more black than gold. The sight of me naked hasn't done anything for him. I keep my arms up, though, and gesture that he should approach. Come on, come say hello to my tits. He continues to gaze at me. Maul blinks once, slowly. Then he lowers his head to one of his forelegs, and his eyes close, as if I'm the least interesting thing in the world. I clench my jaw, my pride stinging a little at that. Oh, come on. My naked body isn't that bad. I've got boobs and everything. Logically, I know that there's not a problem with me. He's just being a stubborn dragon who doesn't know me outside of his dreams. So, I steel myself against my irritation and put a smile on my face. I change my voice to a cooing one, like I'd use against a wild dog or a child. Don't you want me to be naked? I thought all guys were into this sort of thing. One eye flicks open and he studies me. Aha. So, you're faking, I tease in my best seductive voice. I feel a little silly, but at least I'm getting results. I slink forward, regarding him. He's got multiple eyelids, it seems, and I watch as one lowers over his eye, but not all of them. Is he watching me more than he wants to let on, then? Interesting. Maybe you're in there after all, deep, deep inside. The dragon doesn't move a muscle. He's completely still, and I get the impression he's watching me to see what I'm going to do. I'm actually not entirely sure what I'm going to do. I'm winging it and hoping that I'll stumble into some success. Look for the gold in his eyes, Rachel had advised me. She'd told me about the bite, too. That Maul has to bite me and pour venom into my veins so my scent changes and so I'm fully bonded to him. That after that, we'll have a mental link that overrides everything, even Azar's mind control. I'm a little worried about the whole venom thing. But Rachel looks fine, so I hope it'll all turn out okay. I'm not exactly flush with alternatives. I move up to Maul's side and whisper his name. Nothing. Not even a twitch. I put my hands on his scales, rubbing them and petting like I would a horse, and I feel a little foolish. How is this going to get his engine revving when it's not doing anything for me? I'm supposed to somehow arouse him, but treating him like an animal isn't exactly filling me with lust. I run my hands over his scales as I think, scratching and petting. It's like petting rock. There's no give to his scales, and no indication from the dragon that I'm there. After a few minutes of this, I give up. Rachel said if it didn't work, to shove his head between my thighs and let him breathe in my scent. I squirm at the thought, as it seems more than a little awkward. I'm tempted to run for the doors to see if he'll react if I try to escape. Except I tried that before, and Maul didn't move. And it's not like I can escape anyhow. They're chained on the other side. I wish I had a pair of panties to use, since dragons seem to love them so much. I pause. Of course. I glance over at Maul, who I suspect is watching me and pretending he isn't. If he's scent-driven, I need to give him my scent. If I want to turn him on, maybe I need to be turned on too. And grinding against a dragon's nose isn't going to do it for me. I'll have to take matters into my own hands, literally. I make a nervous sound in my throat, shaking my hands out. Okay, I'm totally doing this. I can do this. I can. It's just performance art for someone I like very much. I glance over at the dragon. Someone hidden deep down inside. It's something I've only ever done in private, and never as often as I'd like. My dad was always at my side for the last 7 years, protecting me, which made touching myself impossible. Now that he's gone, I've been living in the barracks with the other women, which also makes it difficult to get a moment alone. Touching myself has always felt like a secret, forbidden sort of pleasure, even though it's featured in all the dirty books that Manda loves to read over and over again. I suddenly wish I'd spent less time sewing and more time reading. Okay, enough stalling. I take a deep breath, glance over at the motionless dragon, and then pick up my blanket again. I spread it out on the floor nicely, then sit down on it. I take another deep breath, steeling myself, and then lie back, my knees bent. I mean, it's not really a performance if the dragon isn't paying attention, right? In essence, I'm here by myself. At least that's what I tell myself to get through things. I remain where I am for a few moments, doing some calming breathing, and then slide my hand down my bare belly. It feels decadent, forbidden. Maybe it's that forbidden aspect that makes it so appealing, but my pulse quickens, and I stroke my skin again. And again. I move my hand downward, the other caressing my breasts. I take my time, stroking my skin and trying to enjoy myself. I also absolutely do not look over at Maul to see if he's paying attention. If he does, great. If not, I should at least get an orgasm out of things before they kick me out of the fort. My hand moves to my pussy, and I slide my finger deeper into my channel, searching for my clit. The moment I brush over it, the sensation is so intense that I gasp, and my legs curl up, my body tensing. Oh, fuck. I wasn't expecting it to be that strong, but I must be worked up with all the tension of my situation. With a little whimper, I stroke my finger against the side of my clit again, trying to repeat the intense sensation. There's a sound like a broom sweeping over floors. I look over at the dragon, even though I swore to myself I wouldn't. He's in the same curled-up position he was before, except now his tail is swishing back and forth over the concrete. The sweeping sound I heard. And his eyes are slits. Golden slits. That's encouraging. I touch my clit again, gasping as I do, and stare right at the dragon as I finger myself. I slide my finger lower, testing to see if I'm wet. My folds are slick with moisture, more than I've ever managed before, and I drag some of it back to my clit, circling around it with a wet fingertip. Hot need is building through my body, and I forget all about Maul as I close my eyes and continue to rub myself, working my pussy. I've never had the leisure to take as much time as I want, so I do that now. When I get close to the edge, I skim away from my clit, teasing down to the entrance of my core, where I'm warm and slippery. I stroke a finger inside myself, and it feels good, but not as good as touching my clit, so my hand wanders back up there to rub until I'm close to the edge again. A scorching hot hand touches my knee. I yelp in surprise, rolling off the blanket and away, my hand covering my pussy. I sit up, shaking, and immediately feel stupid. I've been so focused on touching myself that I forgot where I am and why I'm doing it. Sitting on the other side of the blanket is a big, golden man. He watches me with hooded eyes that flare a deeper shade of gold than his skin, black swirling around the edges as if waiting to creep back in. He kneels on the floor, his big body lean and somehow arrogant, his hair a thick, wild, tangled halo that floats around his head and shoulders. "Maul," I breathe, fascinated. "It's you." It has to be him. He shifts his lithe body, turning to face me. He's taller and leaner than the other dragon men that I've seen, with an arrogant cast to his face. His features are long, his nose large and his cheekbones high. It gives him a haughty look, one that's intensified by the small scars on his face. He's got the 4 parallel scars tracing across his ribs in his human form, like he did in dragon form. And he's very naked. I avert my gaze from that part of him, as it seems rude to stare at his dick. As I study him, he moves forward on hands and knees, slinking toward me. I'd say that he's crawling, but it feels more like a predator slithering towards his prey. And I'm his prey. 14. Jenny. "Hi," I manage. "I'm Jenny. Do you remember me?" He says nothing, leaning over me, his thin nostrils flaring as if breathing in my scent. His face is right in mine, his breath brushing over my skin, and I do my best to remain completely still. I'm afraid if I move too quickly, he'll shift back into dragon form and all the progress will be gone. "I'm going to take that as a no," I whisper. "But you must know me a little, or you know my scent at least?" Maul sniffs me again, and then looks right at me, our noses practically touching. His gaze locks onto mine, his expression searching. I fight against a wave of shyness and uncurl my hands from between my legs. I need to do something instead of sitting here like a lump. Hesitant, I reach one hand out toward his face. He touched my cheek in my dreams, so maybe he'll let me touch him now? The dragon man immediately grabs my wrist, his eyes flaring black. He stares at me for a moment, his expression accusing, as if I violated some sort of personal space rule. "Sorry," I whisper. I wiggle my fingers a little. He's not holding me tightly, and I don't think he means to hurt me. I'm just trying to figure you out. Maul's nostrils flare again, and gold floods back into his eyes. He gazes at my fingers, and then licks them clean. Okay. That is dirty and wrong, and so damn hot. I suck in a breath. Maul licks my fingers again, then takes one into his mouth and sucks on it, a look of sheer bliss on his face as he violates my hand. His grip is loose on my wrist. I could pull away at any moment. I just don't want to. I'm fascinated by his response, and by the way he looks so deeply aroused by my scent. I have never had a man suck on my fingers before, and it feels weird at first. When his tongue slicks against my skin, though, I swear I feel it between my thighs. I squeeze my legs tightly together, my pulse pounding as if it's focused right behind my clit. Mal releases my fingers and licks my palm, his gaze locking onto me again. I whimper because his eyes are completely golden, and the look he's giving me is making me think he wants to devour more than just my fingers. His lips slide over my hand and down to my wrist, and he continues to watch me, even as he brushes his mouth over the inside of my arm. He tugs me forward until I'm forced to move closer to him. I crawl forward on my knees, and my thigh brushes against his. Because I'm becoming a shameless, fascinated hussy from some finger licking, I look down, studying his body. He's big, really big. Granted, I'm a virgin, so I don't know what size is appropriate and what is too much. But Mal looks like he leans toward too much. His cock is thick and long, and the head seems very prominent, his scales densely packed together along the shaft. And he's very, very erect. The tip is wet too, which is surprising to me. I've seen lots of dicks in books, and guys showing me theirs to be funny. I swear, the after is sometimes like a big frat party. But I've never seen one with a wet tip. I kind of want to touch it. Is he wet because he's aroused like I am? His cock twitches, and as I watch, another droplet appears on the tip and slides down the side of the head. I look up at Mal, surprised, and he's watching me with that heated look in his eyes. He leans in again, and his mouth, hot and wet, licks at the inside of my elbow. I whimper, shocked. I never thought the inside of my elbow could be erotic, but when he puts his mouth there, it makes heat pulse between my thighs. Mal makes a sound, almost like a purring. He lets go of my arm and reaches, slowly, for my cheek. His gaze is locked on mine, and it feels like a test. Is he trying to see how I'll react to his touch? Remaining still, I barely breathe as he very carefully settles his palm against my cheek. It feels like it did in the dream. I know him, even if he doesn't know me, and the realization makes tears prick at my eyes. "Mal," I whisper, and turn slightly to kiss the inside of his palm. He keeps watching me, waiting, and it occurs to me that maybe he doesn't know what a kiss is. I dart my tongue out, licking his skin. He lets out a deep, aching groan. "Mal," I say again, as he lifts his hand from my cheek. "Mal, it's me, Jenny. You know me now, don't you?" If he does, it's not a high priority for him to talk about it. Right now, he seems focused on other things. He presses the back of my hand to the blankets and then puts his hand on my shoulder, indicating I should lie back. I do, and immediately he puts his hands on my legs, bending them again until I'm in the exact same position I was before when I was touching myself, on my back with my knees bent. And he looks down at me, waiting and expectant. A hot flush covers my face. He wants to watch me touch myself? I now have a very attentive audience, and I can't pretend I'm alone. That changes everything. I bite my lip, tentatively sliding my hand between my thighs again and watching his face, just in case I've misinterpreted. Mal pushes my knees apart, leaning in as if to watch. Oh, God. I don't think my private parts have ever been so scrutinized. My breathing has quickened, and I feel insanely tense as I cup my pussy and gather the courage to touch myself again. My fingers skim lightly over my clit. Mal bats my hand aside, pushing my thighs farther apart. What? His big hand covers my mound, his skin almost abrasively hot. I gasp in surprise, squirming. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was just going to watch. Mal looks up at me, his clawed fingers resting over my pussy. He pushes my folds apart, then lifts his hand, staring at his claws thoughtfully. They look utterly dangerous, but for some reason, I'm not afraid of them. He'll be careful. He's always careful in my dreams. As I watch, he lifts his claws to his lips and bites them down to the quick. Or, okay, you'll do that, I murmur, distracted as he snaps each one off until they're harmless. He puts his hand on my skin again, and this time, when his thumb strokes over the seam of my pussy, he looks pleased. I moan, squirming under his grasp. His touch feels good, his skin incredibly warm against mine, but it's not enough. Mal stares thoughtfully down at my spread thighs. His thumb moves over my folds again, and then delves deep, rubbing over sensitized skin. I buck against his hand, whimpering when the pad of his thumb brushes against my clit. That gets his attention. His eyes go pure gold, and he lifts his thumb to his lips, licking it. Jenny. The word is guttural and strange, his voice thick and rusty, as if unused. It's still the hottest thing I've ever heard, and I whimper again at the sound of it. He knows it's me. Mal, I whisper, please. He leans in, and instead of putting his hand on me again, he presses his mouth to the inside of my knee and flicks his tongue against it. I moan in anticipation as he moves forward, licking up the inside of my thigh. Okay, he's headed right for my pussy. It looks like he's a man that moves fast, and I can't find it in me to complain. I'm too turned on. Mal nips his way to the apex of my thighs, and then drags his nose through the curls, covering my mound. I shudder in response, because he's so close that I can feel his breath on my skin, but still so far away. His fingers move through my slick folds, even as he nuzzles my skin. And then he parts my folds, and his tongue flicks over my clit. Need explodes through me. I cry out, grabbing at his head. To my surprise, short, hard horns are buried in that thick, wild hair of his, and they smack against my skin as I try to find a handhold. I bury my fingers in his hair and hold tight. Not that he's going anywhere. I just feel the need to hold on to him as his tongue moves over my pussy, learning me with the scorching tip of his tongue. I squirm as it circles around my clit and then delves deeper, pushing into my core. He groans then, lapping at my taste, and I could swear he breathes my name again. He works his tongue against my core, holding my folds apart with his hand, and it's both the best thing I've ever felt and the most frustrating. I've never had anyone touch me here, and having his mouth there is sheer intensity. But at the same time, he's ignoring my clit, and I'm so worked up that it feels like torture. I desperately need the orgasm that seems further and further away by the moment. When his tongue delves into me again, I pull one hand from his hair and slide it between my legs again, furiously rubbing my clit as he does. Oh, fuck. I'm so close. So close. I just need... Mal grabs my hand and pries it off, and I make an unholy sound of frustration. Jenny, he murmurs again, and then his mouth moves over my clit. His fingers brush against the entrance to my core, and he sinks one inside me. I arch, crying out, because his finger feels much bigger than mine. It's hot, too, achingly so. I squirm, my hips rising as his tongue circles against my clit, and I fist his hair again, grinding against his mouth mindlessly as he tongues me. "I'm so close," I say brokenly, as he licks and circles my clit. "So fucking close. Don't you dare stop." He drags his finger in and out of me, his movements slow, and when he adds a second one, it changes the intensity of things. My hands tighten in his hair, and when he tongues my clit faster, the sounds I make are all the more unhinged. My legs can't seem to stop moving, and I park one foot on his shoulder, my leg folded as he grips my hip with one hand and finger fucks me harder with the other. I'm mindless with need, so close to the edge that I can't think straight. All I know is that when he looks up at me with that possessive golden-eyed stare as he licks my clit, it does something to me. When he makes that purring sound in his throat again, I feel it against my clit, and it's enough to send me over the edge. I explode with a scream, working frantically against his mouth. He thrusts his finger into me harder, his actions rough, and it feels so damn good it just adds to the pleasure of it all. I keep crying out, my thighs locking around his head as I come, my muscles clenched with the force of my orgasm. And I curl over on my side, dragging him with me because he won't stop licking me. I'm panting as I come back to reality, vaguely aware that I've still got his head between my thighs, his tongue dragging over my sensitized skin as he laps up every drop of my arousal. He's on his side, I am too, and seems to be in no hurry to move, which is weird considering I've got him in a chokehold between my thighs. I immediately squirm away, freeing him. "Oh God, sorry." Maul makes a sound of protest as his hand slides out of my pussy with an embarrassingly wet sound. God, how wet am I? He sits up, his skin flushed and damp as he gazes at me, his eyes pure, rich gold. And the look he gives me makes me blush. He didn't come. That much is obvious as he prowls toward me again, then nuzzles at my neck. His cock is standing at attention, and when he pushes me onto my back again, I get an up-close view of him and the beads of wetness that slick his length. Curious, I reach out and touch one, and it's like touching hot grease. It burns my fingers, and I hiss, immediately wiping them on the blanket. Maul growls low in his throat, settling his weight over me. Oh no, we are not doing that if his dick is going to burn me alive. With a worried little squeak, I slither out from under him and then roll away. I immediately get to my feet, flustered. My knees are weak, and it's hard to look composed when you just had a dragon man in a headlock because he licked the living hell out of you. I brush my frizzy hair back from my face, but static is making it cling to everything. Annoying. So, we need to, talk before we move forward. Maul gets to his feet, unfurling his body to his full size as he stands straight and proud, and good gravy, the man is tall. I stare up at him, a little alarmed. What is he, 7 feet? I compare him to Rachel's friend, but he's got at least a good 6 inches on him. His shoulders are wide, but his body's lean and beautiful, despite the scars that decorate his skin. His hair is a crazy mop, though, and when he wipes his wet mouth, I shiver at the hunger on his face. Well, I guess I got what I wanted. Maul is very, very awake now.
15. Maul. My female's taste burns through my mind. Jenny's scent is in my nose, her taste on my tongue, and I must have more. She skitters away from me, shy and uncertain, but I do not stop. I know what she needs. She needs my bite and my fires. Then she will be mine in all ways. Our minds will bond, and she will no longer smell of only herself. She will smell like me, too. She will smell like my mate. And if I thought her scent was pleasant before, I can hardly wait to smell ours combined. My mouth waters at the thought. She shrinks back, but there is no fear scent on her, only uncertainty. Good. I do not want her to be afraid. I have shorn my claws for her. I have shifted into a weaker form for her. Do I not stay in the human hive right now? For her? I could fly us both away from here and take her someplace that does not stink, but this place is her home. Until our minds are joined, I will give in to whatever she needs from me. Moll, she says again, her voice soft. She says my name aloud, and it sounds strange. I recognize it as mine now, though. She speaks to me when she opens her mouth, and the noises come out. I do not know why she chooses not to touch with her mind, but it is another reason why we need the mating bond. We can get past this primitive need for making noises at one another, and I can feel her thoughts. And she will feel mine. I need that desperately. When I am around her, I feel focused. I did not realize how much I lacked this focus until I tasted her on my lips. Around her, there is clarity. Without her, there is the Solorian. I push thoughts of him aside. I will mate her, and she will take my fires. We will form a mental bond, and then I will take her far away from this place, and from him. We will make a nest together, and I will hunt for us both. She will be safe and protected once she is mine. Until I claim her as my mate, she is vulnerable. I hold my hand out, waiting. She does not hesitate, and immediately puts her hand in mine. This pleases me. Jenny knows that she belongs to me. I pull her close, and her sweet scent envelops us. I breathe deep, feeling anchored and strong. To think I have been lost in the darkness when my mate was right here, waiting. She will wait no longer. My fangs elongate, heating as they fill with my mating venom, my fires. My mate gazes up at me, uncertainty in her eyes, even as I hold her against me. "Are we doing this now?" she asks, a question in her voice. "Do not be afraid," I send to her. "I will give you my seed and claim you as mine, but first, you must have my fires." My thoughts disappear into nothing. My mate does not receive them. She gazes up at me, waiting, and so I must talk to her like she does to me. "Jenny." The sounds come out garbled against my distended fangs. Her gaze goes to them, and her eyes widen. A tinge of fear appears in her scent. "De bite. Right." She takes a deep breath. "Okay, then." And my mate closes her eyes, steps closer to me, and tilts her head back, offering me her throat. Her bravery pleases me. She is clearly afraid, but will not let it stop her. Her strength makes my cock even harder. Never have I wanted such a female more. I slide my hand behind her head, cupping her neck, and she shivers against me. "It will hurt but a moment," I promise Jenny. "And then it will be so very sweet." I lean in, breathing deeply of her scent, and lick the softest spot on her neck, the place I will bite her. She trembles against me again, but her fear scent is less sharp than her arousal, and it makes my fires burn hotter. My fangs ache with the need to pierce her. I give in to the temptation, unable to resist any longer. My fangs sink into her tender throat, and she sucks in a breath, sagging against me. The maddening need to claim her overwhelms me. I sink my fangs deeper, clutching her against me as my fires pour forth. It is like a river of hot lava, scalding us both as they sear from my fangs into her bloodstream. It is a release so strong that my cock jerks with the force of it, and my seed spurts from my cock. She cries out, pulling away, and I realize I am hurting her, burning her. I cannot let her go, though. If I do, I will tear her throat. I wrap my arms tighter around her, pinning her against me as I pour more of my fires into her. It is both agony and ecstasy, the need to hold my release back, as well as the intense pleasure of giving her my fires. Her fingers tighten on my skin, and then she sags against me, limp. I panic. My female is not supposed to go limp when I give her my fires, is she? She's not supposed to slide out of my grasp as if all the bones in her body have melted. Jenny? I try again, pushing hard as I search for her mind. For the first time, though, there is a response. Faint, gentle, but it is there. Jenny is there. I feel as if I can breathe again. When the last of my fires are spent, and my fangs no longer burn, they retract. I lick my mate's bruised throat, pleased at the sight of the puncture wounds that even now close over. Her scent is changing, her mind tickling against my own. I settle down on the floor with my mate cradled in my arms to wait for her to awaken, and I cannot stop touching her. I caress her face, her neck, her arms, everywhere I can touch. Her softly rounded belly is reddened from my seed, and I use the colorful wrap she wore to brush it off of her. The burns will be gone by the time she awakens. My fires will make certain of that, but the need to take care of her overwhelms everything. When she awakens, we will mate fully and completely, and then she will be mine. I could push her thighs open and claim her now, while she is lost to my fires. Other Draconi have done so to their mates. But I do not like the thought. I want Jenny looking up at me with her expressive eyes as I touch her. I want her seeing my face as I sink deep inside her and give her my seed. I want her to be with me. So I will wait. I will wait, and then there are a great many things that must be done to provide for my mate. I must find a safe place for us to nest, establish territory. I must feed her, too, ensure she is comfortable. Impregnate her with my child. Get her far away from the Solorian and the human hive both. I should get started, I tell myself. Jenny might be sleeping for hours while our bond forms. I can hunt for her. Scout the area, now that I am in a clearer mindset. I do not move, though. I find I cannot leave Jenny's side. Instead, I brush my fingers over her cheek, touching my mind to hers over and over again to reassure myself it is not a dream. That I do feel her, faint but growing stronger. That I am no longer alone in this nightmare world. I have my mate at my side.
16. Jenny. It's noisy. I wake up disoriented and open my eyes. At least, I thought it was noisy. I was sleeping, no dreams, oddly enough. But there was a constant voice in my ear, loud and insistent, and it's what woke me up. But when I open my eyes, I see Moll leaning over me, and the old warehouse is utterly silent. In fact, it's so quiet I can hear water dripping somewhere. I blink up at him, and Moll smiles. The expression is somewhat feral, but I'm pleased to see that his fangs are normal-sized once more. Not the massive, terrifying saber-tooth-like monsters they were when he bit me. His smile is surprisingly charming for a mouthful of fangs. The tip of one is broken off, giving him a bit of a roguish look.
Finally,
Booms that voice in my head.
You are awake. Good. We will mate now.
I lift a finger, licking my dry lips. I'm sorry, one moment. What did you say?
My cock aches for you, Jenny. I ache for you. Let us mate, and I will give you my seed.
His shorn claws dance lightly over my skin, and he traces my lips.
I want you to smell like me.
Well, that is definitely a strong sort of greeting. Hello to you, too. How are we talking if your lips aren't moving?
Our minds are connected.
I stare at his lips, because they really are quite amazing lips. Thin lips, yes, but perfectly sculpted lips, too. Lips that aren't moving when he speaks. It takes me a moment to grasp this, because it's so absurd to see and experience.
The mental bond,
he says. Right, the thing I've been trying to establish with him.
You want my lips to move?
He gives me an utterly arrogant look that seems familiar, even though his face is new to me.
This will make you somehow believe that I am speaking to you. How long do they need to move for?
He pulls my hand up to his mouth and rubs his lips on my skin.
Will this do?
That's pretty good. My voice cracks with nervousness.
Why are you nervous? I will be gentle. Can we mate now?
You're really forward, you know that?
I know what I want. You wanted a mental bond with me, yes? I can feel it in your thoughts. Our bond will fade if we do not mate. It will grow weaker by the day, and then I will be lost again.
His thoughts, as loud as my own, suddenly darken.
I would not like that.
I wouldn't like it either. I stare up at Mal, fascinated. I can see his face, so I know I'm not dreaming. His lean, arrogant features, with a tiny scar under one nostril and another on his brow. The high cheekbones and deep-set, expressive golden eyes. I'm open to mating, for the record. I haven't done it before. If I seem a little reluctant, that's why. It's not you.
I know this.
So smug. Oh, well, I'm glad we got that all out on the table, I say sarcastically, and wiggle my way out of his lap. Or at least, I try to. Mal locks a hand around my waist and doesn't let me go. It turns into an impromptu wrestling session. On my side, anyhow. The more I try to get away, the more Mal holds on to me, and I can feel his amusement leaking through my mind. He thinks my antics are funny, that my attempts to get away are silly fun. I'm glad one of us is having fun then, and roll over to try to get out of his grasp. Immediately, his thoughts flare with arousal the moment he sees my backside. The feel of it in his mind, and in my mind, is so overwhelming that I gasp. His need feels like my need, too. I can feel just how hungry he is for me, and how much he wants to touch me. And it arouses me, too. A moment later, Mal's big body covers mine. I press to the concrete floor, his heavier weight pushing me down as I continue the farce of trying to escape. Mal plants a big hand next to my shoulder, and his legs pin mine to the floor. He leans in and brushes his mouth against my shoulder, licking my bare skin, and I shudder with hunger.
You think I am arrogant? Perhaps I am.
He's amused at my reactions.
I believe in speaking plainly. You are my mate. I want you. I do not care if you are nervous. I ache to sink inside you and fill you with my cock.
His teeth nip at my skin, and I bite back a moan.
You can be nervous. as long as you are not afraid of me.
I'm not afraid, I manage. It's true, even when he's looming over me like this, I have no fear of him, never have. Maybe it's because I can feel how he thinks of me. His thoughts bleed into my own. I can feel how much he likes looking at me, how possessive he feels, how adoring, how he never dreamed of something as perfect as me as his mate. I can't be afraid when that litany is going through my head, when I feel how he feels, as if his thoughts are my own.
Why would you be afraid? I adore everything about you.
His mouth trails across my shoulder blade, and I stop fighting, because I love the feel of his lips on my skin. It's not a kiss, more like a tasting.
Let me worship my mate's body. Let me claim you as mine. Let me show you how much I need you.
His tongue grazes a ticklish spot on my back.
Let me show you how much pleasure I can give you.
That decides me. It's not that he wants to give me pleasure. It's that I can feel in his thoughts just how exciting the thought is to him. Like his pleasure is secondary to mine. That me coming is far more exciting than his own climax. No woman in her right mind could resist such a thing, and I'm not about to be the first. Mal laughs, and I can feel it rather than hear it. It echoes in my mind, sweet, dancing amusement. He continues to move down my back, pressing his lips and tongue to my skin.
You are greedy when it comes to me. I like that. I will give you plenty of my attention, do not worry. We will mate, and it will be glorious. Then, when you are spent, and your cunt is full of my seed, I will shift to my battle form, and we will get far away from here.
Away? I think I have to stay. He interrupts my thoughts by putting his mouth on my buttock and licking the underside of one cheek. It's such a blatant move, and a distraction, that I squirm and make a wordless noise that might be protest, might be encouragement.
It is encouragement,
Maul tells me, all arrogance once more. Okay, him being in my mind can get kind of annoying. I can't even hide how I'm feeling when his mouth is on me.
Why would you hide it? As your mate, my duty is to pleasure you, thoroughly and deeply. If I am not doing something you like, I wish to know. Did you like it when I licked your cunt? Or did you prefer my fingers?
His question is so blatant as it echoes through my mind that I whimper.
Ah,
he says, and answers his own question by picking through my thoughts.
You liked my mouth on your clit. I will remember that. Can I lick you now? Back here?
He eases his weight off of me and lifts my hips off of the ground like I'm a doll he's posing for his pleasure. And I let him, like the shameless thing I am.
I can smell how wet you are. You are making my mouth water.
He presses his face against my backside, rubbing his mouth over my skin.
I can lick you until you come again, and then I will claim you, yes? Or do you want me to push into you and make you come like that? You decide.
His questions come with a mental barrage of images, of me bent under him feeding his cock into me from behind, of him with his mouth between my thighs, and him making the most obscene noises as he tastes me. It's overwhelming, and I can't stop the whimpers I make.
You are having trouble deciding?
He teases.
My greedy, greedy mate. I will give you all of it, many, many times over. For now, shall I decide then?
I nod, utterly entranced. My mouth feels glued shut, no words rising to my throat.
You do not need words with me. I can feel your thoughts.
Mal puts a heavy hand on the back of my neck, lowering my shoulders even as he pushes his cock between my spread legs and rubs himself against my folds.
I will not burn you this time. You smell like my fires now, so good and sweet. Now your body will be ready for mine.
He drags his cock through my folds, and the sensation is breathtaking. He does it again, thrusting against my body, and when the tip of his cock rubs against my clit, it sends fierce pleasure barreling through me. I suck in a breath, closing my eyes and giving in to the sensations. Even with my eyes shut, I can see everything. Mal's mind is broadcasting exactly what he's doing to me, and I'm fascinated by it. He runs his hands over my backside, one hand with long deadly claws and the other shorn. He caresses my skin, fascinated at the way my butt jiggles when he touches me, but more fascinated with the feel of my cunt against his cock. I'm so wet, and now my scent is a mixture of his fires and my sweetness. It's like a drug to his senses, and it overwhelms him with how good it is. Mal pulls back, gazing down at his cock, and it's wet with my juices and slick with his own pre-cum. He wants me to be good and wet because he's so big and I'm so small. He doesn't want to hurt me. He guides the head of his cock toward the entrance of my body and then waits, hesitating because he looks so large against me. I moan with need, pressing back against him because the head of him pushing against my core feels so damn good. It's both invasive and amazing, and I rock against him, needing more. Please. The thought echoes in my head so loudly, I know he's picked it up. Please, Mal.
I have you, my mate. I will make you feel good.
He guides his cock and presses it inside me, just a little, rubbing the hardened tip against my entrance. I make a disgustingly needy sound, clawing at the floor helplessly.
Oh, I like that sound.
Mal tells me, and he's so smug and arrogant that it makes me crazy and turns me on at the same time.
Shall we see if I can get you to make it again?
One big hand tightens on my hip, and then he pushes inside of me, just a little, just an inch or so. It feels like too much suddenly. I pant, biting back a whimper of distress. He feels very large, and I suddenly feel very unready.
You are tight.
He agrees, and there's so much strain in his thoughts. His arrogance is gone, replaced by concern.
I will go slow, I promise. I will make it good.
He rubs at my skin, caressing my backside and hips, even as his cock impales me, making me squirm. I'm not entirely sure I like the sensation, now that it's gone from tease to overload. I love Mal's attentiveness, though. His thoughts turn soothing and possessive, like he's petting me from the inside out. He tells me how pretty I am, how sweet I smell, how soft my skin is, how tight my cunt, how much he loves touching me, how he's dreamed of having a mate as perfect as me. On and on, his thoughts swirl around me, drowning me in the constant litany of how amazing I am. Between that and the feel of his hands on my skin, caressing and petting me, I relax. Then Mal sinks deeper. I suck in a breath, expecting it to hurt, for the tightness and the feeling of too much to continue. It doesn't, though. There's an ache and a hint of burn that's quickly gone, and then I'm just left with fullness and a breathtaking sensation I've never felt before.
Oh, that's... Oh, that's really good.
Mal groans over me.
You are so tight, my fires. You feel amazing.
His hand strokes my backside, his thoughts possessive.
I am going to push deeper now. You can take me.
I can. I'm surprised when I answer him in my head. It feels natural, like making words aloud is too much effort. Not when he's so deep inside me and his thoughts are overwhelming mine.
I want you all the way inside me,
I tell him.
I want you to feel good too.
He grunts, and then he thrusts deep, his hips smacking against mine. I gasp, startled at the sharp sensation, but the pinch of it is gone in a moment, followed by the return of the intense fullness. Mal pauses over me, his thoughts pushing against mine as if searching to see how I feel.
I'm okay,
I send back.
Good.
He pulls back and then thrusts deep again. Hot lust spirals through my mind, and I realize how close Mal is to losing control. He's trying hard for my sake, wanting to make it good for me, but he's filled with thoughts of my scent and how amazing I feel and how much he aches with wanting to spill inside me. His sack is tight, his legs tense, and he thrusts into me again and then again, his movements quick and sharp. His hips snap against mine, and I gasp each time he smacks into me. The force of his body pumping into mine is startling. And exciting. I kinda love it. I fall into the sensations, letting him take over. Or I try to anyhow. But I love when he pushes into me hard and fast, and I learn that when I move, pushing my hips back to meet him, it increases the friction between us and feels even better. I whimper as he fucks me harder, and I can feel his determination to make me come. A twinge of guilt hits me because I haven't yet. Should I come faster? Is there something wrong with me, that he feels good inside me, but I'm not exploding like they do in the books Mando reads? Should I be doing more?
Stop,
Mal demands.
Stop worrying. You feel good under me.
He rocks slowly against me, his hands digging into my hips, and I lean into the motion, loving how it feels.
If you cannot come like this, you just need more encouragement. There is nothing wrong with you. You are perfect.
He leans forward, his hand reaching underneath our joined bodies, and then I feel his fingertips brush against my clit. It's like electricity, that single touch. It changes how everything feels. The moment he touches my clit, everything amplifies. I make a choked sound, pressing my face to the concrete as he touches my clit, then thrusts deep again. I've gone from enjoyment to on the edge in one stroke, and I need more. Mal growls aloud, and the sound just makes me even hotter. He fucks me hard, and his movements force his hands to rub against my clit as he does, and I cry out, everything tensing inside me. I'm going to come again, so damn hard, I realize, panting. It feels so good.
So good.
When my orgasm rips through me, I cry out again, the world flaring with color. Mal's mind is there, pressing against mine, his thoughts flooding my own. He loves the ripple of my walls as I come, loves the way I squeeze him tight, and it sets off a chain reaction. He comes too, his seed bursting forth as he thrusts wildly into me. He's giving me his fires all over again, my scent changing. The thought is filled with intense pride, and I realize it must be Mal's thoughts bleeding into my own. Me, I'm having a hard time remembering my own name as he drills into me, his movements erratic as he works through his orgasm. He continues to rock into me, his seed spilling down my thighs as he comes. It feels hot, too, hotter than my skin, but not so hot that I feel as if I'm being burned alive. Instead, it's a comforting sort of warmth, which is strange to think about. Maul drives into me one last time and then rolls onto his side, taking me with him. Oh, okay. We're doing that, I guess.
We are.
He wraps his arms around me, his legs twining with mine, and I squirm a little because he's still parked inside me. I'm not sure if that's a thing that is done or if he's waiting for something.
Perhaps I just like possessing my mate?
He nuzzles at my neck.
Stop worrying. Why do you stress over silly things so much?
Because you're a dragon and I'm human? Aside from that, I'm just glad all our parts are compatible. And I don't want you to lose your mind again, and I worry something's going to send you over the edge.
I am Dracony,
he corrects in that imperious mental tone of his.
And I do not lose my mind. It is always mine. It is just that sometimes someone else sits atop it and smothers my thoughts.
His mind goes dark, and instead of the pleasant waves I feel from his mind, things turn jagged and dark, full of shadows.
Evil Solorian.
Hey, I say, patting his arm. This is what I'm talking about. You're falling off the edge on me.
There is no edge.
But his thoughts remain as black and jagged as before. He needs a distraction. Sex is probably my best bet. Here, squeeze one of these. I put his hand on my boob and honk it. They're fun. Maul's thoughts immediately turn lighter and confused, but he strokes my breast, and when his fingertips glide over my nipple, my body clenches in response. That gets his attention, and then his thoughts are flowing like gentle waves again.
Have I not touched these yet?
Nope, and they are sorely feeling the lack. He teases my nipple, and I squirm, because it's making me ache right in my core. My slightly sore, still occupied, very happy core.
I shall make that up to them next time.
His tongue grazes my neck, and then moves up to my ear.
For now, you should rest. Are you hungry? Thirsty? What do you need from your mate?
His thoughts press against mine again, eager to please, and it's a little distracting. That, and the fact that he's utterly entwined around me. If I were a different sort, this level of connection with another person might freak me out. But I've been alone for so long that I love his attention. I want to bask in it. I want this in my head constantly because it makes me feel safe. It makes me feel comfortable. I'm no longer alone, no longer left behind.
You are mine,
Maul agrees.
You belong to me, and I belong to you.
His hand moves over my breast.
I will protect you, and you will keep me anchored in this disastrous world of yours.
That doesn't sound so bad to me. I snuggle back against him because he's warmth personified. I thought that when he shifted forms, he'd feel scaly and hard like he does in his dragon form, but his skin feels like normal skin. He's got some spikes on the backs of his arms and legs that I'll need to learn to avoid, but he's also deliciously warm, and when he presses against me like this, I never want to move again. Sure, we're lying on cold, uncomfortable concrete, but in the scheme of things, it seems like a small problem. Maul's thoughts suddenly turn dark again. There's a hard press against his mind, and then tension. I feel it, and judging by the way Maul makes a choked sound aloud, he feels it too. I pat the hand over my breast, worried. What is it?
The Silurian.
His thoughts are strained.
He is trying to take my mind again. He tries to push you away.
What? I struggle to sit up. What is Azar up to now? The moment his name crosses my mind, Maul's thoughts go black. It's like a record scratch, how quickly he moves from calm and sated to utter madness. Wild, jumbled anger floods into my mind, and I'm dumped on the floor as Maul gets to his feet. I look up at him, and he's wild-eyed, his gaze black as night. I don't feel Maul there in his thoughts either. They're empty echoes full of anger and not much else. The chain on the door rattles, and the dragon that was Maul picks up the scents of strangers.
Mate. Must protect mate. Must keep her safe.
A moment later, my vision is flooded with golden scales as Maul shifts to dragon form. He snatches me up in his clawed grip, pressing me against his scaled breast, and flings himself into the air, flying out of the enormous hole in the ceiling of the warehouse and taking to the skies.
Must protect.
Maul, I call out, worried. There is no answer in his mind.
17. Maul. The scents of enemies are all around us. The stench of them stirs my frenzied thoughts, makes me push harder to get away. I fly higher, beating my wings as hard as I can, determined to ensure my mate is safe. I need to get her away from here. I need to find safe territory. If there is no territory to be found, then I must take some from another male. The scent of other Draconi males is on the wind, and I automatically circle, attuning my senses to seek the direction with the fewest scents. I am not afraid to challenge another male for territory, but with my fragile mate in my claws, I cannot. I must get her to safety first. Protecting my mate is everything.
Maul?
The sweet voice drifts through my chaotic thoughts. I am confused. Who are you?
Your mate, Jenny? Remember? Are you okay?
A small, cool hand touches my claws. I look down and realize I am holding her, Jenny, and she is gazing up at me with concern. She is human. This surprises me. You are my mate?
Dude, we literally just had sex on the floor. You don't remember?
She sounds hurt. I search my thoughts, but all I find is more worry and fear. Worry that she will be taken from me. Worry that another will claim her. I must find us a nest. I must keep her safe. If my mate is human, and it seems she is, I must fight all the harder to keep her safe. Humans are fragile things.
You don't remember that I'm human? Are you okay? You seemed better earlier, but now I'm worried.
She pats my scales.
Put me down and let's talk, all right?
No, there is too much danger. We must get away.
But
I push her out of my thoughts, just like I push out the other males that try to touch minds with me. They are trying to let me know I am in their territory, but I do not want to confront them. I simply want to leave. I am in battle form, but my mate is not. She is vulnerable, and so she must be the priority. Her thoughts flare with frustration, but I force myself to ignore it. It pains me, but she will understand later when she is safe in her nest. I fly onward, past the cluster of old broken rocks and stone that is the human hive. Farther out, the scents of other dragons are less distinct, and when there are no fresh scents on the breeze, I dive lower and scan for a suitable nest. Something defensible. Something with high sides, like a cliff of some kind, though I do not see one. This area is flat, with more small, squat buildings and some trees growing up through the hard rock surfaces that are covered with the strange metal squares. A hand hammers at my claws. Am I squeezing too hard? I loosen my grip on my mate and look down at her. Oh, she is human. This surprises me. I nuzzle at her small head, drinking in her scent. She is mine, though. She smells of my fires and of our recent mating. I like this. She is soft and pleasant, my little mate. My sweet little mate hammers her small fist on my scales again, pointing. She gestures at some of the structures below, but they are not defensible. They are square and flat and stink of humans. I veer away as they are not good nests. And then I see it. A promising nest in the sky made of metal, shaped a bit like a thin mushroom. I take her toward it, flapping my wings with excitement. When I land atop the nest I have chosen and breathe in the air, I am pleased. There are no scents of humans and no other dragons. There is no cave atop this strange structure, but it is high up, and no one will be able to take my mate unless they come through me first. I am pleased. I land on the flat portion of the mushroom head and set my mate gently down. This is our nest, I tell her proudly. Her angry thoughts flood into mine. Take me down right now. No. Her thoughts grow stubborn. Then change, Mal. I can't talk to you when you're like this. Like what? A dragon? She gestures angrily at me. We are so high up that her scent rips away from me on the wind, her hair flying into her face. She pushes at it, scowling in my direction through the strands, and I lift one wing to protect her from the breeze. Change to human form. Human? My thoughts curl with disdain. I have no human form. Really? Then who was that fucking me a few hours ago? Her thoughts are flustered, and a mental image of me mounted atop her flits through her mind. Ah, you mean my two-legged form. I do have one of those. Two-legged, whatever, just change, please. I lower my head and nuzzle at her. Because you wish to mate again? Yes, sure. Whatever gets you to change. She pats my nose. Please, Mal. Just change. For me? I like her scent. It surprises me all the time, this scent. Is it possible for a creature to smell as good as she does? Because I love it. I love breathing her in and scenting the notes of her arousal mixed with mine, of her scent turning with my fires to something brighter, something deeper. I could breathe her in for days, just hold her close and drown myself in her scent. My mate grabs me by the nose and stares at me hard. Mal, change? Don't you want to mate? I do not smell her arousal, but her entreaty is enough for me to shift over. With a thought, I shift forms, letting my body ripple over to my weaker, two-legged form, the one that she prefers. The moment I do, she flings her arms around me and holds me close.
18. Jenny. This is a problem. I cling to Mal, now that he's back in his human, or two-legged, form, because I never want him to shift again. Something's wrong when he does. He forgets me. He forgets that I'm human. He forgets everything. And he shuts me out. It's like the moment he goes to dragon form, he becomes totally feral, and I have to start from scratch. A big hand strokes my hair as I hold on to him.
You are so worried. I am fine.
He seems amused by my fear.
Am I not whole? Did I not bring us to a safe place?
I pull back, gazing up at him with wariness. What's my name?
You are my Jenny.
His gaze roams over me possessively, his eyes gold with just a hint of black.
My mate, the one I have given my fires to.
I let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, one crisis averted.
Do you still wish to mate?
He moves closer to me, reaching for my breast, and touches my nipple.
I promise to play with these.
I squirm away. Not to be a tease, but I'm a little preoccupied at the moment. We can have sex soon.
How soon?
His thoughts are insistent.
I want to touch you.
As soon as I figure out what we're doing and how we get down from here. I take a few steps away from him, judging our surroundings.
Get down? Leave? We just got here.
He is full of amusement. Me, I am not so amused. I didn't recognize this building until he landed us atop it, and I can't believe this is our new home. I know this place. It's not really a building. It's an old metal oil derrick in an amusement park, with a big walkway at the top. There's an elevator that goes down to the ground, and we must be at least 10 or 15 stories into the air. I move to the railing, the high breeze whipping at my hair and skin, and look down below us. The remnants of the old amusement park are spread out below. There's a wooden roller coaster that's collapsed in on itself, and a nearby ride that looks like a Ferris wheel on its side. The paths are all overgrown, the plants having taken over everything, and there's litter and trash and dead leaves as far as the eye can see, mixed in with the colorful signs and abandoned snack booths. Why couldn't we have stopped at the mall, I pointed out, instead? I turn and look at my surroundings. Other than the rail-protected walkway and a few telescopes that let me look out over the city, there's nothing up here. There's not even a bathroom.
It is a fine nest,
Maul tells me proudly.
Very defensible.
It has no bathroom. It has no shelter. We have no food, no water. I'm trying not to yell at him, but this place only works for him, and he doesn't remember me when he's in dragon form. Maul, I can't get down. The elevator doesn't work after all this time, and even if it did, I wouldn't trust it. I'm stuck up here unless you shift and take me back down again.
And you do not trust me to do so?
His thoughts are accusing. You don't even remember my name when you're in dragon form, I point out. We should go back to Fort Dallas. His thoughts flare with anger, his jaw clenching.
The Silurians' hive? No, never. You are not safe there.
He doesn't want me dead.
He takes over my mind because it suits him. He enslaved me. Why would I ever go back? Why would you?
I'm silent. He has a point. Fort Dallas is just a place. It's not even one I'm particularly fond of. Cities are different in the after. They're not full of friendly faces or neighbors helping each other out. Everyone's out for themselves. But I do have friends there, and it's familiar to me, which makes it comfortable. And Azar made it sound like he needed us for something. I'm not his friend, and I don't care about his panty program, other than that it feeds my friends. But I can't help but wonder what his big plan is, and how it involves women mating dragons.
That is simple.
Maul's tone is short, his expression imperious. He stalks toward me like I'm his prey.
He wants an army in this world, as he did in the last one. If he cannot control as many dragons here as he did back in our world, he will control them through you, by forcing you to do his bidding.
I swallow hard, crossing my arms. He's not wrong. I have friends there, though.
Would they risk their lives for you? Because you are risking yours by returning.
He touches my cheek, his fingers gentle, even as his eyes flare with black.
You risk yours, and I will not do that. You belong to me, and I belong to you.
I stare up at him, fascinated at the loving support in his gaze. He won't risk me. He won't let me risk me. The thought is a humbling one. I know without me, he's doomed to be back under Azar's control, or attacking cities like the other wild dragons do. He needs me, too. I need to put him above the needs of my friends, like Bethany and Manda. Manda has Daniels to look after her. Bethany... Well, I can try to look after Bethany as much as I can, but I can only do so much when she chooses to stay with her useless husband that beats her and steals her money.
That is right, Mal encourages. Stay with me instead. I will never beat you, and I will only give you orgasms.
I giggle despite myself. How am I supposed to argue with that?
You cannot, which is why I use it to convince you.
He gives me another one of his rare smiles, flashing that chipped fang. It fades just as quickly as it arrived, and his expression grows serious as he gazes at me.
Stay with me, please. I am lost without you.
His fervent thoughts make me feel shy. We just met, I murmur, pushing my wind-blown hair back behind my ears again. It's so windy that the air rips at my bare skin and drowns out my voice, but I know he hears me because he hears my thoughts. It's just a lot to process all at once, Mal.
I know. I can feel your thoughts.
He brushes his knuckles along my jaw, gazing at me.
You are torn. You wish to be loyal to your friends, but you have no loyalty to the Solorian. That I am glad of, at least. But I cannot go back there. If I do, he will seek to enslave me.
I nod slowly, thinking of his gray-eyed, blank stare. Of the intense pressure I felt in his head when Azar tried to take over again. I can't imagine what a nightmare it is to know someone's had control of your body and you can't do anything about it. I won't let that happen to him again, no matter how I feel about my friends. I reach up and take his hand in mine. Then we don't go back, Mal. It's that simple. Warmth spreads through my mind.
Good. Then it is decided.
Mostly decided? I nod at our surroundings. My hair is constantly whipping around my head, and I suspect it'll be a permanent tangle before long. Add in the fact that the wind never stops and I have no clothing, my skin is pebbled with goosebumps. I don't want to stay up here.
Here is safest,
he tells me stubbornly. This isn't a home. It's not comfortable for me.
I will make it comfortable. Tell me what you need.
Immediately, a dozen things flashed through my mind. A mattress, bedding, a pillow. Something to protect me from the rain. Blankets, food, water, clothing. And that's just for starters. We need everything.
We will get that,
he reassures me.
All of it. And then we will come up here and make this our home.
A home. I look around. It's not my favorite place, but it's safe. Maybe it can work.
I will make it work,
he promises.
I will give you everything.
How can I refuse?
19. Mal. Now that we have established our nest, I want nothing more than to take my mate in my arms and taste her again. Claim her again. I am hungry to touch her, but her thoughts are worried and full of distress. She is cold, the high wind tearing at her. She wants coverings and somewhere soft to sit down. She is hungry and thirsty, and none of these things can be solved while we are up in our nest. Thoughts of mating and exploring each other must be put aside until my mate is comfortable. You are hungry? Thirsty? Shall I hunt and bring you something back? Her thoughts immediately become distressed. Jenny turns to me, putting her hands on my chest and shaking her head. No, don't leave me up here! It would only be for a short time. I would come back. She is unconvinced. You forget my name when you shift forms. How do I know you won't forget me and I'll starve to death up here? There's no way for me to get down. She frets, her hands brushing over my skin. If you shift, you have to take me with you. I cannot hunt with you in my claws. It would be dangerous for you. My fire breath would catch in the wind and burn your soft hair. I touch one lock and it clings to my skin, wrapping around my fingers as if it belongs to me. The shorn claws of my one hand look strange too, but I do not regret them. I would shear all my claws and hunt with my jaws and fire if it meant that my mate is safer. Jenny... No. She thinks of herself as Jenny, I realize, gazes up at me, her eyes pleading. There's an entire theme park spread out below us. Let's go see what we can find down there. Then if we can't find anything, you can go hunting. But let's try it my way first. Very well. Are you ready? I pull her against me and nuzzle at her throat, burying my face in her scent. You'll remember who I am? She asks. Of course. You are my mate. You smell of my fires. She gives me a skeptical look. Trust me. Jenny hesitates and then nods, taking a step back. Okay. You shift and then pick me up, and let's go down to the ground. I release her, waiting until she backtracks enough that I will not knock her over when I shift to my larger battle form. She seems very small up here, her wild hair ripping about her head as the wind tears at us. I will not forget her. She is beautiful and perfect, my soft, lovely Jenny. She can trust me. The knowledge of her is etched into my spirit, like my own name. You don't remember that when you shift either, Jenny calls out helpfully, picking up on my thoughts. I will this time. I am your mate. It will all be different now, I promise. My thoughts are in perfect order. I am clear-headed and strong. I am no longer lost. I give her a confident look. Watch and see.
Jenny. The moment Maul shifts forms, his eyes turn black. He takes to the skies roaring and darts away. I let out a sigh, my hands on my hips. Well, shit, he's forgotten me. Immediately, the dragon veers back toward the old oil derrick. He roosts atop the broken elevator and lowers his head to glare down at me. His nostrils flare, and I know he's picking up my scent. Hi, Mal, remember me? I offer, determined not to get offended. There's something wrong with his memory. It's like the moment he becomes a dragon, he forgets the basics. He's mentioned that this world is awful, that something is wrong with his head here, so it must be related. No sense in getting upset. I wave up at him, my thoughts firmly cheerful. I'm your mate. If you pick me up, you can smell yourself all over me. Hot suspicion creeps through his mind. He smells his scent on me, but it is mixed with human. Come on, Maul, I say encouragingly and cup my breasts. Take me down from here and I'll let you lick me all over. Then you'll know I'm your mate, Jenny. I deliberately say our names, trying to jog his memory.
What is down below?
His thoughts are suspicious. We were going to look for food and supplies, some clothing. I stroke my hands over my skin. I'm not a natural with the whole seduction thing. In fact, I feel just a hint ridiculous. But he's attuned to scent, especially to arousal. If there's anything that will get him back in his head, that will. So I touch my nipples, squeezing them, and thinking about how deep inside me he was just a short time ago, how big he felt when he'd covered me. The dragon lifts off from the top of the oil derrick and swoops down toward me. I raise my hands into the air automatically, but the claws that wrap around me are startlingly gentle, and the mind that touches mine is offended.
If you are truly my mate, why would you think I would harm you?
Have it? I offer back, even as he flaps his wings and moves higher. I'm not used to enormous dragons flying down and grabbing me. His claws are tight around me, locking me in place against his warm chest, but my legs dangle free, and I have to admit it's a little disconcerting. When he flies higher, I pat his scales as if that will get his attention. Can we go down and not up? His thoughts seethe at my impunity. How dare a human tell him how to fly? I'm your mate, I remind him. That's the only reason I dare. Immediately, his thoughts soften. He changes the angle of his wings and pulls me closer to his head so he can breathe in my scent. Warmth rushes through him, and I know he knows I'm telling the truth now.
What is your name again?
Jenny. I reach out and stroke his neck, my fingers skimming along his throat. I'm Jenny, and I want to go down. He acknowledges my request with a silent affirmation and pulls me closer to him, even as he shifts his weight, gliding downward.
What is down here that is so important?
I don't know, but I want to see if there's anything worth taking, and I want you in your two-legged form again. My voice gets lost on the breeze, but I prefer hearing my words aloud rather than having him grab them out of my thoughts. It's too confusing otherwise. You'll remember me when you shift. There's a hint of suspicion in his thoughts, as if he doesn't quite believe my claim. It quickly gives way to lust, though.
And then we will mate again?
Hot lust flares through my mind, some his and some mine. I can't help but think about how it felt to have him inside me, how hard I came as he worked my body skillfully. I'm a little sore, but that seems insignificant in the face of so much pleasure. We can, sure. I can feel myself blushing. If you want.
I will always want.
The big dragon skillfully glides down, and amidst the trees I see the jumble of old buildings. Some are old food booths, long abandoned, and souvenir shops. There's abandoned rusting tracks from old rides, mixed in with the overgrown greenery. And I'm immediately transported back into my memories of coming here with Mom and Dad for my birthday as a kid. We'd eaten ice cream and ridden every roller coaster, and it was the best day ever. Now, I'm returning without my father, and my mother is long gone. Sadness hits me.
I do not like your sadness,
Maul demands.
You will stop this at once.
I wasn't planning on being sad. I wipe sudden tears from my eyes, feeling a little stupid to be crying over roller coasters. It just kinda hit me.
We will go somewhere else then.
No, I say immediately. I want to go here. More than that, I want him to shift back as quickly as possible. He's reasonable like this, but he's not quite my Maul. It's not quite the same when he doesn't remember who I am or what I am to him.
I am trying. It is difficult. There is a lot of noise in my head.
Flashes leak from his mind into mine, of chaos and shadows, of things that make no sense, and mental images that distract but offer no comprehension. It's like someone's flipping a channel on him as fast as possible, overwhelming him with what's being presented. It's noise. No wonder he gets disoriented like this. I lean inward, trying to press my skin to his scales, guilty. I know you're trying, Maul. It's not your fault. I'm sorry if I made it seem that way.
It's all right. Where should I land?
He projects a view of the world below us into my head, just in case I can't see what he sees.
You decide.
I point to a clear area that looks like an old pavilion, with plenty of room for him to land without crushing anything. That's as good a spot as any. I pet his scales again as he circles lower. Thank you, Mal.
Is that my name? It does not feel familiar.
It is, I promise.
Interesting. It is very short.
His thoughts are full of dismay. It's not an insult. That is just the part you remember. I'm sure the full name is excessively long and proud. And then I blush, because saying that automatically makes me think of other parts of him that are excessively long and proud. His mind fills with pleasure.
You like my body? Good. I like yours too.
And this is the awkward part of sharing brain space with a dragon. Mal has very few boundaries, no matter his form. He doesn't care if he makes me feel shy or not. He just says it and reads my reactions.
What is wrong with that?
Nothing at all.
You say that, but your thoughts indicate otherwise.
His mind floods with amusement.
I did not speak of how pretty or tasty I found your cunt, or how much I enjoyed the noises you made. Would you rather me not speak at all?
Oh, sure, he remembers that. Figures. Let's just sit down, I tell him, blushing. And once we do, will you change back for me?
Of course. I am eager to mate again.
So direct. Dang. Of course, I'm kind of eager too. Just thinking about all of that mind-blowing sensation, and how he touched me, how focused he was on my pleasure. Yeah, I'm definitely ready to mate again too. Is this what it's like to be mated to a dragon? The constant hunger for more intense sex, mixed with the awkwardness of sharing your every thought? I suddenly wish Rachel was here to ask. Rachel doesn't seem like the type to get shy, though. She was born giving no fucks, or so it always seemed to me.
There is no need to be shy around me.
Mal lands gently on the ground, and despite his enormous form, makes no more than a light thump as his feet touch the concrete.
We are bonded. What is there to be shy about?
Plenty, I'm sure. But I come from a world where no one trusts anyone any longer. To share minds with someone, even a dragon, feels raw and more open than I can express.
I see.
He uncurls his claws, releasing me, and I delicately place my feet on the concrete. It's warmer here, away from the constantly tearing wind, and I let out a sigh of relief, even as I rub my arms. It feels strange to stand completely naked in the center of a cluster of buildings. This part of the amusement park was meant to look like an old-fashioned street, and I can't help but wonder if someone's inside one of the buildings, looking out at us and wondering why a crazy naked lady is with a dragon.
No one is around,
Mal tells me.
I sent no one but you on the air. This area has been long abandoned. Does that make you feel better?
His big head pushes against me, nudging me with his snout.
I would not take you someplace that is not safe.
I look around, then nod. If you're sure, I'll try not to panic too much about being naked, though my sunburn is going to be heinous if we don't figure out something to wear soon. I glance over my shoulder and smile up at his draconic form. I'm getting used to his enormous size, so it doesn't alarm me when I see his gigantic head looming over me. His eyes are mostly gold, so I'm going to take that as a good sign and run with it. Are you going to change now? The big head lowers, and he rubs his muzzle against my hair.
Change?
Into your other form? I try to phrase it delicately, since he doesn't like being referred to as human.
Ah, yes. You are eager for mating, are you not?
The big head rubs against my hair one last time, and then disappears, the air feeling hollow behind me. Before I can turn, warm arms wrap around my waist, and then I'm pulled back against Maul's human form. He holds me close, licking my shoulder, and then presses his cock against my backside.
I am just as eager as you.
20. Maul. My mate always acts ever so slightly surprised when I touch her, as if she is not expecting my caresses. I find this fascinating. She is soft all over, her scent delicate and intriguing. Why would I deprive myself of touching her? I enjoy it. I love nothing more than her arousal scent. I want it filling my senses, always. Jenny puts her hand over mine, touching me. It's not that I'm surprised. It's that... She pauses, thinking. Well, no, I guess I am surprised. It's been so long since anyone held me that I've forgotten how good it feels. Her thoughts drift to her family. Even when she was with her father, he wasn't demonstrative. Her mother was the hugger, the affectionate one. Her father was always the stoic protector. In the after, he was cautious with showing too much in front of others. Jenny didn't realize how badly she needed touches until I arrived. I will give you all the touches you need, and more. Her breasts brush against my arm as I hold her against me, and I remember that she said that she likes for them to be played with. I reach out and run my fingers over one nipple like she did, and I am rewarded with a loud gasp and a surge of desire in her thoughts. Oh, you... She leans back against me, giving in to my touches. I thought we were going to go hunting for... things. Her thoughts are distracted, her focus on my touch as the tip of her breast hardens under my caresses. It fills her with all kinds of needs, my hands on her breasts, and she wants more, even though she thinks she should not. We will hunt soon. Right now, I would rather we mate. I turn her in my arms because I want to see her face. She gazes up at me, her dark eyes wide with excitement, her heart fluttering in her chest. The faint scent of her arousal blooms on the air, and then she gazes at my mouth. I do not understand why, so I pry deeper into her thoughts and discover images instead. Images of us, our lips brushing, our tongues twined, kissing. Jenny wants to kiss. She wants me to put my mouth on hers, to lick her there, to tangle our tongues together. She wants us to taste one another. Her mind flares against mine. She realizes that I have never done such a thing, never thought of such a thing. Maul, we don't have to. I look at her mouth, soft and pink and full, her lips inviting, and I put my hands on the sides of her face and lower my face to hers. She goes still the moment I do. I pull back, not liking that reaction. In her head it was very passionate, but when I do it now, she stiffens against me. Did I do it wrong? Is it my fangs? No, no. Her gaze slides to my lips again. I just haven't done it before. She is ashamed that she does not know how it is done. She has only seen it happen in movies and television, and it always looks so natural. She does not know how to kiss me, though. When the rift happened, she was 13 and had never had a boyfriend. After that, her father was so protective and the world was so dangerous that she never even tried to kiss anyone. I plucked these thoughts from her head because I do not understand why she is unhappy that she has no experience. I can't exactly demand kisses when I've never done it either. But you have seen it done, I respond. And you want to try it?
Is that weird?
Her cheeks hurt with embarrassment. Nothing between us is weird. Everything is pleasure. Even if we do it wrong, I will enjoy it because I will get to lick and taste my pretty mate. I rub my lips against hers lightly. If we enjoy ourselves, I think we should do it. She smiles up at me, her eyes dark.
You make it sound so easy.
It is easy. Fighting my way free of the Solorian's control is hard. Putting my mouth on my mate? That is a pleasure. I run my nose along hers, breathing in her scent. Hers is a fine scent, a mix of human things and the sweat and musk that is uniquely hers. I could breathe it in all day long, every day, and never grow tired of it. There would always be new nuances to discover and to see if her scent changed when my tongue was upon her skin. Is this what having a mate is? Being endlessly fascinated by their scent and their body until you lose yourself? If so, I can see the attraction. Jenny puts her hands on my chest, her fingers light against my skin.
If we do something you don't like, you'll say so, right?
Of course, but I will like it. Her gaze slides to my lips again, and hers part. She leans in, and I sense she wants us to meet. I oblige, moving forward so that she can easily reach my lips, as I am much taller. Jenny's hands curl at the base of my neck, and then her lips are on mine. She kisses me with gentle, delicate little nibbles, as if exploring my face with her lips. I hold still, not wanting to interrupt. I want her to do with me as she likes. I want her to start realizing that she can do anything to me, and I will enjoy it, because it pleases my mate. Her lips feather over mine in light nips, and I can feel her confidence blooming. She likes this. Likes that my lips are soft under hers, but also firm. She likes that she finds my breath sweet and my skin warm. She likes all of this, and she wants to do more. I am yours, I tell her. Do as you like. Her thoughts grow flustered as she realizes I am picking up her emotions through our connection. She forgets this so easily. Soon it will be second nature to her, but for now, I like her blushes and her innocence. Jenny kisses my upper lip, and then flicks her tongue against my skin. Heat flares through my body, and I grip her tighter, despite my resolve. I like her tongue. A lot.
You taste like me.
Her thoughts thread through mine, a bright shimmer in my mind. Because I licked you earlier, I point out. It is my favorite taste. A hint of a blush returns to her thoughts, but it is quickly overshadowed by arousal. She likes that I taste like her. She likes the memory of my mouth on her body because it felt so good. She wants to do that again, too. Good, because I have plans to take her over and over again until she reeks of my scent, and there will be no doubt in anyone's eyes that she is thoroughly owned by me. She sucks in a breath as my thoughts drift over to hers, and she opens her eyes. Jenny gazes up at me, her mouth soft, lips parted, and then she glances around. What is it? I ask, curious.
We should find somewhere private down here.
Her thoughts indicate it is for mating. Pleasure spikes through me, and I take her hand when she walks away. We can go back up to our nest.
No,
she says quickly, turning to look at me with an alarmed gaze.
No, you stay with me. Like this. Don't shift.
She squeezes my hand in hers.
Please.
I shrug, following behind her as she heads toward the nearest human building. If she wishes to mate down here, I will not say no. What is wrong with where we are?
I'm not going to have sex in the middle of the sidewalk.
Her thoughts indicate that this is an open-air space where humans wander freely, and she is horrified at the thought. She wants us to have somewhere private. She wants us to be alone together. No one is here. I would smell them.
It doesn't matter, Jenny insists. I'm not having sex out in the open. What if one of your people flew overhead?
She is scandalized. He would see me thoroughly pleasing my mate.
Nope,
Jenny sends back immediately. I am amused. My sweet, soft, pliant mate is very firm when it comes to this idea. I will show you that it can be a great deal of fun to mate where others can see. But not today.
Or ever,
she sends back, leading me to a rotting building. It smells of old wood and mildew, but the look she gives it is thoughtful.
The roof here doesn't look too bad. Should we go inside?
I push ahead of her, not liking that she is taking the lead. Jenny is vulnerable, unlike me. It is my duty to be in front, to shield her with my own frame if necessary. Let me check it out first.
Okay.
Jenny moves to the side of a wooden panel with holes in it. A door, I pick up from her thoughts. A door that once had glass in it. This looks oddly familiar to me. My people live in caves, in nests high in the cliffs. Solorians have doors, though. They live in square, rock homes built in unnatural shapes, and they have doors. With an angry growl, I grab the door and rip it free, tossing it aside. Jenny lets out a squeak of terror.
What the fuck, Mal?
It offends me. It is unnecessary.
It keeps things out. What if we wanted to stay down here?
She is displeased at my reaction. I pick up from her thoughts that she likes the building, that it has held together well despite the neglect, and the roof is intact. She sees it as a potential home for us. We already have a nest, I send back to her. I do not want this place.
Okay, fine. Jesus.
She's hurt by my reaction because she does not understand it. Of course she would not. She has never been possessed by a Solorian. My anger burns brighter. She does not know what it is like to have your mind stripped away, to have your body forced to react to another's wishes. She does not know what it is like for her people to be enslaved around her, yet forced to ignore it, because duty as a queen's guard demands it. She does not—
Mal,
Jenny says. Her voice is quiet, the hand she puts on my arm cool and appealing.
I can hear everything you're thinking. I didn't realize it triggered you. Let's just leave it alone, all right? If it bothers you, we'll avoid buildings with doors in the future.
Her thoughts are contrite. She did not realize I was offended.
I just don't like destroying more stuff, that's all. So much of what's left is already trashed. It seems a shame to tear apart more.
She likes this building, I realize suddenly, because of how whole it looks in her eyes. How normal. It makes her think of happier times. Now I am the churlish mate. I step inside and take a quick glance around. No intruders. There is dust on everything and muddy footprints on the wooden floors that speak of interlopers from a long time ago, but the scents are faded and unimportant. There are things inside that immediately draw Jenny's attention. An old-fashioned lounge chair. racks of things that smell like humans, picture after picture on the wall. But it is safe enough, and that is all I need. Good. Turning toward my mate, I pull her into my arms and press my lips to hers again. Jenny makes a startled sound, her thoughts fluttering with surprise.
We are going to mate now?
Yes, I tell her. This is a shelter, just as you wanted. Now we will mate, and I will cover you in my scent, as I want. I lick at her lips, because they look fuller and softer the more we press mouths together, and I like that. A hot thrill of excitement spikes through her mind when I lick her, followed by the arousal scent. I growl low in my throat, pushing her toward the floor. Now I will claim you.
Wait, Jenny says. Her thoughts fill with the couch. It'll be much more comfortable than the floor.
I pause, then release her when she pulls out of my grasp. 21. Mall. Jenny moves to the couch, which looks far too small for both of us, sits on the edge, and then smiles at me, patting the seat next to her.
Come sit.
I do as she asks, carefully adjusting my weight until I am certain the thing will hold my body. It does not seem comfortable, but she is pleased. She leans closer to me, her arm brushing against mine.
Isn't this better?
I glance over. My mate sits at my side instead of in my arms. I do not think it is better, but I also think we can find a solution that will please both of us. I reach over and pluck my mate from her seat, pulling her into my lap, her bottom on my thigh. Now it is better. Jenny laughs, and then I feel her thoughts search mine.
Not too heavy?
Why would you be too heavy? She shrugs, and I pick up feelings of discomfort. She worries she is not petite, that she is strong and broad and has big hips, and that these are things that will displease me. She likes her body, but she thinks it is not an ideal one, that her breasts are small and her hips big. Humans think in such odd ways. Are you uncomfortable? Do you want me to put you down?
No, she says softly. I like it when you hold me.
Then I will hold you, and we will forget this nonsense about being too heavy. The feel of her in my arms is near perfection, and I send her that thought so she can realize it too.
Near perfection? What's perfection, then?
I lift a hand off her waist and cup one of her breasts, my thumb tracing circles around the tip. Now it is perfection. She sucks in a breath, heat flooding through her mind. Her gaze goes to my mouth again, and this time, I know my cue. I kiss her, our lips brushing, and because I liked it so much last time, I stroke my thumb across the seam of her mouth. Jenny moans, her thoughts rolling with pleasure, and she grazes my tongue with hers. Now I see why humans like this so much. It is incredibly intimate, touching tongues with her. It is full of sensation, too. Our mouths lock together, and we lick at each other for a while, learning what the other likes. Jenny dives into my thoughts, following what pleases me, and when her tongue scrapes against one of my fangs, it sends pleasure surging through my body. My hand teases her nipple as we kiss, the peak stiffening, and she makes whimpering sounds against my mouth even as we devour one another. She loves my touch, but she wants more. I want more too. I release her breast and push my hand between her thighs, where she's wet and fragrant with her need. Get on your hands and knees, I tell her. I will mount you and ease that ache you have deep inside. Jenny flicks her tongue against my fang again, making my cock twitch.
What if We did sex in a different position? Can we try it?
In a different position? Matings are always done one way, are they not? I pull back, searching her face, but there was only desire and excitement in her face. Show me. Her cheeks redden, but her thoughts flood with images. Images of her on her back, me over her. Images of her in my lap, both of us sitting up as she rides my cock. Images of her pressed to the wall, me thrusting into her. Such imagination. Truly I have chosen well in mates.
They're not my ideas. They're just things I've seen.
Her thoughts are chaotic, her mind distracted as I caress her folds. Her hands clench at my shoulders, and she lifts her mouth to mine again, hungry for more kisses.
Just touch me. We can do it however you want.
I like your ideas, I tell her. I send the image of both of us seated, her on my lap. We will do this one, because it involves this couch you like so much. She pulls on my hair.
You make me sound crazy for not wanting to roll around in the dirt. It's just a couch.
You like it, I tell her. We will keep it. I pull her onto her feet, and when she stands, I tug her back into my arms. Come and mount me like in your mental pictures. Her face turns bright red, and I can feel the shyness creep through her thoughts.
I've never done this before.
I know this. I will guide you. She moves closer, her breasts enticingly near my face, and I kiss the tip of one. She moans, her breath catching, and I decide perhaps I will keep her standing a bit longer. I cup her buttocks, nuzzling at her breasts. There is no better feeling than touching my mate. Blood and smoke, but it is amazing. She tangles her fingers in my hair, holding my face to her breasts as I lick and nip at them, pleasuring them even as I rub my hands on her flanks. She is drowning in arousal scent now, the smell of it thick and rich in the air around us. My cock is hard and dripping in response, my need to be inside her growing by the moment. Jenny, come sit on me. Let me make you feel good. Jenny moans at the push of my thoughts and steps forward, sliding one of her legs over mine. She feels awkward as she straddles me, but I fill her mind with how beautiful I find her, how sweet her scent, until she is reassured. Jenny rubs her cunt against my length, grinding against me as we kiss again. My beautiful, precious mate.
Ma!
She whispers aloud, and I decide I like the sound of my name on her lips. I want her to say it over and over again.
My Moll.
I like that even better. Yours. I flex my hips, thrusting up against her softness. Take me inside you and make me yours. Her breath catches, but Jenny breaks our kiss. Our eyes meet, and she watches me even as she reaches for my cock, guiding my head to the entrance of her body. Just like that. You are perfect. So perfect. When she sinks onto me a little, it makes me groan, the sound loud and strange. Jenny loves it, though. She loves when I make noises like she does, and her cunt clenches around the tip of my cock. The sensation of my mate's body trapping me inside her makes me groan again, and I reach for her, desperate for more, as she eases herself down on my length. She goes slow, working her way down my shaft, and I can feel from her thoughts how big I am, how overwhelming. You are beautiful, I reassure her, cupping her breast. Taking me so good. Jenny whimpers. She's finally completely seated onto me, and it feels incredible. She remains still, her body clenching and unclenching as she tries to adjust to my size. Her thoughts are full of how big I am, how big everything feels, how overwhelmed she is. I give her time to get used to the press of my cock inside her, running my hands over her body and sending her encouraging thoughts. I need her to understand how much this pleases me and how much I hunger for her. Her hands cup my face, and she leans forward, seeking more kisses. I skim over her thoughts, looking for hints of discomfort. She feels very full, but there is no pain. I have never mated like this before, with my female's face in mine, her breasts pressing to my chest, but I like this. I like seeing Jenny's face react when I rock my hips, causing my length to move inside her. I like that we can kiss. I like that we can share breath, and most of all, I like that she can ride me as she pleases. I am yours, I send to her. Use me for your pleasure. My mate lets out a little sigh, and then her hips clench. She lifts herself up, just a little, and then lowers back down on me. Hot sensation floods through both of our minds, and my hands go to her hips. The next time she moves, I assist, increasing the friction between our bodies. When Jenny chokes out my name, it makes me move harder, faster. I want her to make more of those sounds. My mate works over my cock, riding me with little bounces as she grips my shoulder. I keep my hands locked on her hips, forcing her down harder, forcing our bodies together with each stroke, until she's crying out with need, and my own pleasure is near overwhelming. I need her to come, though, and when she tilts her head back and her movements become desperate, I know she needs more. I remember what she likes, and I reach between us, seeking out her clit. No sooner do I touch it than Jenny shudders over me, coming hard. Her cunt clenches around me, her walls tightening, and I thrust upward, desperate for my own release. When it comes, I press my face to her shoulder, pinning her down on my cock as I rock into her, filling her with my seed. Having a mate is intense. Jenny touches my hair and cradles my face against her as we both pant, regaining our breath. I can feel her body twitching as she sits astride me, every reaction a little flick of pleasure in her still sensitive body. You didn't bite me again? There's a hint of worry in Jenny's thoughts. Are you okay? Did you come? I drag her hips up and down my length, reveling in how slick our joined bodies are with our mingled fluids. Feel that? I came. There is still a question in her mind, so I continue. I only bite to give you my fires. It will take some time before they fade, and I will only need to bite you again in the future, perhaps when we have young. I rub my lips against her soft throat. Did you like my bite? Not really, she admits, a note of apology in her thoughts. But I wasn't sure if it needed to happen every time. I'm kind of glad that it doesn't. I will have to make it more pleasurable next time, I promise her, scraping my teeth over her skin. I must make sure you are so lost with hunger that you will beg me for it. Until then, I will just practice. I stroke her buttock, nipping at her shoulder, and am pleased when she shivers and I feel it all down my cock. Lots and lots of practice.
22. Jenny. Mal's drowsy, sated thoughts roll through mine. It feels so strange to have someone else in my head, but I'm quickly becoming used to it. Sometimes he picks up on emotion instead of words, so it makes it difficult to lie or to hide things. It's definitely going to take some getting used to, but in a way, I like it. Mal is exactly who he says he is. There is nothing he can hide from me, no secrets kept, because he would openly share anything that crossed his mind. Which is nice in a world like ours, where trust has gone out the door and your fellow man only looks at you to see what you can do for him. Even when Mal is not completely himself, he's still open with what he's feeling and sharing it with me.
Of course I will share it, he tells me, mouth skimming over my skin in lazy movements. It feels so good to connect with you after being alone in the darkness for so long. Why would I wish to hide away again?
Alone in the darkness. I guess it would feel like that if you were cut off from your people who speak telepathically. There are other dragons here, but if they're just as confused and lost as he is, no wonder he feels alone.
Not alone. I have you.
I wrap my arms around him, grinning at that. It feels weird to think that I was so skittish about mating a dragon just yesterday. Today, it feels like the most natural thing in the world. Funny how things can change in 24 hours. I can only imagine what the next 24 will bring.
More mating, hopefully.
I laugh because his thoughts are so blatant. I have to admit, I'm looking forward to more mating too. Maybe not right now, when I'm still twitching with the aftermath of my orgasm. But if every time we get together is like this, I'm not going to protest about having lots of sex, and often. My stomach growls, and we both go still.
Hungry?
Mal asks, his thoughts darkening.
I have not taken care of you properly, have I? I am a bad mate. Of course you are hungry. Are you thirsty too? I must get you fed.
His mind flurries with a barrage of things that need to be done, and how he has neglected me for his own shameful needs. He jerks under me, determined to get up so we can shift forms and go hunting. I wrap my arms around him tighter, determined to put a stop to that. I don't want you shifting away from me. You stay right here.
But a good mate hunts for his female. I am not taking care of you.
His arms move around me slowly, as if he's hesitant to give himself even this.
I should be looking after your needs.
You are, I reassure him. That's why we're down here instead of up in the oil derrick.
Is that what our nest is?
Yes. I share with him the mental images I have of what an oil derrick is and how they work, at least vaguely. I don't know all the details myself. It was a lookout tower in the park itself.
Is that what it is? A high place where you just look at things?
It seems silly to him.
What is this building we are in, then?
I glance at our surroundings. An old-timey photo place. You dress up in old-fashioned clothing, and they take photos of you. It's just to be silly. The counter is at the front, the photographs under the plastic covering faded. Along the wall are dozens and dozens of pictures of all kinds, though, less faded. In each one, there's smiling faces and costumes, and fat, healthy cheeks on the children. It's a symbol of a different time, and I both love and hate the sight of them.
Is that why they have this couch?
I guess it's more of a chaise? It's got a curved back and only one arm, the fabric dimpled into the padding to give the illusion of it being an antique. It's relatively clean, though, and a pale pink, and I kind of love it. I imagine all the photos of ladies in ridiculous Old West costumes perched on this seat that we just defiled.
It is ours now. We will take it up to the seeing spot and add it to our nest.
I nod, squirming on his lap. He's still seated deep inside me, and even though he's no longer hard, the sensation of his body and mine is intense. I don't think they'll have food here, unfortunately.
Will they have the costumes?
He studies my face, running a thumb over my lower lip. He loves touching me, Mal, and for a moment I'm distracted by the fascination on his face. Costumes. Oh shit, costumes? I look around the room, and there's a plastic-covered rack of some kind in the back, and my heart leaps. The fabric hoarder inside me wants to see if there are clothes that have been left behind. Surely this place has been picked over. Surely... Mal chuckles and nips at my shoulder affectionately.
Go look.
I kiss him quickly, then extricate myself off his lap. I'm a little clumsy, my legs sore, and the insides of my thighs damp. It feels a little strange. Okay, a lot strange. To race around an old building stark naked, but there's no one to see. Immediately, I head for the plastic-covered rack in the back and rip off the protective covering. Vibrant colors of every shade imaginable meet my eyes. The costumes are here all right, and they're utterly impractical. The fabrics are satin and sequined, with lace everywhere. I pick up a ridiculous pink hat with a wide brim and put it on my head, feeling silly and delighted all at once. Roaming around the apocalypse as a baby pink Southern belle strikes me as completely silly. But when I pick up one of the dresses, it has an open back with no zipper. I guess so anyone could wear them? It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in the costumes as much as I am in the wealth of fabric. I can take all of these dresses apart and make blankets or cloaks or all kinds of clothing for the coming winter. I touch the beads of a flapper costume covered in slinky fringe and smile to myself. I'm going to be the most ridiculous, most garish nomad in the world, but I can make these work. Laughing to myself, I slip a flapper dress over my head and the back gapes open, so I hunt around the room looking for pins of some kind. There's a cash register that's been emptied of everything, but paper money is useless anyhow. I run a finger around the tray, looking for paper clips. And when there's nothing, I open the drawers of every desk, and in the break room, looking for anything useful. In a box, I find a stuffed tomato filled with dress pins, some thread, and needles, and my heart trips with excitement. I clutch the box to my chest and race back out to show Mal my finds.
I already know,
he tells me, amused. He stands near the rack of clothing, touching the fabrics that I caressed so reverently, trying to see what made me so happy about them. He glances over at me, a hint of a fanged smile on his face.
There is no need to show me. I saw it in your head.
Right, sorry. I take a step toward the rack of costumes. Can we take all of this with us?
My fires, I will uproot this entire building and drag it to the top of our nest if it should please you.
I have no doubt he would. Beaming, I shake my head. Just the clothes, I don't need anything else. My stomach growls again, and I grimace, setting my box of finds down for a moment. Should we look for something to eat? Mal's posture changes, the languid, relaxed dragon man changing to an alert one.
I can shift and hunt.
Nope, I say immediately, reaching for him. If you do that again, I lose you. Stay with me for a while. He is clearly not a fan of this plan.
But if there is nothing for you to eat,
then we'll have to figure something out. For now, though, just stay. I hold my hand out to him. Please? Mal takes my hand in his, then lifts it to his mouth and presses a kiss to my skin.
I can refuse you nothing.
Good, because if we're leaving the fort behind, we're going to need a lot of stuff. I keep my tone bright and happy. I'll be sad to leave my friends behind, but living in a fort has always felt like a bad fit to me. For the first time, since the rift opened and destroyed everything, I'm excited for the future. The rest of the day is a scavenger's paradise. We pick through a dozen souvenir stores, all in varying states of decay. Some have been raided, but others are mostly intact and filled with all kinds of memorabilia that have no use in the after. I pass by racks of keychains and postcards, heading straight for plastic mugs and t-shirts with garish slogans on them. There's not a speck of food anywhere, but I try every bathroom's water fixtures, looking for something that works. Nothing. By the end of the day, I'm thirsty and faint with hunger, both of which make Maul upset. He shifts to his dragon form, with my agreement. He calls it battle form. And the moment he does, he stares at me blankly. I have to reintroduce myself and wait while he sniffs me all over, drinking in our mingled scents. When he's satisfied, his chaotic thoughts spin a little slower, gold creeping into his eyes. When I mention food and water, he immediately flies me a short distance away to a nearby lake. I mean, it's water, but I'm not sure it's safe to drink it long term. I fill one of my stolen cups up and sip it anyhow, because it's hard to be picky in the after. Maul takes me back up to our nest atop the derrick and settles me there while he goes hunting. I think about all the things we'll need in order to make this a home, and it helps me not panic.
Of course I will come back,
Maul assures me, his tone indignant.
You are my mate.
But he asks for my name several times, and I have to remind him not to close me out of his thoughts. His natural protective instinct is to push all other minds away when he's in his battle form, and I suspect it has something to do with Azar. So I keep a mental stream of chatter going, talking about thread and sewing, and how I can make blankets. How we'll need some metal pots so he can boil water for me if I'm going to be drinking lake water. And how tomorrow we'll probably have to keep hunting for a working water system somewhere. How we need to grab the sofa we saw below, along with the clothing. Maul returns a short time later with the dead deer that he dumps in front of me, proud.
Eat.
I do, though I try not to look at the deer's face, and I make him roast every strip I pull off the carcass. When I've gotten my fill, he devours the rest in a single gulp, curls up, and pulls me between his forelegs so he can protect me while I sleep. There's so much that needs to be done that I protest at first, but he's warm and shielding me from the bitter wind, and I end up falling asleep before I know it. The next few days feel like an emotional seesaw. If Maul is in his two-legged form, as he calls it, we're all over each other. If he switches to battle form, I have to reintroduce myself. And Maul has to switch to battle form quite a bit because we need things from down below to make our spot a home. The wind constantly tears at my face and hair, so Maul rips off large sections of walls from some of the buildings below, and we make a makeshift shack that I reinforce with rope so it doesn't fall on my head. The couch from the picture place is moved in, and we hunt through an old hotel to find a decent bed and bring the mattresses back. While Maul hunts, I boil water on an old cast-iron stove that I stole from a saloon at the park and work on making clothing for us. Maul hasn't shown the slightest bit of interest in wearing anything, but I want clothes for myself, if nothing else. It's cozy. I'm stupidly happy, and I'm not entirely sure why. Well, no, I know why. It's Maul. And the freedom to do whatever we like. It's not having to answer to anyone, to come and go as we please. It reminds me of being with my father again, except better. Dad didn't like to answer to anyone, but I always felt in some way that I was holding him back. He had to worry about my safety. He had to constantly slow down for me, or avoid situations that a girl wouldn't be present in. There were plenty of forts we avoided after someone would make a comment to my dad about me. And sometimes I got the feeling that Dad would have been happier in the apocalypse without me, just lone wolfing it across what was left of the world. It's not like that with Maul. Even when he's slightly lost in his dragon form, the moment he recalls me, it becomes all about us again. It's about doing things that are best for both of us. We can fly wherever we want, but I like our home that we're building. He hunts for meat and pays attention to what I don't like. He brought home a few crows once, and plucking them and cooking them made me sad. He's never brought another since. There's some level of memory buried in Maul's mind. I think it's just drowned out in all the crazy noise of his head. The moment he shifts to his two-legged form, it's like I've gotten my best friend and my lover back. Mal is arrogant, sure, but he's also smart and attentive. He's curious, too. Now that he's awake, he wants to learn more about this world. We walk through the amusement park, and I describe the rides to him and why they're so appealing to people. I talk about the food stands or the souvenirs, and we explore nearby buildings as well. One of Mal's favorite games is trying to guess what a strange human object is for. And he's always wrong, which sends me into fits of laughter. We read books together at night. I read them aloud, and we talk about nothing at all. He likes to hold me in his arms and listen to my stories about nomad life as I sew. And then, of course, there's the sex. God, so much sex. The moment Mal shifts back to his human form, it's like his hunger for me overwhelms him. He's frisky and ready to go at a moment's notice, and I have so many orgasms in the space of a week, I start to wonder how I ever managed to go for so long without touching myself back at the fort. I'm becoming addicted to my dragon, which is good, because I'm pretty sure he's addicted to me. I can absolutely see why Rachel seems so happy with her Jurek now. I feel the same way with Mal. Sure, he's got flaws, but sharing headspace with each other makes you understand how the other person works. It's being completely open with your partner, and it feels like the entire world is filled with possibility. 23. Jenny. It's a lazy day, where absolutely nothing at all is going on. I'm sewing in my little shack, legs curled up on the couch as I piece together bands of costume satin to make a flashy cloak lining that no one will ever see, but totally pleases me. It's while I'm sewing that I look up, glancing at the railings that line the sightseeing walkway that circles the derrick. I half expect to see a crow or a hawk. Instead, I see another one of those gigantic, shiny-shelled bugs like I saw back in the fort. The sight of it makes me blanch.
What is it? What is wrong?
Mal's thoughts are fuzzy, distracted from hunting. He's got his eye on a fat bull with an extremely big set of horns and has been chasing it down a highway. Playing with his food, I sometimes tease him. It's a bug, I send back, adding in the mental image. Like the ones I dream about. Then it hits me. I haven't dreamed about the bugs, or had any nightmares, since Mal and I mated.
Of course not.
Mal's thoughts have been clearer and clearer by the day, even when in battle form.
They were reaching out to you and bothering you, so I keep them away.
Them? I ask, curious.
Who's them? The ones that send you the bad dreams.
I'm puzzled by this response.
No one's sending me a bad dream, are they? Dreams are just something my head comes up with. Most dreams, yes. Sometimes others reach out in your dreams and take things that don't belong to them.
That sounds odd. I wonder if Mal is slipping again, if it's time for him to stop hunting and come back to me to reset himself for a bit.
Mal, baby, who am I?
I ask sweetly. He snorts, pure arrogance leaking through his thoughts.
My mate, of course.
And what's my name?
I do not need your name when your thoughts are connected to mine.
Uh-huh. Time to come home, I tell him. Wrap it up, get your longhorn, and come back to me. I glance over at the bug spot on the railing, but it's gone now. I wonder if I imagined the entire thing.
I will return soon enough. This creature will make a hearty meal for you, and you are too thin.
You're playing with your food, I counter. Wouldn't you rather play with your mate? And because sex is the best way to bring Maul back to me, I slide a hand into my pants and touch my clit. A moment later, I'm rewarded with the mental image of Maul grabbing the longhorn in his claws, breaking the neck of the poor thing, and then flying back in my direction with his kill. The guy's all business the moment a little sex is involved, and I smile to myself at the thought. It's over dinner that Maul drops another odd bombshell on me.
I hear others sometimes, you know,
my dragon casually states as I pick at a rib full of seared meat. We found some spices in one of the food booths, and I've discovered that spicing the heck out of my near-constant meat diet helps ease the fervent wish for a vegetable or two. What others? I ask, setting down my food with a frown. Who's talking to you? Is it Azar? Maul looks down his long nose at me.
If it was him, I would not answer.
Then who?
The children.
He shrugs. I stare at him. What children?
Salavatri and Luminura. They are very loud for two so young.
He looks pleased.
They have strong names. Soon there will be others too.
Others talking to you?
Other children. You do not hear them?
I shake my head. All I hear is you.
Because you are human. Sometimes I forget. You are far more appealing than the other humans.
If I had a napkin, I'd throw it at him for that remark. What do they say to you? I ask, curious about the children. I don't know of anyone that has children by those names.
They tell me they are hungry.
A chill sweeps over me. That sounds like something out of a horror movie. Children calling in his mind, telling him that they're hungry?
I will not answer if you do not like it.
I don't think I like it, no. It worries me more than the bugs. Can you push them out of your thoughts?
Of course. I will push them away, like the other Dracony that demand that I return to the fort.
He slides closer to me, pushing aside my food and pulling me into his arms.
Are you done eating?
I can't help but smile at that. For now.
Good. Your mate wants to taste you.
He nips at my jaw. Are you changing the topic on me?
No, I mean it. I will not talk to the children if it bothers you, just like I do not talk to the others. I need no one but you.
His thoughts are totally sincere, and I know he means it. I know the others, Rachel's Dragon Man and Gwen's, have reached out to him since we left. I've felt him cut them off in his head, his mind full of displeasure at their demands. If he's not worried about it, I guess I won't be either.
Good. Now let us kiss.
I giggle as he pulls me into his arms. So insatiable, my dragon.
Dracony,
he corrects.
My people are Dracony.
Dracony, then. I slide my arms around him and let him pull me into his lap, straddling him. My insatiable Dracony.
Who would not be insatiable with a mate that tastes so good?
He nips at my throat, his tongue grazing my skin.
Let me lick your cunt. I want to make you come on my tongue. I want to feel you quiver against my lips.
I shiver at the thought, because I want that too. And then I make you come the same way?
You want to?
Hot pleasure rushes through his thoughts. It's not something normally done amongst his people, because after the female conquers another female, she is then conquered by the male. It's very ritualized, and I'm starting to realize that humans are way, way more adventurous in the sack. even if the dragons are the ones with the never-ending stamina. Not that I am complaining about his stamina. That'd be like whining about too many orgasms, and that's something no sane woman would ever complain about. I love that he's always excited about touching me, as if I'm giving him a great gift by letting him pleasure me, when I'm the one being gifted. All this thinking about gifting makes me want to go down on him even more. I've never done it before, and the thought of taking him in my mouth is thrilling.
I want this too, if it excites you.
His eyes flare bright gold. You don't want it because it's my mouth on your dick? I ask, tilting my head at him.
Of course I want that, but I like your excitement for it even more. I like that you want to pleasure me. It adds to my enjoyment.
His mind grows heated with visual images of him, imagining my mouth on his cock, and there's so much anticipation and lust buzzing through his thoughts that I get turned on. I grab Maul's hand and drag him toward our bed. He lets me tug him along, and when I give him a little push, he flops back on the mattress with a gleam in his eye. He's still naked constantly, my Dracony. He doesn't see the need for pants or any other sort of clothing. He only tolerates me wearing things because he knows I like how pretty the fabrics are. I think if they were ugly clothes, he'd rip them off of me.
If you must hide yourself, at least enjoy it,
he agrees. I slip my dress off over my head, tossing it to the ground. I've learned the hard way that a lot of clothing doesn't last long around Maul. Our bed sheets get ripped to shreds quickly because of his arm and leg spikes. Keratin-like horns, similar to the ones on his head, that jut out from the backs of his calves and his bicep and lower arm. But I don't care about them today. I'll fix them later. Right now, I'm more interested in getting my mouth on my man and seeing his reaction. 24. Jenny. Maul watches me with a hungry, intense stare as I kneel next to the mattress and then climb toward him. He loves watching my breasts move, loves the way my butt jiggles as I approach, loves that my hair falls all over my skin because he knows it'll cling to him the moment I lean in. I pluck all these thoughts from his head and devour them like they're candy. I love seeing myself in his eyes, because in his mind, I'm the sexiest creature imaginable, and it makes me feel bold and unstoppable. I lean over him and press a light kiss to his lips, and then begin to kiss my way down his chest. My tongue flicks out against his skin, which doesn't feel scaly in the slightest in his two-legged form, just warm. And I nibble my way down his flat, hard abdomen. There's no fat on Maul. His body is lean and strong, covered in scars from old fights, and I brush my lips over each scar as I pass it.
Fights that I won,
he feels the need to point out. I giggle, because my Dracony is nothing if not arrogant.
Of course, I assumed you won,
I tell him, even as I tongue my way down to his navel.
I have a feeling we wouldn't be here talking if you'd lost them. Sometimes I let my opponents live,
he muses, even as he reaches out to caress the top of my head.
But only sometimes.
Naturally. I try not to envision what that means. I've seen far more death and killing than anyone probably should. My dad wasn't a sweet, kind man that just decided not to live in a fort. He was a mean son of a bitch to everyone but me, and I watched him kill many a man that threatened our safety. In this aspect, I have no innocence. You have to be tough to survive in the after, and sometimes that includes gutting someone before they gut you.
So much thinking about gutting as you lick my abdomen,
Maul muses.
I made it a bloodthirsty human, did I not?
I scrape my teeth against his stomach and growl. Heat flares in his mind, and his fingers tighten in my hair.
I liked that.
I chuckle and keep moving south.
I am about to give you a lot more to like.
His thoughts scorch with anticipation. I love how worked up he is. I love that with my clumsy attempts at seduction, he makes me feel like an absolute goddess. I kiss lower, licking his flat abdomen, then move all the way down to his cock, which is hard and ready. I'm not sure how one starts these sorts of things, so I decide to just wing it. I take the head of him into my mouth and suck. Maul hisses, and his back bows, his body nearly leaving the mattress. Ooh, he wasn't expecting that. I love the pleasure that rushes through his mind, along with the surprise. I suck the tip of him again, and then add my tongue in. It's hard to do both at the same time, so I focus on following wherever his thoughts lead me. I lick up and down his shaft, holding him steady with my fingers as I do, and move down to his sack. He's got no body hair here, so I'm able to lick and suck on his skin to my heart's content. But it doesn't give me the same excited flare from his mind as it did when I worked on the head of his cock. So I kiss my way back up and then give him a long, slow lick. Maul groans, a trickle of smoke coming from his nostrils. That's an encouraging sign. Sometimes he lets out wisps of smoke when we're in bed together, because breathing fire is a pleasure for him, and I guess the two are intermingled in his mind. I lick him again, and this time I taste wetness. To my surprise, his pre-cum is sweet and slightly spicy, almost like cinnamon. I've always heard stories about how men's sperm tastes like bleach or is unpleasant, but this is anything but. I make a noise of happiness in my throat and lick him again.
No one told me this tastes good. Should I have offered it earlier?
His hand, both of them now, shorn of claws so he can touch me freely, clenches at my hair. When I lift my head, he drags me right back down to his cock.
More, Jenny. I need more.
Maul so rarely demands anything that hearing his request sends pleasure rushing through me. Enthusiastic, I tongue him and lick the head of his cock, teasing him all over. When my mind starts to fill with images of me taking him deep into my mouth, I get the hint and do as he asks. I like that he's leading me toward what he wants. It feels less like a command and more like a roadmap to understanding what he needs, and I follow his instructions eagerly. Or I try to. He's a big guy, my Maul, and his large cock isn't the easiest mouthful. I try adding more saliva, but I can only relax my jaw so far. Maul grunts at my attempts, his thoughts still hazy with pleasure.
Can I push? Just be careful.
He's already so big, I don't know what taking more will do.
You might scrape my teeth. I do not care about your teeth. They cannot hurt me. Your mouth feels too good, my fires. Use them if you must.
I whimper, my jaw flexing as I try to take him. His hand strokes my face, a silent encouragement, and I send a tendril of thought toward him, of him gently pumping into my mouth, pushing his cock deeper. He groans and thrusts upward, deeper into my mouth. I choke in surprise, pulling back at the sensation of his cock butting against the back of my throat. I pull free, coughing a little, pressing the back of a hand to my mouth. Maul's thoughts are threaded with worry.
Too much?
No, just startling. I want to try it again. I lick his cock again, messily. He's wet from my mouth and from his own need, and I pull him into my mouth and work him, bobbing my head as I slowly take him deeper. My teeth scrape against him once, and I jerk, waiting for the flare of pain from him. But his skin is tough, even in this form. He doesn't react. Instead, he just pushes deeper.
Your mouth is so good, my fires.
This time, when he hits the back of my throat, I'm expecting it. I manage to remain loose and open, though I can't really suck on him like this. He needs to do all the moving. Reading my mind, Maul begins to shuttle into my mouth, using me, his hand in my hair. And maybe it's wrong of me, but I find it incredibly sexy that he's using my face to pleasure himself.
Nothing is wrong between us,
he sends strongly, even as I feel the heat of him spurt down my throat.
Nothing.
As he comes, it's like a wash of heat straight into my belly. His thoughts flare bright like a supernova, and I moan as he slips free from my mouth, leaving me with the taste of him. I follow him as he collapses onto the mattress, licking and teasing his cock, even as his mind blazes with his orgasm. I love sharing minds like that, because Maul made no sound other than the quickening of his breath, and yet I felt how intense his pleasure was. I felt it like it was my own orgasm. It's something I never thought about when they told me I'd have to mate a dragon, that we'd form a bond. I just thought it'd be some friendship, I guess. I wasn't able to comprehend just how much of my life would change once Maul became mine. Shared orgasms were never even on the list. It's no wonder he loves to go down on me. I brush my lips over his warm, delicious skin. Did you like it?
You know I did. You can feel my thoughts.
There's a low, hazy pleasure flooding his mind, and when he gazes down at me with slitted eyes, I see nothing but gold. Maybe I just like hearing it?
I liked it. Do you like it when I lick your cunt?
Always. I squeeze my thighs tightly together because my pulse is throbbing between them. I'm wet and achy, but I know he won't leave me like that.
Your need is intense,
he tells me, fascinated. His fingers skim over my face as I move up to kiss him.
Pleasuring me turned you on that much?
It turns you on to go down on me. Why wouldn't it? I rub my face against his hand, like a kitten needing to be petted.
Always true,
he replies, and his mind floods with possessiveness.
You are mind pleasure, are you not?
Yours. He pulls me down against him, and in a swift movement, rolls us on the mattress until I'm underneath him and he's on top. His thick, golden hair is framing his head like a halo, stiff with tangles, but I think he's beautiful.
It is my turn to pleasure you,
he tells me.
Is your cunt wet for me?
I squirm as he descends between my trembling thighs.
Always. Good.
I'm so primed that I cry out the moment his mouth closes over my clit. He sucks on it, like I did the head of his cock, and it sends a wave of entirely new sensations through me. It doesn't take me long to come, either. It feels like an eye blink, and then I'm crashing, the orgasm rolling like a tidal wave. I let it sweep over me, drowning in the sensation of my mate's mouth on my clit, until I'm quivering and out of breath. He gives me one final languid lick, and I can feel the lazy pleasure in his mind. He likes making me come as much as I like making him come. We're a good team, I tell him, breathless and dazed as I lie on my back. He puts an arm around me, hauling me close, and nuzzles at my hair and ear.
Was that too quick? Should I do it again?
I laugh, because the thought of coming that hard again so soon makes me tired. Give me a moment to relax, will you? I nudge him. You and your Dracony libido.
You like my Dracony libido.
He nips my earlobe.
I really do.
I snuggle against him.
But my poor human body needs a small break. A small one, then.
He teases in that maddeningly arrogant way of his.
But only a small one.
I roll my eyes and curl up against him. To think I had no idea what I was in for when Mal suddenly appeared in my dreams. A life of freedom and endless orgasms. Sure, it's also a life of lots of meat and constantly wind-tangled hair, but I still find it preferable to turning in my panties at the fort every day to be used as dragon lures.
I do not like that they did that,
Mal tells me, his arms protective as he holds me against him.
It seems dishonest.
I'm not entirely sure if it is dishonesty. I think Azar really does want women mated to dragons. In that, he's utterly truthful. It's just the reasoning behind it is sketchy. He wants to force the dragons to be beholden to the fort or something.
Or he wants to steal their minds like he did mine.
Anger suffuses his thoughts. I'm not sure if that's the case, I say. Then pause when I feel the flare of scorn in his mind. I'm not disagreeing with you, Mal, but it doesn't match what I saw, that's all. I open my mind. I'm getting better at that sort of thing. So he can see my memories. So he can see Gwen and her mate. Or my friend Rachel with her Dracony mate, Jurek. Both men never had the strange gray eyes that Mal did. The sign that the Silurian lord of Fort Dallas was taking over a dragon's mind. I've learned a lot since mating with Mal. Now I know that Lord Azar isn't a lord at all, and he's not from Earth. He's another transplant, like the Dracony, a Silurian. And like the Dracony, he's stranded here. He also has mental powers that he uses to take over the dragon minds, not magic like I'd foolishly originally thought. And back in Mal's world, the Silurians are the enemy.
They are evil,
he tells me, his thoughts filled with disgust.
The farther we are away from him and his kind, the better. I do not wish to be trapped by him again.
Do you think he can do that? Trap you again? The thought worries me.
I think he will try. Once caught by a Silurian, you are always vulnerable. He will always have a pathway into my mind. The Queen would have me executed if she knew the truth.
He's mentioned the Queen before, but never said much. I wonder if he has more memories now. I glance up at him.
Tell me about the Queen? Tell me about your home. Can you remember anything more?
Mal's connection to me, like an ever-present touch in the mind, becomes momentarily hazy as he searches through his memory.
She was very beautiful, very remote.
The face in his memories is blurry, a woman with pale reddish gold skin and hair that is as long and flowing as her robes.
She was our leader, but the Silurians controlled her. They kept her in their strange cities instead of in our Ares. She wore clothes like they did and did not fly free like our people. I do not think I ever saw her leave the palace.
So she was a puppet then? He thinks for a moment.
I suppose she was. I did not think of it that way. All I knew was that I was honored to be among the Queen's Guard.
You were chosen for it then? I let my fingers play over his skin idly.
Yes, I defeated many other males to take a position of honor at her side. Being in the Queen's Guard is like mated, but not. Our lives are devoted to protecting the Queen. We are not supposed to take mates.
He hugs me closer to him, his arms tight around me.
I would have been shamed for choosing a female over my queen, shamed for choosing personal happiness instead of the honor of serving her.
Well, fuck her then. Mal is surprised at my vehemence.
You do not understand. I was raised up from the ranks of a commoner to serve at her side. It should have been a great honor, but I betrayed it.
You did not, I say hotly, sitting up. I scowl down at him. I don't know why you're beating yourself up over this. Did you choose to go through the rift? Did you choose to go crazy? Because I don't think these other dragons did. Did you choose to have a Solarian take over your mind? Did you choose to come into my dreams? He gazes up at me thoughtfully.
I did not choose any of that. As for your dreams, you called to me.
I did?
I heard you crying for help, so I came. It seemed like the most natural of things.
He reaches for my hand and presses my knuckles to his lips, kissing them.
Perhaps I had scented you before, and the bond was already forming between us. Whatever it is, I do not regret it. I would choose to mate you, no matter what others think.
As long as you don't trash-talk yourself, I grumble, slightly mollified.
I do not have regrets. I am pleased with my mate. I only tell you this because others would see my actions as shameful.
Then fuck them too. Amusement rolls through Mal's mind.
What happened to my shy, gentle little human mate?
She mated a Dracony, I say, with a toss of my hair. And he gave her fires and an attitude, because she happens to think he is amazing and strong, and she wants him to think so too. His eyes are pure gold as he gazes at me.
Such vehemence for one as disloyal as me.
I point at him. Stop that. You're not disloyal. Your loyalty is to me and mine to you. The Queen's not here. The situation changed. There's nothing wrong with adapting. Would she rather you die than mate with me? His amusement grows deeper.
Yes.
Then she's a real jerk, and I'm glad you're here with me and not with her.
I am too.
He pulls me down for another kiss, all warmth and fire.
I am glad I am here with you in this time, in this place. It is not my chosen land, but it has my clever, wonderful mate in it, so it cannot be all that bad. What about you? You have left your human hive behind.
All I need is you, I tell him, and I mean it. Fort Dallas was never my home. It was just a shelter, a place that fed me and protected me after my father died. I'll miss Manda and Rachel and the camaraderie we had. But Rachel is with Jurek now, and Manda is trying to marry Daniels. Nothing would have kept us together. I'll miss them, but I've gotten something much better in return. A home.
I am your home?
Mal asks, surprised and pleased at the thought that drifts through my mind.
You are.
And nothing else matters. 25. 3 weeks later. Jenny. You sure you don't want a cape? I twirl my newest creation around my shoulders, grinning down at the Dracony male sprawled in our bed. I know you hate pants, and I figure this will protect your modesty. Amusement slides through his thoughts, his mouth pulling into a silent grin. Mal has one hand behind his head, and he watches me as I prance about in the cape and make a fool of myself.
Why would my modesty be in danger?
You know, in case some other woman or dragon showed up, and I'd have to hide your fine body from their prying eyes. I wrap it tightly around me and mock scowl in his direction. They're not allowed to look at what belongs to me. His amusement grows louder, and it makes me act up all the more. I twirl like I'm a dancer, letting the cape flow around me. It's green on the outside, 3 different types of green fabric, with a bright purple patchwork underneath. Most of the clothes we've scrounged fall heavily into the not practical category, and I've decided to have fun with them. I saunter toward him, shaking the cape like I'm some sort of salsa dancer of old, and it's my ruffled skirt. "You know you want this," I tell him.
"I want what is underneath,"
he agrees. I touch the shift dress I'm wearing. It's yellow and pink, cobbled together from the skirts of a few prairie dresses below. It's been unseasonably warm the last few days, and I haven't felt the need to wear anything heavier. "You want what's underneath my skirt?"
"Absolutely."
"I'm not wearing anything underneath," I tell him, and hike up a bit of my skirt to show him a bit of thigh.
"Exactly."
He reaches for me, running his hand up my leg. Maul's thoughts fill with hungry need, and he flashes me a mental image of his mouth on my breasts, me with my head thrown back as he thrusts into me. I suck in a breath, distracted at the visceral imagery. "You do not play fair."
"Why would I play fair? I want to win."
He takes my hand and tugs me down against him. I fall forward onto him, a mess of fabrics, and he grins up at me.
"You cannot tell me you do not like mating. I know you do. I can read your mind. I can pick up your scent."
"Do not." I put a hand over his mouth as if it will silence him. After being with Maul for a few weeks, not much makes me shy anymore. But hearing about him picking up my arousal on the wind, no matter how far away, that'll do it.
"You smell well mated,"
he tells me, tugging at the layers of clothing I'm wearing.
"Give me a moment, and I will make your scent even more appealing."
I squirm, but my efforts are half-hearted. He knows that I'm not truly upset, that when I push and wriggle to get away, it's all part of the game. In reality, my thoughts are flaring with the same hunger. That when he grabs me by the wrists and tugs me into the bed and rolls us until I'm under him, I'm just as eager for more bed play as he is. Heck, I'm getting wet just thinking about it. Maul grins up at me, even as he slides down my body, heading for my favorite spot between my thighs. "Watch the clothing," I warn him, breathless. "Be careful." Our mattress is covered in tears and holes because of his arm and leg spikes, and the fact that I refuse to let him sleep in dragon form. I want him next to me all night long. If he shifts into his battle form, he tends to lose track of himself, and I'll wake up to find he's gone hunting. Maybe it's greedy to want him at my side all night long, but I'd much rather wake up to a warm, amorous Maul than a dazed, dracony male who doesn't remember me, and I'm willing to sacrifice a mattress or two to do so.
"I will be careful,"
Maul promises me.
"I have watched you work hard on them. Besides, it is not the clothing I am interested in."
He lowers his head, even as he lifts my skirts up, revealing the V between my thighs. His breath brushes over my skin, and I shiver with need. This is all part of the tease, and I love it. His mouth skims over the seam of my pussy.
"You smell so good, my mate. You—"
Maul's thoughts trail off. I want to clasp his head with my thighs and drag him back down between my legs. "Me what?"
"You are—"
He pauses, then shouts,
"in my territory!"
The words are a mental bellow, and Maul jumps to his feet, racing away from our bed in our cozy little shack and out onto the platform. Confused, I stare after him. His thoughts are a jumble, and when I prod at him, I realize he's not even paying attention to me.
"Maul?"
His thoughts shift chaotically, and I bite back a groan when the chaos grows more pronounced. I don't have to step outside to know that Mal has shifted to his battle form. His mind tells me plenty. He's full of seething, wild, disjointed thoughts, like a storm on the ocean, and no amount of gentle nudges are getting through to him. "Mal," I call out as I leave our makeshift hut behind. "Come back, Mal." I scan the skies, looking for a familiar gleam of gold and a large flying shape. When I spot him, though, I see a second shape in the air nearby. Mal dives at it, his thoughts furious. It isn't the first time we've had another visitor. We've had other dragons drift into the territory that Mal has established as his own. Normally, Mal loses his shit for a few moments. The other dragon realizes he's stumbled into the territory of a mated Dracony and quickly exits. We've had a female swoop through, scented me, and then left quickly again. This dragon isn't leaving, though. As I watch, it flies toward our tower like an arrow. And it absolutely enrages Mal. His thoughts are blistering with fury.
"I will tell her nothing,"
blasts through my head.
"Mal, tell who what?"
I move to the railing of the walkway and gaze up at him.
"Mal, talk to me." "Who are you?"
His muddled thoughts pierce through the chaos, and he stabs at my mind, as if trying to peel back the truth for himself.
"Why do you smell like my mate?"
"I am your mate, babe. Dig through my mind. You'll see. I'm telling the truth." I fill my head with images of us together from the last few weeks, of Mal creating my shack on the walkway at the top of the derrick, so I won't be blistered by the wind. Of Mal and me on the couch, of Mal curled around me while I sleep, Mal grinning up at me as I twirl in the cape I just made. His thoughts ease a little.
"You do not lie."
"I don't."
"I do not remember you."
His thoughts grow upset. "It's okay, babe. You will. It happens sometimes." I keep my thoughts sweet and soothing. "Who is talking to you? What's making you so upset?" Mal flies back toward our oil derrick, hot protectiveness edging his thoughts.
"It is a mated male. He smells like the hive, and he keeps trying to talk to me."
All things that Mal distrusts. Well, not the mated male part, but my dragon is definitely skeptical of anyone that reaches out to talk to him. "Is he Queen's Guard?" I ask. "Do you remember him from your past?"
"I do not. He has a mate, a human one. She is atop him, riding him. He is a fool to endanger her."
Mal's thoughts drip with scorn. I'm surprised. "Wait, he's got a human woman on his back? Does she look like this?" I send him a mental image of Rachel, her scarred face and long brown hair, the stump of her arm.
"I do not know. He flies closer despite my warnings."
Anger floods through his mind again.
"He says he does not wish to fight, yet he approaches my nest."
"It's okay," I send to him. "I'm here. He's not a threat to me if he has a mate. Can you see his female? What does she look like?" The thought he sends back is blurry, like so many of his mental pictures, but I catch a hint of pale hair in his thoughts. "Is it Rachel? Is her Dracony named Jurek?"
"You know him?"
Mal's thoughts are full of confusion.
"Why do you know him?"
"Come back to me, Mal, love." I make my mental voice as soothing and enticing as possible. "Come back to me, and I'll explain everything. We're in no danger from them."
"But they are in our territory."
His mind is indignant. "I know. They must want to talk to us. We'll make them apologize," I promise him.
They smell like the hive. I know. Just come to my side, please. Come stand next to me. I promise you they're not a threat. Mal clearly doesn't believe me, and it takes a fair amount of wheedling on my end to get him to return to the oil derrick. Even when he does, he perches atop it, glaring at the other dragon that makes lazy loops in the sky a short distance away. From here, I can see that there's a rider on the dragon's back, though it's too far away to make out who it is. It takes a bit more persuading before Mal comes to my side, and a couple of boob squeezes. When he shifts into his two-legged form, I want to breathe a sigh of sheer relief. I throw a cloak over his big naked body and cover his face with kisses. Do you remember me now? I do. Why is there another in my territory? His hand clenches on my arm, and he holds me possessively close as the other dragon flies around the tower again. Why did I not fight him? I asked you not to, I tell him. It's Jurek and Rachel. They're friends of mine. They must want to talk to us. Mal shoots me a disbelieving look. For me, I ask, giving him a pleading look. They're just coming to talk. I know they won't hurt me. Rachel is my friend. You do not need friends. You have me. I smile to myself because that sounds incredibly sulky. Talking to them doesn't mean I don't belong entirely to you, Mal. It just means that I want to say hello to them. Rachel has been a good friend to me. I pull up memories of my time in the Panny program, of Rachel sharing bits of her food, or protecting me and Manda when another girl would get too aggressive. Of nights sitting up in our bunks, just talking for hours on end about nothing in particular. You care for her. His thoughts are grudging. Very well, they can come to our nest, but they are not staying. Of course not. I throw my arms around his neck and bring him down for a happy kiss. Thank you, Mal. His mind is all grumbly, which I find adorable. I will tell them to land. 26. Jenny. I kiss Mal again, tugging on his lower lip and sending him a mental promise for later. Then I put a hand to my hair and try to straighten it, along with my clothing. Normally, I pull my hair into a messy knot so the wind won't make it look like a tumbleweed. But I want to look nice if we're greeting my friends. I think about food and drink to offer them, like we're hosting a dinner party. I have some water I boiled and skimmed that's left over. It's not the greatest water, but we also found some old tea bags, and those hide the majority of the flavor. All of our extra food is gone, though. I have a few scraps of meat I was going to eat for lunch, but maybe I should share those instead. No, Mal says firmly. Eat them right now. They would not want you to give away your meal. I stick my tongue out at his bossy tone, but he crosses his arms over his chest. I know that look. That look tells me he's not going to budge until I do as he asks. With a frustrated sigh, I get up, move into the love shack, as I've dubbed it, and shove a dried chunk of meat into my mouth, chewing. And water, he demands, pointing at our pitcher of tea. I make a face at him, but I wash the meat down with the tea, eating and drinking as I glare, lovingly, at my intractable mate. You are so stubborn, I send between bites. I know, I have to be when it comes to you. You do not take care of yourself. You put others' needs in front of you. Do not? He immediately plucks a mental image of Bethany and her son out of my head. Do you think I did not feel when you were hungry? When you gave those two your food and they were not grateful? They were grateful, I chew angrily. How do you know they weren't? Because it is in your head. You gave away your food and your hard work on your clothes because you were lost and alone. You needed to matter to someone. You wanted a new family. None of that is necessary now, because you have me.
He moves to my side and tips my chin up with a finger, even as I chew the dry meat and glare at him.
And I will never steal a meal away from you. You've got it all wrong. I do not, he says,
and we both know he's telling the truth. Arguments with mind readers suck. I continue to chew, watching as the other dragon floats closer, his wings fluttering. He's not nearly as scarred as Maul, and I decide I like my dragon better. He looks far more dangerous, like he's seen some shit go down and came out the other side.
I am glad you approve of my scars,
Maul tells me with that haughty, amused tone of his.
Seeing as how your mouth is on them every night.
Are you complaining? I retort as I guzzle down some tea to wash away the last of the meat.
Never. I like your mouth all over me. If anything, I am encouraging.
It's another reason why you can't win an argument with a mind reader. They turn everything to sex. Maul's thoughts fill with amusement, and then he neatly steps in front of me, blocking my view out of our love shack.
Stay behind me until we know they're safe.
Of course they're safe. They're my friends. I lick my fingers.
Your friends who willingly live under the hand of the Solorian.
Your queen did too, I might add. His thoughts flare with anger, and then betrayal, and I realize I've hurt his feelings. I reach out a hand to touch him from behind, even as he stands protectively in front of me.
I didn't mean it like that. I know. I can feel it in your thoughts. It's all right.
I wrap my arms around his waist, settling my cheek against his back.
When they leave, I'll make it up to you. Shall I tell them to leave now?
Maul asks. At the flare of panic in my thoughts, he lets me feel his amusement. Now he is just teasing me.
I only joke, my fires. They are arriving. Speak with them if you must, and then I will chase them away from our nest for good.
I peek out from behind his back as someone knocks on the sketchy walls of our shack. "Hello in there," a familiar voice calls out. It's Rachel, and my heart soars with affection. "Can we come in? It's a little windy out here." Maul's thoughts answer me before I can even ask. Of course my friends can come in. Rachel is accompanied by her mate, Jurek, and that means Maul will be on alert at all times. I give my mate a squeeze and call out, "Come on in." A moment later, the door we have slanted over the entrance opens, and Rachel steps inside, her eyes wide as she searches the room for me. "Rachel!" I call out happily, moving away from Maul. I hold my arms out to hug my friend. I know Rachel isn't much of a hugger, but she beams in my direction and steps forward, hugging me back. I squeeze my friend tight, and I'm surprised to feel a big, rounded belly pressing against me as we embrace. I look down as we step back, and Rachel is pregnant, heavily pregnant. I blink in shock as I stare at her rounded belly that was hidden by the loose clothing she wears. "I know," Rachel says, and rubs a hand over her stomach. "It looks like a basketball stuffed under my shirt, doesn't it?" I gape at her. "Are you really pregnant?" She grins. Her face is filled out, no longer as lean and hungry as it was before. She's got a mess of scars covering one side of her face and bisecting her lower lip. But I love Rachel's expression because it's so open and friendly and familiar. "Well, I'm not pretending to get attention, if that's what you mean." "Oh, I didn't mean—" "I know." She rubs her belly again. "I'm just teasing. I absolutely get the shock of it. Turns out that Dracony gestation time is way, way shorter than humans. Who knew?" She tilts her head and waves a hand at the big golden man standing behind her. Yeah, you knew. Thanks, hun." I glance over at Jurek, who's watching Rachel with an intense, possessive look that seems very familiar to me. I've seen that same intense look on Mal's face when he watches me. Jurek looks unchanged, of course. He's still as awkwardly naked as ever, his hair loose and flowing around his shoulders. I silently compare him to Mal, and my dragon has a more regal expression in addition to his scars.
And you like this better?
Mal interrupts my thoughts.
You prefer me? Of course I do.
I turn to glance back at my Dracony, and I notice he's still wearing the cape I put on him. I discreetly tie the front of it shut, and then smile up at him.
Keep wearing this. Because you do not want other females gazing on what belongs to you?
Exactly. I send a possessive thought back to him, and Mal's pleasure rolls through my mind. Who says the men are the only ones that get to be greedy with attention? I love being the center of Mal's universe, and him being mine. And I love that he basks in my attention. My possessiveness smooths down a lot of the rough spots in his mind, where the madness threatens.
Are you going to be okay? I ask him quietly. Should we go outside into the wind so you don't have to smell them as much? Their scents are not as bothersome as I thought, he admits. They are heavily mated, and the stench of the hive is only slight. I want you in here because this is your favorite spot. This is where you are most comfortable.
He rubs his mouth against my hair.
I will tell you if it gets to be too much for me.
You'd better. I lean into him for a moment and then pull away, looking over at our guests. I'm being a bad hostess, my attention fixated on my Dracony mate instead of my friends. But Rachel just watches me with amusement, waving a hand at my apologetic expression. Don't worry about it, she says, as if she's read my mind. I'm lost in a private conversation all the time myself. I get it. She puts a hand on her belly and takes a few steps inside, gazing at her surroundings. Wow! She admires the flags we have draped over the walls, the posters, the clutter of goods from the amusement park lining our cozy little love shack. You've got a whole setup here. I guess there's not a big demand for plastic mugs with roller coasters emblazoned on them, I say cheerfully, and pick one of the mugs up. You want one? I'd love one, Rachel says, laughing. She takes the offered mug, and a bright smile creases her scarred face. Oh, dang, this brings back memories. I haven't been here in forever. My parents took me for my birthday once, you know. Mine too. I smile wistfully at the thought. It was my favorite place as a kid. I think I liked the ice skating rink better, Rachel admits, but she hugs the mug to her chest. So, what made you set up here? Mal, I say easily. It needs no further explanation. She chuckles. That'd do it, yeah. Rachel glances around, putting a hand to her lower back. Hate to ask, but can I sit somewhere? All this baby in my stomach is hell on the hips. Oh gosh, of course. I rush forward, cleaning my crap off of one of the chairs we have scattered about the love shack. I pick up my stack of fabric and move it to the other end of my favorite pink couch. You sit there, I tell her, indicating a large, overstuffed brown chair we swiped from a hotel. I sit on the pink couch, and Mal immediately thumps down beside me in a billow of obnoxiously bright cape. It takes everything I have not to giggle, because he's like the world's most garish wizard in that outfit. Jurek watches us for a moment, and then crouches next to Rachel's chair, his arm resting on one side of it. Rachel, meanwhile, wiggles deeper into the cushioning. God, this chair is nice. Where did you get it? I want to drag one back to Fort Dallas. Feels like everything I sit in lately is uncomfortable except this, which means I'll probably never be able to get out of it. She sighs deeply and pats the top of her belly. 3 cheers for accelerated pregnancy, right? I bite my lip, curious. Exactly how accelerated? Can I ask? Or have I just completely lost track of time since we left? She thinks for a moment, then glances over at Jurek. His eyes whirl with varying shades of gold, and I know he's answering her, and then she turns back to me. I'm about 2 months along, I think. My jaw drops. 27. Jenny. I stare at her belly, at her very rounded, very pregnant belly. Rachel's tall and slender, so the fact that she's that pregnant seems insane to me.
Is this not a normal time for a female to carry young among your people?
Mal asks, reaching over and tugging on a lock of my hair. His arm rests behind my back, and I'm pretty sure his cape has fallen open again. But Jurek's casual nudity makes me feel a little silly to fuss over Mal's. Reading my thoughts, my dragon discreetly moves a corner of the cape back over his dick.
Better?
I bite the inside of my cheek, trying not to smile.
Thank you.
I know, Rachel says. 2 months. We're supposed to give birth around 3. Luckily, the whole breathing fire and shape-changing thing doesn't happen until they get older. She glances at her mate again. Some sort of rite of passage back on their world.
Receiving your fires,
Mal agrees. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about fire breathing or shape-changing when it comes to babies. I can only imagine the havoc that would wreak on my insides if I got pregnant, and I touch my stomach in worry. I guess that's good? Seeing as how I have a big active baby in my belly, I like to think so. Rachel chuckles. She rubs at her belly with the stump of her arm. She told me she lost her hand in the chaos and riots that followed the appearance of the rift. You'd never know she felt the lack, though, because she's more capable with one hand than a lot of people are with 2. But I'm happy. I'm glad. I smile over at her because she does look happy. Rachel's always struck me as scrappy and resilient, but now she seems settled, radiant even, utterly confident in herself and the world around her. And when she reaches over and Jurek touches her hand, it makes me happy for her. She's found peace and joy, 2 things hard to come by in this world. You 2 will be great parents, I just know it. Her grin widens. Believe it or not, we didn't come here to talk babies, or at least not about our baby. I pause, confused. You didn't? I couldn't think of a reason for her to be here, and part of me was wondering if she was dropping by to let me know about her pregnancy so I could be aware of what to expect if I got pregnant too. Me, pregnant with Mal's baby. A family of our own. I kind of like the idea, but I'm not sure this would be the right nest to raise a baby in. I'd like running water and a roof that didn't leak when it rained.
Do you want a baby?
Mal's thoughts pierce through mine, thundering through to the forefront.
I will give you one. I will give you a dozen.
I'm still getting used to the idea of being mated and someone's other half. I never thought it would happen for me, not even when I joined the Panny program, not even when they told us the truth about what we were there for. It just didn't seem like something that would be in the cards for me. But a lot of things have changed in the last few weeks, and I allow myself to entertain the idea. Would I like to have kids? Would I like to be pregnant and glowing like Rachel? Even if there are no hospitals in this world and very few doctors, no schools, very little civilization, I think I still would. I don't know if it's selfish to bring a child into this kind of world, but I would love the hell out of any baby I had, and I know Mal would too. He's attentive and caring toward me, always so careful and thoughtful of what I might like. Even when he's lost in himself, he recognizes my scent. He's getting better, too. Even when he's in battle form, the chaos in his mind is not nearly as bad as it was.
I would give you children,
he tells me, his thoughts hot and possessive.
There would be no greater joy for me now that I have you.
I smile over at him and slide my hand into his, our fingers intertwining. Rachel leans forward slightly in her chair. This is probably a good time for me to ask if you're pregnant already. I blink at her. I've been so distracted by Mal and thoughts of babies that I've forgotten our conversation. Me? No, I don't think so. But you're not sure? Rachel gives me a curious look. I've never been regular, I admit. You know that. Any bit of stress will cause me to skip a month or two. Right, I remember now. She drums her fingers on the arms of the chair. Me and Manda were synced up, but you never were. Does Mal say if your scent has changed any recently? If you're pregnant, he'll be able to sniff it out before you will. I straighten in my seat, squeezing his hand tighter. You're asking me? Well, I can't ask Mal, Jenny. Dracony only talk to their mate or other Dracony, and Mal won't talk to Jurek at all. She gives me a tight smile. You can tell him that Jurek isn't here because of Azar, and no one's going to take over his mind. I don't tell him anything. If he doesn't want to talk to Jurek, that's his right. I don't blame him for not trusting anyone. I shake my head. I know you trust Jurek with your life, and I'd trust you with mine, but you have to understand Mal's position too. You guys still live at the fort. There's a sense of wonder and pride that comes through Mal's thoughts. He's listening in to my conversation with Rachel, and he likes that I'm refusing to pass things along.
You are defending me. You are a fine, fierce mate indeed. Of course I'm defending you. You belong to me, and me to you, remember?
Okay, well, can you ask him if you're pregnant? Take Jurek and me out of it. She studies me. Your face is fuller, but I can't decide if it's because you're carrying, or if you just stopped giving all your meals away to ingrates. Rachel's always been a little blunt, but hearing that makes me blush. They're not ingrates. Bethany just has a difficult situation. A difficult situation that she chose, by the way, and one she keeps choosing. A husband who likes the gambling at the cantina more than feeding his family. Her choices do not make it your problem.
Your friend is right, Mal tells me. I do not like that you gave away all your meals. Why else put yourself under the Solorian's thumb if not for food and safety? Not you, too. I will always be in favor of you getting fed, Mal tells me. He loops his arm around my shoulders protectively and pulls me against him, pressing a kiss to the top of my head as a quiet apology. If you ever see this other female again, you will not give her your meals. I will hunt for her if needed, but your belly will be filled first. Fine, fine, I grumble. Do I need to ask you if I'm pregnant then? You are not. I would know if you were. Your scent would change. That's what Rachel said. I shoot a glance over at my friend. Not pregnant. Her expression brightens. Wanna be? What? This is an awkward ask for a friend, but I need you to get pregnant. Rachel grimaces. Actually, I require it. We all do. 28. Jenny. I'm not entirely sure I hear her correctly. I'm sorry, what? You need to have a baby. Rachel gestures at us. You and Mal, and we need you to come back to the fort. You can't ask us that, I bluster, shocked she would even bring up such a thing.
Which part? The fort part or the baby part? I guess the fort part is a little selfish of me. I want you back because I miss your company, and I think you'd be safe there. Is she trying to change the subject? I'm so confused at all she's throwing at us. Go back to the fort. Because she wants us there? I reach out and grab Maul's hand. Did the Silurian, Lord Azar, did he leave the fort? Rachel lets out a little sigh. So, you figured out he's a Silurian. I guess that's a given, considering how he enslaved Maul and all. No, he's still there. Unfortunately, I think we're stuck with his sorry ass. She waves a hand. But he won't be a problem for you guys. Not a problem? He enslaved Maul. I bite the words out, shocked at her casualness. How can you defend him? My friend shakes her head again. I'm not defending him. I think he's a piece of shit. But with you and Maul bonded, he can't take him over. More than that, he wants him back at the fort more than he wants a zombie, so he wouldn't touch him again. He'd just recruit a new dragon to take over and leave Maul alone. She shudders delicately and rubs her belly again. I know it probably sounds like I'm on his side, but I promise you, I'm not. I don't like him any more than you do. I know he's protecting the fort and running things, but it doesn't mean he's a good guy. I like to think of him as a necessary evil. And she makes a face as though the thought disgusts her. I look over at Jurek, who remains completely impassive. It's impossible to tell what he's thinking. Other than the occasional touch to Rachel, he keeps his expression blank, his eyes neutral. Maybe it feels so jarring to me because I've been around Maul for weeks. I can feel his every thought, so I know what he's thinking, even when he's wearing that snooty look of his.
You think I am snooty?
I turn toward him.
Only when you look down your nose at me, like you do 6 times a day.
I make my thoughts teasing.
I like your snootiness.
He gazes down his nose at me, that haughty look on his face. I know he's doing it deliberately. And then his thoughts go from silly to serious.
I do not want to go back to the fort. I do not want to be anywhere near that slave lord. I don't blame you, and we're not going back. I wouldn't ask you to.
I let him feel the protectiveness in my mind.
I don't care if he's totally apologetic. We're not going back.
And I tell Rachel that. You're my friend, and you know I care for you, but I won't put Mal back into that situation. We're not going back. I don't think it's right that Azar's in charge, nor do I think it's right that he's just grabbing dragons and taking their minds. I shake my head, my hand on Maul's thigh. I know he's protecting Fort Dallas, but there has to be a better way to do it. I agree with everything you're saying, Rachel says, her voice reasonable. And I know it makes me a jerk, but I still have to ask you to come back.
There is something she is not telling you,
Maul informs me.
Do I need to talk to Jurek?
My hand tightens on his thigh. I know how suspicious Maul is of talking to other dragons. After what he's gone through, I don't blame him.
You don't have to. Ignore him. You only have to talk to me. I do not trust him,
Maul admits.
I only trust you. He has reached out a few times, but I have pushed him away. I prefer the silence to betrayal.
His thoughts have a cold, bitter tinge to them. It makes me want to hug him. My poor dragon, I can only imagine. I send him a protective thought full of love, even as I face Rachel. Maul won't go back, and I don't blame him. And if you came here to tell us this, you're wasting your time. Rachel's expression grows sympathetic. I know, but I figured someone deserves to tell you the truth, because you're not going to like it, but you need to hear it. And once you do, you'll come back. You're wrong. I wish I was. Rachel suddenly looks very tired. She rubs her belly again, her face strained, and Jurek reaches out and puts a big protective hand atop the mound of her stomach. They share a look, and then she turns back to me. I wish this was all in my head, trust me, but it's not. She puts her hand atop Jurek's. I wish we could run away too. You think I wouldn't have left the fort behind the moment Jurek and I mated? You think I haven't dreamed of running away every damn day? You think Gwen doesn't? I'm surprised to hear that. I thought Gwen was his friend. I think of the tall, lean black woman and her dragon. They showed up before Rachel mated to Jurek and have been associated with Azar in my head ever since. Are they not? Rachel laughs, the sound dry. I think Gwen might hate him more than I do. But she has a really strong sense of duty. She doesn't want to see the world destroyed again. She looks over at Jurek. Especially not that she's about to give birth at any minute. Is she pregnant? What's with all the babies?
She has not given birth yet,
Mal tells me.
I would feel it.
I look over at my mate in surprise, but he doesn't expound on that. The tired expression on Rachel's face deepens. You're going to hate what I'm about to tell you, but as your friend, I feel you deserve to know. Have you seen the big bugs here? The ones that are the size of house cats? A chill goes up my spine. I freeze in place, thinking of the enormous bugs, of the one that sat on the railing just the other day and watched me, as if he somehow knew I was here, as if they've been following me. Fear returns. Fear, along with the greasy, disgusting feeling that always accompanies the dreams, the feeling of never being clean. You've seen them? She sighs. Who hasn't? They're all over the fort lately. Worst of all, I know where they're coming from, too. The rift? I ask. It's not something I've thought about before, but the moment the answer pops into my head, I know. They're coming in through the rift, somehow. Just like the Dracony did, the bugs are flying through and making this place their home. A mental image of Haley's dead body returns, and I shudder with horror. How did you know? Rachel seems surprised. It was a guess. I cling to Mal's leg, drawing strength from his silent presence. Normally, his thoughts are all over mine, but he's been very quiet since Rachel arrived. I dreamed about them, too. Rachel immediately tenses. She touches her stomach again and leans forward. And you're sure you're not pregnant? No. Why? Because I've had dreams about the rift ever since I got pregnant. She squeezes Jurek's hand. Gwen does, too. It's because of the babies. She scoots forward to the edge of the chair. What did you see in your dreams? I lick my lips because they're dry as bone. Bugs, lots and lots of bugs. I'd wake up in my dream and I'd be in my room and they were there. They'd come in and surround my bed. They covered the walls, every surface, everything. It felt like they were watching me, always, staring at me. And they made me feel unclean, Rachel asks. I nod. She sits back again, casting a worried look over at Jurek. I don't dream about the bugs as much as I dream about what I saw. What you saw? I echo, blank. What does she mean by that? And the rift. She gives me a tight, awkward smile. Jurek and I flew up to the rift because I didn't believe what Azar was saying about it. And what did you see? I ask, but my stomach is turning. It's like I already know her answer. Rachel shudders. Nothing human or dracony. It's something else, something evil. I don't know how to describe it other than in vague concepts, but it's sending the bugs out. It's like they're his spies. He's sending them to scout and check things out, and that's why they make you feel so unnatural and sick. They're not from our world or our dimension. It's an open wound, the rift. And you know what happens with an open wound?
It gets infected, I whisper.
Yup, and right now we've got a parasite trying to move in.
Her words are chilling. I think of Bethany and her son eating the bugs. I think of how sick just the sight of them makes me. And I imagine something else in the sky above, something creepy and evil watching us. Something that invades my dreams and watches me there, too. And I shudder. Maul's hand goes to the back of my neck, a protective gesture. He pulls me against him, and I go gladly, needing the comfort of his arms. I will not let anything happen to you. Just like in your dreams, I will protect you. I will always protect you. I nod, but I'm not reassured. This feels bigger than just me or Maul. He can protect me, of that I have no doubt. But I can't help but mentally picture the rift, the large, pulsing, gaping wound in the sky, the one that ripped open one day and changed everything. You think something is really going to come through?
I do, Rachel says. That's why we're still at the fort. That's why we're letting Azar hold on to his dragons for now. I don't like the man. He could fall off a cliff tomorrow and I'd probably cheer. But we need him. I make a face. Why do we need him? You and Jurek can protect Fort Dallas. No one has to be enslaved. Rachel shakes her head, cutting me off before I finish. You don't get it, Jenny. This is bigger than Fort Dallas. It's not just us. It's the world. I know this sounds crazy and stupid, but we have to make babies to save everyone. I can't help but giggle. You're right, that does sound crazy. Her mouth twitches. I wish I was being funny, but I'm dead serious. You need to get pregnant, because the world needs your baby's help. We need all the half-dracony babies we can get. Babies? I echo. You really came here to tell us to make babies?
They are born with strong names,
Maul says suddenly. I straighten, looking over at my mate. What do you mean?
The babies, the ones that talk to me, the ones you told me not to talk to.
My mate's gaze is startlingly clear, his eyes vivid gold, even though he speaks of nonsense.
They have strong names and strong minds. The Solorian will want to harness that. He is clever and will stop at nothing to expand his empire.
That's not very reassuring. I can't believe all of this is about babies. It's true, Rachel tells me. I know it sounds ridiculous, but the babies that are half human, half dracony, have some sort of extra strong mind connection. Azar thinks they can all work together and seal off the rift. Babies. It sounds ludicrous. But the look my friend is giving me is utterly serious. Rachel's not one to carry a joke for too long, so she must believe this. Before you panic, Rachel says, let me tell you what I know and what I'm working off of. You guys can make your choices based off of that. If Maul wants to talk to Jurek, Jurek's willing to share his thoughts with him. If not, I understand that too. You're in a vulnerable position. Her gaze is clear and honest as she looks over at us. It's a lot to take in, but we need your help, and once you understand why we're asking, I'm hoping you'll make the right decision for everyone. I turn to Maul and give his thigh a little squeeze.
Well, do you want me to talk to Jurek?
I want you to do what you're comfortable with. If you're not ready to talk to him, then you don't have to. Simple enough. I'm on your side. He lifts my hand to his mouth, pressing a kiss to my skin.
If it is a trap, you will help me come back?
If it is a trap, I'll destroy everyone involved, I promise him fiercely.
So bloodthirsty.
He likes that I'd get so violent on his behalf.
Very well.
And I can feel the moment Maul opens his thoughts to Jurek.
29. Maul. This world has taught me one thing. It is far easier to stay mentally closed to everything this world presses onto me than to open myself up. When I am in my two-legged form, with my mate at my side and her thoughts threading through my own, it is easy to push out the rest of the world, to ignore the dracony minds that tap at my own, the children who try to shout their way into the edges of my mind. I push them away and focus on Jenny and Jenny alone. And now I have to force myself to open up, to be like I was before, in a time I can scarcely remember any longer. But my mate is confused and unhappy. She wants to trust her friends, but they tell her horrible, dark things, and she wants me to reassure her, to find out the truth for her. I can do so by touching minds with Jurek, even if it means I risk myself again. I will always risk myself for her, so the answer is an easy one. It is easier than unfurling my wings, lowering the mental walls I have erected around my center self. The moment I do, it feels as if I am relaxed, loose, easy. And yet, still in my mind, still Maul, still myself. Jurek prods at me, a silent request to touch minds. Even though my instincts flare with unease, I force myself to allow the connection, well aware that this might be a trap, that the Solorian might be clawing his way back in even now. I am not with him, Jurek says, and there is truth in his thoughts. Search my mind. You will see I tell the truth. I do, pushing and probing through his thoughts. He is like me, scattered when it comes to his past, but utterly focused in regards to his mate and the child she carries. The human hive is as his female has told mine. The Solorian lords over the humans, keeping them in line, but he also worries over the rift. He has felt the evil there reaching out, and he has felt it in his mate's dreams. Once I am satisfied that he means me no harm, he steers me toward the children. Have you spoken to them? They have touched minds with me, but I pushed them away. My mate did not like it. She worried it was a trap. They are infants, Jurek replies. Infants with strong names born of this world. Our minds are scattered and tethered by this land, but theirs are not. It is through them that we will be able to fight whatever seeks to come through the rift. It is why you must have a child with your mate. We need all mated draconi to reproduce, to make these strong children. How will they do that? I ask. They are just children. You should meet Salavatri or Luminora. They will show you. His thoughts are easy. We do not seek to lure you back to the human hive for bad reasons. Rachel wants her friend nearby so they can support each other. She cares for your mate and thinks of her as family. I look over at Jenny, who watches me with an anxious expression on her face. She searches my features, looking for a reason to step in and protect me, and her mind flickers at the edge of mine, a silent reminder that she is there for me, as protective of me as I am of her. I send her a silent burst of affection. My fires. Is everything okay? I am speaking with Jurek. Things are as they say. There is something evil in the rift, and they wish for us to make a child to protect this world. The infants are born with strong mental powers, and they believe that if we have enough of them, they will be able to stop what is trying to come through the rift, the thing that reaches out into our dreams. Already, our child tries to protect Rachel in her dreams, Jurek adds, listening in on the fringes of my thoughts. A child would do that for your mate as well. The thought of being able to protect Jenny even more is an alluring one, as alluring as the idea of making a child with her, of having a family. But not if it is just a tool to be used. The Solorian thought I was a tool and treated me as if I was nothing. I would not force a child into such a life. Your scars, Jurek points out. You were a warrior back in our world? I was Queensguard, I tell him. I do not remember much, but in my mind, the title is associated with great honor. Honor that has been stripped from me now that I let a Solorian into my head. I do not wish to speak of it, I tell him, and snap my thoughts shut, pushing him out. Jurek blinks, the only outward sign that he has acknowledged my dismissal. He turns to his mate, the air heavy with their silent communication. Everything all right? My mate asks me. Jenny's thoughts are tinged with fierceness. Do I need to kick butts? It is fine. I am done speaking to him for now. I look down my nose at the small group, then get to my feet and walk away. I keep my thoughts touching my mate's, though, letting her know that I am pleased with her, but I am done sitting with her friends. Their scents are permeating our nest, and Jurek's thoughts are open and bare, as if waiting for me to speak with him again. I do not want to. A Queensguard does not... Well, I do not know. But he is not my equal, and I do not like him telling me what I should or should not do. I will decide for myself, not because it is pushed upon me. The females talk for a while longer, Jenny's distracted thoughts drifting in and out of my mind. She is happy to see her friend and asks many questions about the baby. She asks about another friend back at the hive, and all the while, she plots to make clothes for her friend's baby with the scraps she has. She gives Jurek's mate one of her colorful cloaks, and both females make loud, happy noises over the colors. Jenny likes being with her. Her happiness wars with the confusion and worry she has over the news that Jurek's mate brought. Enjoy this moment, I tell my mate. We will think on other things later. For now, be with your friend. So they talk and drink the flavored water that my mate prefers, and Jenny shoves a bunch of scavenged things into a pack and insists that her friend take them back with her. I am amused at her efforts. Jenny loves to take care of those she cares for, even if it means sending all of our plastic mugs back with her friend. We can get more, Jenny tells me on a cheery note. It makes her happy to care for her friend, and so it fills me with pleasure as well. They leave, with Jurek sending a mental touch of farewell to me with an open note to it. If I reach out again and he is in range, he will welcome communication. I suppose that is kind of him, even if he is not Queensguard, and therefore not my equal. Jenny moves to my side, and I hold her close as we watch Jurek shift into his battle form and delicately maneuvers his mate onto the seat strapped between his shoulder blades. She is ungainly with the child in her belly, but she manages to get up and fusses with more straps while Jurek waits patiently. What are they doing? I ask Jenny. She's using seat belts, I think. It's an interesting concept. Her thoughts tumble with how she could pull together some sturdy belts and make a seat upon my back if she needed to ride. Providing you'd let me, of course. Why would I not let you? Amusement curls through Jenny's thoughts. Sometimes you forget who I am? Ah. At least until I play with my breasts. Then you remember pretty quickly. I see no problem with this sort of reminder, I tease, brushing a flyaway piece of my mate's hair back from her brow. Perhaps you should sit on my back and play with your breasts to ensure that my attention remains on you at all times. She snorts, laughter in her thoughts as the mental image drifts between us. It is moments like this when I need no others. I only need my Jenny, her charming mind touching mine, her scent in my nose. I do not care about the rest of the world. I do not care about anything other than this moment. I'm happy too, Jenny sends me. But, Moll, I worry. What if they're right about the rift? Rachel wouldn't lie, so she truly believes that something big is coming through, and only the children can stop it. Do we even want to play into his little games? I do not know. Is it a game if we want to have a child of our own? She looks up at me, her eyes bright. I like the thought of a family, but I look around at this place and think, why would I do that to anyone? Why would I bring them into this world? Maybe it's because I remember what it was like in the before. Things were so wonderful and easy. Regret fills my thoughts. And now it is not. No, it's not easy. She turns and slides her arms around my waist. But I have you, and that makes everything better. A child would have us, I point out. So you do want one? I am like you. I would like a family. A nest full of my children and my mate. Would I bring them into this world? I consider this carefully. If I knew they would not be affected with the mind turmoil like I am, then yes. I am learning that it is not a bad world, just a very different one, and not made for Dracony. But a child? Yes. I would bring one into this world because I would protect it and care for it, and you would too. But what if things get even worse? What if it's like Rachel said, and the rift is a wound that's getting infected? How do we fix that? Do we do like they said and have a child just because it helps us? I do not know. We will sleep on it and see how we feel in the morning. She nods and tucks her face against my chest, her thoughts whirling with confusion. She has lived through one world-shattering event and is terrified of another. I understand this well. I am stranded here in her world, but this is not the world she expected either. It belongs to neither of us. But it might belong to our children. Jenny looks up at me, a smile curving her mouth. You think their baby will look more like Rachel or like Jurek? I try to picture Jurek's mate and shrug. Her features were unimpressive. Really? Even her scars? I did not notice them. Her eyes widen. How did you not notice? She studies me closely. Show me your mental image of her again. I do, and Jenny cocks her head, puzzled. Show me your image of me? An odd request, but I do as she asks. A smile crosses her face. Moll, honey, do you need glasses? Do I need what? I scowl at her mental image of a strange contraption worn across the eyes and over the nose. Why would I need such a thing? To help your eyesight. Everything's a blur to you. It is not if I squint hard. I do so, and her face comes into sharper view, her bright eyes dancing with amusement. See? It is fine. Jenny giggles. We are going to find a glasses store and get you some to wear. I can't believe this. My fierce Dracony warrior is nearsighted. It is not necessary, I grumble. I do not like her pointing out my flaws. Is my vision as crisp as hers? No, but it serves me just fine. And I think we should get you glasses, Jenny says again. And because I can refuse my mate nothing, it seems we are going to get these glasses after all.
30. Jenny. My thoughts are a mess with everything we've learned from Rachel and Jurek, so I focus on the small things, like getting glasses for Mal. I can feel he's completely opposed to the idea, but he likes to humor me. All this time, I thought that his mental pictures were just hazy because that was how mental pictures were. It wasn't until he commented on the fact that he didn't notice Rachel's scars. I love Rachel dearly, and I think she's beautiful, but her scars are the first thing one notices about her when they meet her. They cover one side of her face, and her lower lip is bisected by one of the marks. They're impossible to miss. You don't notice them much after you get to know her, but a stranger would. So, since I can't fix our situation, I can at least get Mal glasses. Mal has shifted enough times that I'm comfortable with how to handle him. The moment he switches to battle form, he's confused and disoriented, his thoughts utter chaos. His tail lashes, and he fans out his wings, aggression rolling through his mind like a thunderstorm. I immediately reach out to him.
Mal, sweetheart.
I keep my thoughts loving and most of all calm.
It's me. Remember me? No.
But his thoughts are confused. He leans down, large dragon head moving over me as he takes in my scent. I'm familiar to him, but the piece of the puzzle that answers his questions is eluding him.
It's me, your Jenny, your mate.
Jenny. He tastes the name and decides it is a good one.
Why are you human?
I chuckle.
Always have been, always will. You still love me for it?
I reach out and stroke his nose.
I thought I would have a dracony mate,
he admits, and the arrogance that is pure Mal bleeds through his thoughts.
But I like your scent better.
You like a lot of things I do better, I promise him, all cocky confidence. I press a kiss to his nose.
You said you would take me somewhere, my love. I did.
But he gathers me into his claws and cradles me against his chest like I'm the most perfect of treasures.
I must have forgotten.
It's all right. I fill my thoughts with understanding and affection. We all forget sometimes. I send him a mental image of where I want to go. I don't know of a specific eyeglass store, but there's a strip mall not too far away that might have a likely candidate. And if nothing else, we can fly along the highway and see what we can find. He brings me to his muzzle and rubs his nose affectionately against my cheek.
How is it that I forget you? I do often, do I not?
Every time you shift, I remind him. I have this conversation with him regularly, too. At first, it upset me, but now I understand it. It's just another quirk of being dracony in this world. There's something about the way they think that gets muddied by being here. Rachel said Jurek gets confused, too, and it's always worse in battle form. But he's never aggressive to me, and once he remembers me, he's loving and sweet. I figure there are worse things than a quick reminder of who I am. So I rub against his scales and caress his snout and fill my thoughts with affection.
Can we go flying? Of course. Are you hungry? Shall I feed you?
The confusion in his thoughts fades to something a lot more like protectiveness.
What do you need?
I'm fine, I promise him. Let's go flying and see what we can find, shall we? Mal takes to the skies, and even though I don't have a fancy saddle like Rachel did, I feel completely and utterly secure. Mal holds me tight in his blunted claws, his grip firm as he presses me to his chest. He flies where I tell him to go, and then his thoughts lean on mine, seeking approval as we float past one building and then another. There's a great many stores crammed in this section of town, all of them wrecked and weathered, and not a single one an eyeglass store. I'm just about to give up hope when I spot something with potential. The sign is old and faded, but the image of glasses is an obvious one, and I don't have to tell Maul to go down. He picks it up from my head and acts. He lowers us to the old abandoned parking lot, next to what was once a juice store, and is probably now just a haven for cockroaches. Once he sets me onto my feet, I straighten my clothes and look up at him. "Will you turn back to two-legged form for me?"
Why?
This is the part we always argue over. He'd rather be in battle form to protect me, but I can't exactly fit glasses onto a dragon. "Because I need you to be my size." I cup my breasts and tease the nipples enticingly under his gaze. Watching his eyes go from a mixture of black and gold to almost completely gold turns me on, and my nipples harden, rubbing against the fabric of my dress. The moment my arousal touches the air, Maul shifts. A breath later, he pulls me against him, his mouth hungry over mine, his hand moving to my breasts.
Tease, my beautiful teasing mate.
I kiss him back, then force myself to pull away. "Glasses first," I promise him, holding out my hand. "Then we can make love." He bites back a groan of frustration, but takes the hand I offer him.
You are far too stubborn.
I just laugh, because if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, what is? The store's glass doors are shattered, and the moment we step inside, my heart sinks. There are frames displayed on the wall, along with a broken mirror, but the frames have no lenses in them. Of course not. You have to have a prescription for glasses. Frustrated, I pick up the first pair and sigh, staring into the broken mirror at my reflection. The Jenny that looks back isn't the one I recognize from before. I used to be this soft, delicate kid, my feelings easily hurt. This Jenny's tougher, with wild, wind-tossed hair and an expression that has seen some shit. And right now, this Jenny is pissed she didn't think about the glasses before they flew here. I frown at my surroundings. I hate a wasted trip.
Do not be so sad.
His fingers brush over my bare arm before he turns and gazes at our surroundings.
There is nothing here we can use. I bet you can find something.
His thoughts are full of affection.
You always do.
I guess so. I open the door to one of the back rooms and peer in. A filing cabinet, some old folders, an old computer monitor on a desk, and no computer, probably scavenged. I flip open one file just out of curiosity and there's a pair of glasses in the folder. These are prescriptions that never got picked up. "Maul, come here," I call excitedly. I pull the glasses out of the plastic bag that's stapled to the file and then hold them out to him. "Put these on and tell me how things look." He holds the folded glasses in his hand and frowns at me.
Put on how?
Oh, right. I unfold the arms, showing him how they work, and guide them up to his nose. They're an ugly pair with basketball cartoons on the rims. Why? But if they help his vision, it doesn't matter. "Well?" I ask him. Maul peers down his nose at me.
This is supposed to help?
"Show me," I say, and grimace when the image he sends to my head is blurrier than ever. "Yeah, that's not good. Okay, take those off. Maybe we can find another pair." The next drawer of the filing cabinet is chock full of glasses, so I pull out another pair of glasses and hold them out to him, and he puts them on and tests them before we move on to the next. It's kind of cozy and domestic with us like this. Just a happy, married, mated couple shopping for glasses together.
Are we?
He asks, pushing a pair of huge bug-like frames up his nose and staring around him. Are we what?
A happy mated couple. You have everything you want?
A mental image of something new flashes through his head, of me, pregnant like Rachel was. Oh, it's something he wants. I pause, studying his face. I never thought I'd have anyone, I admit, other than my dad. After he died, I thought it was just a matter of time before this world chewed me up and spit me out, too, that I'd be dead in another year or so. But with you, I think about the future, and I'm not entirely sure what it entails yet, but it fills me with hope.
Would it bother you if I said I wanted children?
He takes off the oversized glasses and puts on a pair of black nerd glasses with square rims, and a look of surprise crosses his face.
Oh.
He stares at the wall nearest to us.
There is a picture on it. Those are not just blobs.
I turn and look at the eye chart that he's staring at with fascination. They're not just blobs, no, they're writing. He reaches out and traces the large E on the chart.
I did not realize my eyes were that bad.
He frowns and turns to give me a skeptical look.
You will not tell any other Queen's Guard of my flaw?
Why would I? I sit on the edge of the desk, pleased, as he moves around the room, staring at everything.
Humans are messy. Look at all the things cluttered into this place.
He leans in and stares at an advertisement of a happy family, all wearing glasses. He stares at the picture, his gaze moving over the faces of the family.
Do you want children?
He asks bluntly.
Even though I am flawed like this?
First of all, you're not flawed, I point out. Lots of humans have vision trouble. I won't tell anyone, and you don't have to wear the glasses around anyone else but me. And second of all, I don't know if I want children. Can I think on it for a day or two?
Of course.
I watch him adjust the glasses on his face, amused and full of affection. Funny how you're more upset about your flaw of needing glasses than of bringing children into this mess of a world. Mal turns to me, and the glasses perched on his regal nose just make him look more arrogant. I kind of love the way he looks, though, haughty and yet with a wild edge.
There is not another world to bring them into,
he points out.
I cannot go back to mine, it sounds like, not if the rift is polluted with darker things. And this world has good things in it.
Such as? He saunters toward me.
Their mother, these glasses, those tasty creatures with the excessively long horns.
I giggle at his absurd list. So, because you like the taste of longhorns, we should have kids?
No, we should have children because we want them, not for any specific reason other than that.
Mal puts his hands on my shoulders and then presses a kiss to my forehead.
But we are not deciding today, remember?
Of course not. Mal goes completely still, his gaze distant.
Do you still wish for me to avoid the babies?
Oh. Are they talking to you?
They talk to everyone in range. They do not know how to tone their thoughts down yet. Here, I will show you.
He opens his mind a little more, and then I feel it. It's like a megaphone blast into my head. Hungry, bellows a child. Hungry and wet, unhappy. I wince, surprised at how strong the voice is. It's less of a distinct thought and more of a sensation. The baby doesn't know the word for hungry, so it's broadcasting the feelings and is very, very loud and cranky and young. Who is that?
Her name is Luminura. I do not know her sire and dam's names, but she shares their faces in her thoughts sometimes.
A mental glimpse of a woman is offered from the perspective of a baby breastfeeding and gazing up at its mother. The woman is smiling, her dark curling hair and olive skin familiar to me. I've seen her around Fort Dallas, I realize, but I don't recall her name. No, wait, I do. Sasha, I say suddenly. She was dating one of the guards, one that got killed by dragons. I haven't seen her in the fort for a while, and I guess I now know why. She hooked up with a dragon and had his baby. It seems to be a thing lately, having babies with dragons. Maul turns to me, his thoughts bright with excitement. I can feel his enthusiasm. Not to meet Sasha and her dragon, but to view the child.
Do you want to go see them?
Go see them? Sasha and the baby? Right now? How can I refuse?
31. Maul. The moment I shift into battle form, the thoughts and smells of this world crash in around me. Chaos blackens my mind, and I become lost in the madness. I growl, frustrated, because the unending flood of images and swirling unfamiliar scents overwhelms everything. Maul, calls a patient, sweet voice. I follow it, peering down at my feet. I ruffle my wings in frustration, ready to flame whatever is attacking my thoughts. It's me, Maul. You're Jenny. Your mate. Come breathe in my scent, and you'll remember me. She makes a beckoning motion with her hand, indicating I should do as she asks. For a moment, I am horrified. I am Queensguard. Why would I mate with a human? For that is what this female is. She gazes up at me with her face the odd color of the humans, her hair dark, her eyes that odd, unchanging color. I lean in, ready to snap her up in my jaws if she lies. Familiarity washes over me the moment I breathe in her scent. Jenny, my soft, pretty, fragile human. Mental images of my mate stir, of her laughter as she touches me, of the soft, vulnerable expression on her face when I claim her. I can smell my fires in her veins, smell the scent of my seed between her thighs. This is indeed my mate. How could I forget? It's all right, she tells me, in that soft, wonderful tone. Her hand caresses my nose. This world messes with your head. I don't mind reminding you. I rub my head against her, pleased at her scent. It truly is appealing, musky and fresh, and utterly enchanting to breathe in. I could press my snout to her belly and just drink in her scent all day long. Do you remember what we talked about? She asks me, her hands skimming over my scales in a lovely way. We were going to visit one of the babies. You said you wanted to. Her mind fills with our conversation we had just a short time ago, a conversation that I cannot find in my own memories, no matter how hard I try. Everything is blurry. If I try to focus on anything other than her scent, chaos and madness fill my thoughts. I focus on her instead. She's what I like best, anyhow. A loud, intrusive thought bursts into my mind. It flares bright with hunger, and then is immediately settled. Thoughts of feeding and the taste of mother's milk drift through the child's thoughts. Luminora. I remember now. She has reached out many times, but I have pushed her away. Come, Luminora tells me. All is well. I am fed and will be sleepy soon. Her happiness floats through my mind, clearing some of the clouds away. Yes. We were going to visit Luminora and her parents. The desire to see one of the half-dracony children is pervasive, and when my mate holds her arms up, I scoop her into my claws. She holds a small tube in her hand, and as she settles into my grip, Jenny pats my scales. Don't worry, I have your glasses. My glasses? A mental image of clear faces, of Jenny's bright smile as she gazes up at me, drifts through my head. I remember now. Glasses. Our secret. Don't worry,
Jenny's thoughts are full of affection. Do you know how to find Luminora? Will they be upset that we're coming unannounced? Nothing is unannounced as far as those children are concerned, I reply, and Jenny laughs. I take to the air, following the thread of Luminora's charmingly disoriented thoughts. Hers are not the wild chaos of my own, but something purer, sweeter. They're the distractedness of an infant, a collage of her mother's face, impressions of food, her father's thoughts touching her own, and Luminora's own mental reaches for Salavatri, myself, and the other Draconi in the area. Now that I am no longer blocking her thoughts, they drift through mine, pleasing and strong in their contentment. They make my mind feel stronger too, more resilient, and I wonder if her sire is stronger in mind with the constant presence of his child nearby. Jenny's thoughts touch mine constantly as I fly, her observations of what she sees below peppering through my head. There is an old restaurant. That one is a hardware store. That one is nothing but shoes. There is something called a gas station, where people would fuel up cars. Jenny's thoughts even show me how they used to work, and I am fascinated. Humans would crawl inside them, and the car would move on its own down all the flat paths that cover the ground. Now that there is no more gas in the gas stations, all the metal cars sit empty and abandoned along the roads. Luminora's mind grows stronger, and I spot a tall building in the distance. A bank building, Jenny tells me, reading the sign. The letters are broken, and birds' nests are tucked into the curves of the sign. Just above the lettering of the sign itself, there is a large opening in the roof of the building, and as we move closer, a large Draconi male takes to the skies and bellows a warning. Jenny stiffens in my grip, a flicker of fear in her head. "Papa!" Luminora calls, delighted at the sound of her father's bugling. She sends him a flurry of thoughts and emotions that include me. Immediately the other male, Dak, settles. "She has invited you?" "Yes. We wish to see," I send back. "We want to look upon a child with Draconi and human blood." "Come, then. She likes you." Dak's tone loses its aggressiveness, and he whirls about in the sky, heading back toward his nest. The scent of him is everywhere in this territory. It is well marked and established, so they have been here for a while. "I make sure that all know this territory belongs to me," Dak sends back, his thoughts edged with ferocity. "No one will come close to my mate and child unless I let them." "Of course." "Is everything okay?" Jenny asks me, worried. It is fine. Dak sends us a warning, as any would if we went into his territory. All is well. I want to nuzzle her to reassure her, but I must concentrate on flying. I lift my wings, adjusting the angle so I can pull up on the edge of the building. I settle in, using my hind legs to anchor my body in place, and study our surroundings. There is a break in the floor here, and below, I see the trappings of a home set up. There is a bed and a kitchen, my Jenny's mind fills in the words for me, and a couch. And walking toward us, wearing a soft, faded dress, is Luminora's mother, the baby in her arms. Gently, I lower my claws and set Jenny on the floor in front of her. "Is this all right?" "Thank you, Mal," my mate tells me with a sweet smile. "Are you going to change and join us?" I look over at Dak. He rests opposite me, remaining in his battle form. He lounges on his side, but his thoughts are anything but relaxed. He is wary, watchful, a protector ready to go to battle to defend his mate. He will not shift forms, not while I am here. But I want to see Luminora for myself. I jump down, shifting midair, and when I land on the floor next to my mate, I am in my two-legged form once more.
I shake off the last vestiges of muscle memory left over from my other form. I can still feel my wings if I close my eyes, and roll my shoulders as I stand up. Jenny immediately moves in front of me, embarrassment flaring through her thoughts.
I forgot he won't have any pants. Do you have a towel he can wear?
You think she has not seen a cock before? I tease my mate, wrapping my arms around her shoulders from behind and dipping my head to breathe in her scent. She had a baby, you know. She knows what one looks like.
Yes, but she might think it's rude if you wander around her house with your junk hanging out,
Jenny replies primly. The other female, Sasha, my mate's thoughts tell me, just smiles.
I've seen plenty of naked Draconi, so one more doesn't faze me. I'll get him a towel if you find it awkward, though. It's hard to line up our thinking with theirs sometimes.
And then the other female looks at me and holds out her infant. She knows the reason we are here. Luminora shoves a fist into her mouth, covering both her chin and her fingers with drool. Her little legs kick wildly, and she stares at me with the bright, swirling eyes of all Draconi. The hair atop her head is a mess of thick black curls like her mother's, and her skin is a shade of amber I have never seen on a Draconi, much less a female. Compelled, despite myself, I reach out and take the infant, holding her under her arms. "Greetings," I say to her. The little legs kick in the air, and Luminora makes a cooing sound aloud.
Mal,
she bellows in my head happily.
Mal, Mal, Mal.
I grin and hold her against my chest. You are a very, very loud little warrior. Her delighted laughter is so loud in my mind that I wince. But then I laugh too.
32. Jenny. I should have known that Mal would fall head over heels for the baby. He's entranced by her. I can feel in his mind that Luminora shares her infant thoughts with him, most of it baby-like shouting, and he adores all of it. He holds her for hours, until hunger hits her again, and then Luminora wants her mother. Sasha takes her daughter from Mal then, and for a moment, my mate looks so very bereft that my heart twinges. I somehow know how our baby's conversation is going to go.
She is special, is she not?
Mal asks me, barely able to take his gaze away from the child as she nurses. Normally, this would probably bug me, to see my guy staring intensely at another woman's bared breast. But Mal's thoughts are in my head, and there is zero interest in Sasha whatsoever. His fascination is with the baby.
Our daughter or our son would be just like that, so strong of mind and clear-headed.
I sip the glass of water in front of me. Sasha's baked us some cookies, too. She found a stash of brown sugar a while back in an old grocery store. All of it is as hard as bricks. And she chips a little off here and there to bake with. The cookies aren't what I remember from before. They're hard and dry, but still a treat after the constant tomato and corn-based meals in the fort. I don't know what to think about Mal's baby fever. Part of me thinks it's cute. Who wouldn't love a big, dangerous guy brought to his knees by a fat, wriggling baby? Part of me worries about the consequences, though. If we have a baby, are we dooming it to a terrible fate? We're assuming that enough children will be born to close the rift. What if there aren't? What if some are born without the strong mind of the others? What then? Are they going to be stuck in a world that's a double whammy of awful? I think about my father. He'd always been strong, but after Mom died and we were left alone together in this new world, he turned hard. He always protected me, but a lot of the time I wondered if he'd wished I'd died when the rift came, instead of Mom. Or maybe he'd wished we'd both died, so he could truck on alone. Life's a lot easier in the after without a kid in tow, especially a female one. I don't think I'd want my baby to feel as if she was a burden to her parents. Things are hard enough as it is.
No one would ever be a burden to you,
Maul thinks confidently.
You are not your father.
I know that, and he was a good father. I don't want you to think he wasn't. He did right by me. He cared for me. He made sure I was safe at all times.
As I will do with you and our child. Your father did the best he could, but he was not Dracony, nor was he Queen's Guard. Our child will have the best of all guardians, me.
I stifle a snort of amusement into my cookie. Sasha glances over at me. She's been a polite, if distant, host, her head no doubt filled with conversations on her mate's end and taking care of her baby. She's got some incredible snacks, though. Cookies make her top class in my book, and to add on to that, her water tastes clean and pleasant. She smiles over at me and steals a cookie from the plate in between us. Sorry if I've been a little distracted today. I'm sorry we dropped in unannounced. It wasn't unannounced with Luminuria, Sasha admits, watching as the baby feeds at her breast. She told Dak all about it. Not you? A wistful look crosses Sasha's lovely face. I can't hear her thoughts. Only the Dracony can. She brushes a pinky over her daughter's cheek and gives her a loving smile. I'm going to have to wait a bit longer to say hello. Oh, I didn't realize. How strange and isolating it must feel to be the mother of a baby and to be the one to feed her and yet be cut out of the communication chain. It was strange at first, Sasha admits. She takes another bite of cookie and then sets it down, switching her daughter to her other breast. I was actually really jealous of Dak, because here we've made this little person, and she's apparently already talking her head off to her father, and I can't hear a thing. Dak shares the conversations with me and opens his mind so I can feel them too, but it's not quite the same. I see. In her place, I'd imagine I'd be jealous too, resentful even. It's not something you'd think about, and then to find out everyone's talking except you, it has to feel strange. In a way, though, I'm glad they have the bond, Sasha says, glancing up at her dragon with affection. Dak has remained utterly silent and watchful, and I don't think he likes our presence much.
I do not think Dak likes anything much, except his mate and child,
Maul offers.
Does Maul struggle?
Sasha's question is delicate, her gaze open as she looks from me and over to Maul. With the madness, I've heard that some of the Dracony are more settled now that the children are constantly in their heads. Dak has been more in his own mind since Luminuria arrived as well. Her presence soothes him in ways that I can't.
I do not struggle,
Maul tells me in that haughty tone of his. I just hold his hand in mine and don't comment. Seems wiser. Sasha fusses over her daughter for a little longer. Once the baby has finished eating, she stands up and paces, rubbing Luminuria's back as she burps her. Did you come up with her name? I ask, watching the mother with her child. Oh, no, Sasha says, smiling. She came out and declared her name to the world. I think they all will. The Dracony are born with their names, too, I think. Dak says he has always been Dak. That once he was more than just Dak, but now he's just Dak. Her smile becomes apologetic. I'm sure that doesn't make any sense.
It does to me,
Maul says, thoughtful.
All I can remember of my name is Maul, but it also seems strange to have such a short, insulting name, and yet I am Queen's Guard. Those with small names are small presences in my world. I think my name was once longer, but I no longer have all of it. Another piece that's been lost since you came through? Perhaps, Maul muses. Perhaps the rest will come back someday. Perhaps not. Perhaps the rest will be given to our daughter. Are we having one then? I tap his hand with my fingertip. Is it decided? Nothing is decided, he tells me, his tone mollifying. I just know my thoughts on the subject. It is your body. I will honor your wishes, whatever they will be.
Did you guys have more questions for us? Sasha asks in a quiet voice, her hand moving up and down Luminoria's back in a gentle caress. I turn to Maul.
Can I hold the baby again?
He asks. I fight back a smile. Maul wants to know if he can hold Luminoria again. She's probably just going to sleep, Sasha warns, even as she steps forward with the blanket-wrapped infant. And she's a drooler. I pass this on to Maul, who absolutely does not care. He takes the infant with an expression of joy on his face and rests her on his shoulder, just like Sasha did. Sure enough, the baby goes to sleep, her mouth open and drooling, on my mate's shoulder. And, okay, it does punch me right in the ovaries. He'd be a great dad. I glance over at Sasha again. She casts another look of affection up to Dak, clearly in a conversation with him. Then she sits down across from us again and relaxes, picking up another cookie. I should have you guys come over more often to babysit, she tells us with tired amusement. I'd love to have some time to just sit and read a book, and that's hard to do with a new baby. When she sleeps, I want to sleep too.
We can stay. I will hold her all night,
Maul tells me happily. His thoughts are so content right now. No wonder Dak has settled, like Sasha said. It's hard to see this and not want a baby, just to give Maul the boost of mental clarity. I remind myself that the baby would be its own person, though, and it's more than just a quick fix. It's an absolute change of how we live our lives. I want to think it through logically and not be directed by impulse. So I glance over at Sasha. How do you feel about Lord Azar and his little plan? She shrugs a shoulder. He can plan all he wants. We're not going back to Fort Dallas. I won't take my family anywhere near him. Do you believe the others when they say something is coming through the rift, then? I'm curious. Sasha nods, her expression grim. I believe it. I've felt it. If you get pregnant, you'll feel it too. It's like it talks to you when you're expecting. She shudders delicately, and above us, Dak gets agitated. You think that his plan will work? To have the babies somehow seal the rift shut? I don't know if it's his plan, Sasha admits. Or if he's just piggybacking on their natural inclinations. I do know that from the moment Luminoria was born, she's protected both myself and Dak. The moment the thing in the rift tries to enter our dreams, she blots it out. So do I think Azar is going to be the linchpin in things? No. I think he's just trying to get as many people to have babies as possible because he wants to save his own hide. Are you going to let Luminoria help then? Sasha chuckles. That's cute. You felt Luminoria's mind through your mate. You think I could stop her? She has a point. 33. Jenny. We stay until late. Sasha makes dinner, a simple meat mix with a bit of fresh zucchini and onion from her patio garden tossed in with the spices. Maul holds the baby the entire time and talks with Dak in tendrils of conversation that drift in and out of my own conversations with Sasha. I've never really gotten to know Sasha well. I saw her around Fort Dallas, but didn't know her. Sasha is an absolute bookworm and loves romance novels especially. She pushes her favorites on me, gushing about the characters in a book she's read a half dozen times. She offers a few books to loan to me, but only if I promise to bring them back. And when we finally leave, it's with full bellies, new friends, and a reading list. This time, when Maul shifts to his battle form, he's not even that disoriented. He remembers me after only a moment's confusion, and then he flies us home, mind-touching with Luminuria and Dak as we go.
I like them, he tells me. I would like to visit again. I have not had friends before. But you were Queen's Guard, remember? That was different. Our loyalties were only to the Queen. We were not encouraged to be friendly with one another.
The more he tells me about his Queen's Guard days, the less it sounds like a noble honor, and the more it sounds like the Queen was just using them as convenient bodyguards. I try to keep that thought to myself, but Maul picks it out anyhow. He doesn't like it, but he doesn't say I'm wrong either. When we land in our nest, I can't help but compare it to Sasha's cozy place back in the other building. I liked my shack before, but now it feels, well, like a shack. The wind whips at us, chilly this evening, and when I step into my makeshift hut atop the walkway, the walls rattle, and some of the wind whistles in from the big cracks along the walls. It strikes me as very temporary, this home. It also strikes me as the worst place to raise a baby. It's like I'm seeing everything with new eyes. Before, I viewed it all from a lens of good enough. Am I comfortable? Good enough. Do I have food to eat? Good enough. Water to drink? Enough to bathe? Something to wear? Good enough. But good enough won't work for a baby. Good enough won't work long term. I realize I'm still living in the moment. I'm not thinking ahead to tomorrow, or the next year, or 10 years down the line. If I live in the moment, this home, this life, is good enough. If not, we have to make major changes. Maul shifts into his two-legged form and enters the hut. He gazes around us, and I know he is seeing it as I'm seeing it.
You are not happy with our nest,
he says thoughtfully. I am happy. I'm happy with things as they are. But if we want more...
I understand.
He picks up the plastic bucket I use to keep my boiled water in and studies the contents.
Dak and his mate had clean, fresh water, all they could want. We do not have this.
The fort also has a doctor, I point out softly, and I send him a mental image of Melina. If we have a baby, I want a doctor to be there. It's dangerous otherwise.
And would you like for me to give you a child, my mate?
Maul's thoughts flare with lust. He moves toward me, wrapping his arms around my body and tucking me against him. I press against his chest, loving how sheltered I feel when he cups the back of my head and holds me close. I know you want one, I whisper. I'm just trying to switch my head from the present to the future. I have a hard time seeing it sometimes. I slide my arms around his waist, his solid body warm against mine. It's funny, but one of the common things back in the day was when you went on a job interview, they'd ask you, where do you see yourself in 5 years? It was meant to get you thinking about the future. My dad used to say it sarcastically all the time in the after. Like, he would gesture at our surroundings and say, where do you see yourself in 5 years? As if the world was playing the biggest joke on him. I think about that sometimes. Maybe it's why I have a hard time seeing ahead.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years, then?
Maul asks me. Still cradling my head, he tilts me so my neck is exposed, then leans in and presses kisses there, making love to my throat in a way that makes me shiver with need.
Share with me what you think your life will be like. I want to see.
I drift in my thoughts, musing. Where do I see myself in 5 years? It's an excellent question. I play with the idea in my head, imagining where I'd like to be. I imagine myself in my ideal place, living my ideal life. I picture a farm, a place with a vegetable patch for food, trees for shade, and greenery as far as the eye can see, a well for fresh water, fresh open air. I don't picture the metal-covered cement safe houses of Fort Dallas. I don't picture anything Fort Dallas, actually. I picture myself growing my own vegetables, wearing clothes that I've made, with my mate at my side. If we had a little farm, Maul could protect us. He could keep his territory safe from other Draconi who might wander near and flame things. We wouldn't need to be hunkered down in a fort. We'd just need to be ourselves. We? I realize I'm picturing us with children. That when I tend to my vegetables, Maul and our children are there with me. We're a happy little family, quiet and cozy and tucked away from everyone else, taking things one day at a time, but free, happy. I guess I do want kids. I just don't want the version of the future that Azar offers. I feel guilty for even realizing that my future doesn't involve helping out others or taking care of those in need at the fort. I just want simplicity. I want quiet. I want Maul and a family and a little place to call our own. Maul kisses my neck again, his teeth lightly scraping over my skin in a way that sends goosebumps of need over my body.
We do not have to take anything Azar offers, he tells me. We can make the future our own. We do not need to go back to the fort. We need never go back. I will keep you safe.
I pull at the laces on my dress, undoing the drawstring that holds the simple garment to my breasts.
What about the rift? What about Rachel's warning? Let someone else take on the problems of the world,
Maul tells me. He moves lower, cupping one of my breasts and feeding it to his lips. I gasp at the bolt of pleasure that flares through my body, my arms going around him and holding him against me as he teases my nipple with his tongue. God, his mouth feels good. I moan as he licks one peak to stiffness and then moves to the other, his thumb caressing the abandoned breast.
You and I will forge our own path, and we will not need anyone else.
I like that idea. I like it a lot. Maul's thoughts are twining with mine. He feels how much I love his lips on my skin, how much desire his hungry mouth sends rippling through my body. With a groan, he picks me up and hauls me to our bed.
My beautiful, perfect mate,
he tells me over and over again. My everything.
My sweet, soft Jenny.
Soft? I tease, laughing at the thought. Nothing in the after is soft. He lays me down upon the bed with such gentleness that it steals my breath away. The look in his intense golden eyes is full of need. But you are soft.
Your thoughts are soft because it is in your nature to want to help others.
He strips the last of my clothing off of me and then kisses my foot.
This is soft.
I giggle because my calloused foot is not soft, not in the slightest.
You are soft right here,
he says, and kisses the inside of my arch. I whimper, hot need flaring through my body. I had no idea I liked that sort of thing, but his mouth there does all kinds of crazy things to my libido. Where else am I soft? I ask, fully aware that it's a shameless, leading question. Hot laughter rolls through my mind.
Well,
my Dracony says, in a very lazy, sexy tone.
You are soft here.
And he leans in and kisses the inside of my knee.
And you are very soft here.
He continues to kiss forward, moving along the inside of my thigh.
But you are softest right here in your center.
And he pushes my thighs wide apart, lowering his head to lick my core. It doesn't matter how many times Maul goes down on me. I'm always hungry for more. I love the flare of pleasure that leaps through his mind when he tastes me. Love how much he enjoys his tongue stroking through my folds. How much he loves to drill the tip of his tongue deep into my core and pleasure me with it. Feeling it through our connected thoughts adds an extra layer of enjoyment that I never suspected and makes me hotter than ever. I squirm against his mouth, and because he expects that, he pins me with one arm, holding me still so he can tongue me with abandon. It makes me so incredibly aroused. I whimper, bucking my hips and trying to meet his mouth as he works my clit, teasing and sucking on the sensitive bit of flesh. He knows which quivers mean I'm close, and he follows the slightest movements of my body like a hunter with prey. I can never hold out for long, and before I can even feel the orgasm building up in my legs, I'm coming with an intense wave of pleasure. I cry out, lost, as he continues to flick his tongue against my clit, dragging out the moment for as long as possible. Before I can fully recover, he's over me, kissing me hard, his cock dragging against my folds. He rubs his big body against mine, reminding me that he's big and brawny, and he owns me. I cry out softly as he fits the head of his cock to my entrance. He always feels so big, so powerful in that first stroke, like he's claiming me from inside out, retaking my body and using it to suit his needs. I love being owned by him, because no matter how careful and reverent he is when he touches me, there's a hungry, needy edge that requires sating, and it's never more evident than when he edges toward his own release. His focus narrows, and then there's nothing in the world, and nothing in his ever-busy head, other than our joining. There's nothing that exists outside of his cock driving into my body and how it feels. His arousal always stirs my arousal, and by the time he's on the precipice, I'm needy and wanting once more. It's the delicious friction, the absolutely relentless pounding of his cock into me that drives me back to the edge again, and when his release blasts through him, I go with him, climaxing at the same time. It's incredible, feeling his climax in his mind the same time as I come a second time. It makes the ripples of pleasure last longer, and the afterglow between us is so hazy and pleasant. It's like basking in the sunshine. They should have told me that when they made me hand over my panties. I'd have been all aboard mating with a dragon if I'd been told this sort of thing was part of the deal. I stroke my hand over Maul's sweat-dampened back and feel happy. 34. Jenny. I sit on the walkway outside of the love shack and watch the skies. I'm dreaming, I realize. One bug flies up onto the railing and perches there, watching me. Its eyes flicker with an almost intelligence, and it lifts one leg and cleans its face as it sits, and I get the vague impression it's trying to be casual. A short time later, another bug joins it, and then another. When I look up, there's an entire flock of them, like crows roosting. They know you won't do anything, so they're coming out. I turn to the person at my side. It's a small boy, one I don't recognize. His hair is a fuzzy pale blonde, his skin the same shade as mine. He looks down his nose at me, and that expression looks so familiar. I can't see his eyes because of the dream. His hair covers them, but something tells me I'd see the dracony gold swirling in their depths. "Who are you?" I ask. "You know who I am," he replies. "No, I don't," I begin. But then I stop. He looks down his nose at me once more, and my mouth goes dry, even as more bugs fly onto the railings. They coat it now, and I can sense an oncoming darkness, something that lurks just beyond the railing, something unseen, but just as unclean as it's always been. The child moves closer to me, putting his small hand in my own, and when he touches me, everything washes backward. The bugs disappear. The unclean feeling fades. The child is keeping me safe. "You know who I am," he says again, and smiles up at me. A knot forms in my throat, because I do. I know who this is. "You're my son," I whisper. "Aren't you?" He nods. "Do you have a name?" "Arthromathan," he tells me proudly. "But you won't remember it. I'll tell you again when I'm born." He holds my hand tighter. "You have to help, Mama. If you don't, the others won't have a chance." "What others?" I ask. "The ones waiting to be born, of course. Can't you see them?" He gazes around us, staring up into the skies. I look up, expecting to see bugs and monsters flooding the heavens. But there's nothing. Just gentle, puffy clouds and a pinkish-purple sunset. My favorite. I don't see anyone. "They're there." He squeezes my hand. "But they won't have a chance to be born if it comes through." "The thing in the rift?" He, Arthromathan, a fine long name, Maul would think, nods, his shaggy hair in his eyes. "You have to help the others first. Tell Papa. I tried, but he's all closed up like a fist. That's why I'm in your dream and not his." "Okay," I say, fascinated. I stare down at the child holding my hand, wanting to memorize his face, his name, the sound of his voice. But all I get are vague feelings instead. Memories of things that haven't happened yet. Motions and habits. Like when he gazes down his long nose at me. I want to memorize that, but even as I stare, I know I won't remember. I want to, but something tells me I won't. "It's nice to meet you," I tell Arthromathan, moving to stand next to him. I search his face, which seems fuzzy even now. What does one say to their child when they meet them for the first time? "I'm happy you came to me." "I like your head, Mama. I hope I get to come again, but I might not." He beams up at me, a gap-toothed smile. "But I'll be back anyhow." "I'll be here." I feel like crying when he pulls his hand out of mine. "Please, don't go. Stay with me a little longer." "I only got to come to tell you about the thing in the rift," Arthromathan says. "You'll get your farm later, but for now, you have to fight." I nod. I understand. He pulls away, then pauses. Arthromathan races back to me and flings his little arms around my shoulders, hugging me tight. He smells like spices and soap, little boy mixed with dragon, and the scent is so familiar that it makes tears pool in my eyes, because I want to keep this moment, and I know I can't. "I love you, Mama." "I love you too, baby." I hug him back, squeezing him tight. "I have to go. I'll be back soon, though. Don't be sad." He pulls away and then dances into the shadows. I watch him go, my heart both aching and full of joy. As he leaves, the light seems to go with him. I'm left in darkness, and the moment he disappears, I hear the buzz of insect wings. I jerk awake with a gasp. Maul reaches for me, his thoughts flowing with concern. "You are awake, finally." I put a hand to my forehead, frowning. I know it was a dream, and yet, at the same time, it felt so real. Images so vivid, I feel as if I can touch them, scatter through my brain. But when I try to focus, they dance away. I know I'm going to lose them. Like all dreams, they drift through my head and disappear just as quickly.
You were having a nightmare. I tried to reach you, and I could not. What happened?
He pulls me closer to him, his protectiveness in overdrive. Someone else was there with me, I think.
Who?
A fragment of memory unfurls in my head. Our son.
Our son?
He echoes. His hand splays over my abdomen, and I can feel his mind reaching out and searching. He must find something that satisfies him, because in the next moment, he sighs heavily with contentment.
Our son.
I stroke Maul's hair, trying to follow the flutter of memories. They're receding already, which breaks my heart. I want to see his little face again, to hear his voice, but it's quickly leaving me behind. He told me his name, but I've forgotten it already. It was such a good name, too. Long. You'd like it.
I cannot wait to meet him.
Maul's thoughts are full of emotion. Soon, he said. We'd meet him soon. I run my fingers through Maul's wiry golden hair. And he said we needed to help the others in the fort. My Dracony mate tenses against me.
Why?
Because if we don't, then there won't be any future. I continue to run my fingers through his hair, comforting him. But if we go back, we're going to make sure we have the power, and we're going to make sure he knows it.
I like the way you think.
We talk the rest of the night and into the morning. In the end, our plan is simple. We're going back to the fort so I can have the doctor present when I give birth. We're not entirely sure if I'm pregnant yet, but after my dream, if I'm not yet, I will be soon. Any lingering doubts I had are gone after meeting my child in my dream. I want my son at my side. I want a future for him, and if that means I have to go back to the fort temporarily, I will. Maul and I will go along with Azar's plan for as long as his goal matches ours. We'll sleep in the bed he gives us and eat his food and pretend like we're on the same page. And the moment the rift is secure and the threat to our world extinguished, we're gone. Until then, I have plans. Plans for demands that the Lord of Fort Dallas will need to fulfill if he wants our help.
35. Maul. Jenny is calm as she packs the last of our things into bags. She wants to return to the human hive bearing gifts for her friends. She has spent the day filling satchels of small trinkets to bring with us back to the fort. More of the endless plastic mugs she likes, tiny mirrors and soaps, old towels with strange pictures of things called roller coasters printed on them, and most importantly of all, the sewing she has worked on for the last few weeks. Each piece of clothing scavenged from the place below has been cut into squares of fabric, and she has worked hard to create new things out of them. There are several cloaks of bright colors and blankets of the softer fabrics. There are skirts and several dresses she likes to wear. She has made clothes for other people, too. I watch as she folds a small cloak into one of the bags. "That one's for Bethany's son, Michael," she tells me. "He always runs around in this torn shirt, and I worry he's going to get cold with the weather changing." Her thoughts are fond, but I can feel her concern. "You worry about him, and about her." Jenny shakes her head. "I want better for her, but she makes bad choices. I don't think she had many to begin with, but I know even if we found a way to get her away from her husband, she'd go back to him anyhow. She feels loyal, I guess. I don't know if it's love." She sits back on our bed and sighs.
How can you love someone that treats you so awful?
Shall I eat him? She turns to me, blinking.
What?
Shall I eat him? I repeat, quite serious. I could pretend to forget myself when in battle form, which is not such a stretch. You could point him out to me, and I could eat him. Humans are not my favorite food, but it would solve a problem. Her mouth drops open.
You've eaten people, Maul?
She's horrified. I search my mind. I do not recall specific people, but I am sure I have when lost in the madness. You are all bite-sized. It does not mean I will eat you or anyone that is your friend. I shrug when her thoughts continue to roil with troubled sensations. I have viewed myself as being at war with your people for a very long time. Sometimes in war, the easiest solution is the best one. It does not mean I will continue to do so, especially not after mating you. Jenny purses her lips, thoughtful. I move to my mate's side and sit next to her on the bed. This thought has never occurred to her before now, and she is realizing just how different I am from her. I am very different, I agree. I am Draconi. I have not and never will be human. That does not mean I cannot appreciate and cherish my human mate. I pull her against me, her back settling against my chest. I slide my legs outward and seat myself behind her, curling about her as I would if I were in my battle form. Unlike my battle form, though, I can lean in and kiss her soft, fragrant neck. Do you hate me now?
No,
she answers back immediately, and there is no hesitation in her thoughts.
But maybe don't eat people anymore? You like longhorns? Stick to them.
As I said before, it was war then. I press another kiss to her neck, and she finally leans into me, softening. I am no longer at war. I have joined forces with the other side. I have defected. I lift her hair and expose more of her neck so I can continue to kiss her. And the only human I want on my tongue is you. Her thoughts groan. She tells herself she knew that comment was coming, that I can only talk about tasting for so long before my attention turns toward mating. I like mating, I point out. My female is warm and eager in my arms. Why would I not think of such pleasant things? I cup her breast. Why would I not think about covering my female with my scent before we return to the stench of the human hive? I see no problem with this. She sighs, leaning back against me as I tease her nipple, and her thoughts swirl from lazy pleasure to vague thoughts about tomorrow and what our return will bring.
What if Azar doesn't give in to our demands?
She asks, fretting. Then we leave. We seek out a friendlier fort. There will be others with Dracony and human matings, I think. There will be others eager to stop what is coming through. We will approach others instead. Remember, we approach him because he has something we want, and we have something he wants. We are not giving in. Our paths are meeting at the same place momentarily.
As long as we're on the same page,
Jenny says softly, her voice catching in a gasp when I roll her nipple. Hot pleasure floods through her thoughts. I tease my mate's earlobe with my tongue, my mind full of the need to claim my mate. We are always on the same page, I tell Jenny. You and I are one. Always. The next morning, I kiss my mate goodbye. It always feels a bit like goodbye, and shift to battle form. I expect to be utterly lost the moment I shift, and for a moment I am. The sounds and smells of this world overwhelm my senses, and it is too much. It threatens to pull me under, to swamp my mind and drag me down. Then, just as quickly, it clears.
Maul?
my mate calls out, reaching out to me. The wind makes her hair and her dress flutter around her slim body, and her face is resigned. "Remember me?" I lean in and rub my nose against her. Even before her scent reminds me, I know who she is. Jenny, my mate. The one who carries my child. I can smell a hint of it on the air, the subtle change of her scent as it grows richer, deeper with my fires. And I am not as lost as I usually am. I remember you, my Jenny. We are flying to the human hive to demand things of the Solorian, yes? You remember? She's astonished. Her hands brush over my muzzle as she gazes up at me. You normally don't recall who I am. I am clear-headed, I tell her, and breathe in her scent, because it always grounds me. I am good this day. Huh. I wonder why. The slight change in her scent tickles my nose. I suspect I know.
36. Jenny. The sight of the dead-eyed dragons lounging atop Fort Dallas's barricade fills me with cold, helpless anger. This isn't right. I know Rachel says that he won't release them because he uses them to keep the fort safe, but it hurts me to see them like this and know that my Mal, my arrogant, infuriating, wonderful mate, was in the same situation.
I can hear your thoughts.
His amusement floats through my head.
You are arrogant, I point out. You're allowed.
My hand, chilled with cold, rests against his chest scales. Maul flies with me tucked close to his chest, and his back is laden with all the stuff I've packed up to bring with us. It makes me think about Rachel's saddle and the feasibility of it. How do you get in and out of the thing when you're pregnant? But she seemed to handle it all right. As we fly overhead, one of the Draconi looks up, his eyes that terrifying blank gray, and I'm reminded of the wrongness of the situation. It can't be allowed to go on. Protecting one person by destroying another isn't a solution. And the Draconi are people. So yeah, this stops today. We circle around the fort a few times, giving the other Draconi in the fort, and Azar, time to register our presence.
Jurek reaches out to me with greeting. Vaughn, too. This is acceptable?
His thoughts are full of turmoil. He wants to speak with the other Draconi. After meeting with Dak and Sasha and their baby, Maul has been coming out of his mental shell a bit more. He wants to ask them about their mates' pregnancies, if they have dreams like I do, if they talk to their young. But a shadow of the past hangs over his head.
A Queen's Guard has no friends, he reminds me. I should not speak to them. You can talk to whoever you want, I tell him forcefully. You might have been Queen's Guard in the past, but now you are Maul, a strong warrior who gets stronger by the day, a Draconi who protects his mate and his people instead of his queen. My people.
He rolls around the idea and decides he likes it.
My people, my mate, and my child. I will protect them all.
I send him an absolute ambush of love, flooding his head with happiness.
That's right. You can be more than you were. Being here doesn't mean it's the end of everything. We're the beginning of something new, something better. I like that too.
Below, people stream out of the barracks. I see two golden naked bodies mixed in with the others, so those have to be the other Draconi, Gwen's Vaughn and Rachel's Jurek. As we circle lower, I see a pale figure dressed in flowing pale robes move forward. Azar. Ugh. Well, we'd better get all of this over with, I suppose.
Will you let me eat one more person?
His thoughts fill with Azar's face.
I promise he will be the last. No, if you eat him, I'll never kiss you again. You like him that much? No, I like kissing you. I don't like him at all. But just because I don't like him doesn't mean that he deserves to die, does it? If I went around killing everyone I didn't like, I'd be... I pause, trying to think of a suitable connection. You would be exactly as you are, because you like everyone. Mal's thoughts are full of amused warmth. You say you do not like him, but you do not hate him either, because he protects the females in the fort. Even if his ways are wrong, there are things he does that you appreciate. It's just that they're vulnerable. No one looks out for women in the after. The fact that he does gives him a few points in my book, but only a few. I think of the ringing slap he gave poor Amanda. Very, very few. I'm going to keep that slap in mind when we do our bargaining, because I'm not going to back down. We have a list of demands, and if he doesn't give in, we're going elsewhere. I don't care if we're saving the universe. If we do it by trampling down others, we're the bad guys too. Courage, Mal tells me. I am behind you all the way. I know, love. He lands amidst the crowd, deliberately close to where they stand, and forces them to scatter to make room for his bulk. I can feel his smirk of pleasure at watching them hastily move out of the way. He makes Azar scowl too, which I know must feel good. Then he sets me gently down in front of him and remains in his battle form, looming protectively over me. I stare at the surrounded people, a little uncomfortable. Hi. Azar steps forward, his smile triumphant. I see you've come to your senses and decided to do things my way, he declares. Good. Wrong, I say immediately. I've come back with a list of demands. His face clouds up, and fury practically vibrates through him. What is it with you females and demands? If you want our cooperation, I continue on, my voice casual. I pretend as if he's not speaking. You have to give us a little something too. If we can agree to work together, great. If not, we'll be moving on to another fort. Silence. The Silurian, Mal's name for Azar's people, glares at both of us. He's silent for so long that my skin prickles with worry. Is he trying to take over Mal on the sly to force our hand? I immediately reach out to my dragon. Is he pushing at your mind? Is he up to something? Mal's thoughts are confident and easy. He cannot. He has 5 dragons atop the walls. I do not think he can hold more. He had more once, I believe, but I suspect he could not handle them all. His thoughts blur for a moment, and he checks the faces of the dead-eyed dragons. There is a new one with them, too, my replacement. His thoughts are sour. Mine explode with anger. We're stopping this today, I tell him, right now. I turn my gaze to Azar and the gathered audience. Melina is with them, dressed in one of her colorful gowns. So inappropriate for a doctor, or anyone in the after. Her face is expressionless, her mouth tight, and I don't know if she's mad at us or at Azar. Rachel and Gwen are a short distance away, gleeful expressions on their faces. Behind them are their Dracony mates, watching us. They are with us, Mal tells me. Jurek and Vaughn do not like Azar's actions either. They have tried to get him to stop, but he insists he needs them to protect the city. Not anymore. We've got new plans for that. I clear my throat, stepping forward. First, let me say, inside, Azar says flatly. All of you inside. He gestures at Melina, Rachel, Gwen, Jurek, and Vaughn. Then at me and Mal. He turns and glares at the militia. You, back to your posts.
The group scatters. Rachel shoots me a quick, excited thumbs up and heads into the compound, and I'm encouraged. Azar continues to glare at Maul. When I say we are doing this inside, I mean all of us. Your dragon will need to shift as a show of trust. I cross my arms over my chest, hating his imperious tone. But we don't trust you. Well then, we're not going to get very far with these negotiations, are we? He curls his lip in our direction, then stalks away into the compound, accompanied by Melina.
Never have I wanted to eat someone more, Maul tells me, and I know he would taste sour and stringy.
His observation makes me chuckle just a little. It eases some of the intense tension coursing through my system. My teeth are clenched and my shoulders tight, and I feel like I'm ready to go to battle, and the battle just went inside. I guess he doesn't want to lose face in front of everyone in the fort, and we're not trying to take the fort from him.
We're not? I would love to pry everything from that vile male's hands.
Yeah, but then what? I don't want to run it. You don't want to run it. He actually does, and he's not terrible with the humans, so let him keep ruining their lives. I don't care. I just want to take care of this rift stuff and move on to our future.
Shall I change then?
Maul leans in and rubs his nose against the side of my face.
Or shall we begin our fight?
I look around the courtyard where the militia is scattering, and a few worried locals peer out from behind metal shutters. If we fight, it shouldn't be here. I guess if we're going to negotiate, we should give him this small point. Change for now.
Change for now,
Maul agrees.
Eat the bastard later.
It feels good to laugh, even if it's over something as bleak as that. Maul nuzzles me one more time, then shifts to his two-legged form. The packs on his back clatter to the ground, the contents flying everywhere. And I sigh heavily at the sight. I guess I should have expected that. Ah, well. I move to the bag with his clothing in it and pull out a cloak, wrapping it around his hips. Here, wear this. You know how I feel about everyone looking at what's mine. The look he gives me is utterly imperious, but I can feel the amusement in his thoughts. I hesitate over the clutter of bags and their contents. If we leave them in the street, they'll be stolen by the time we return. I glance around, seeing a guard near the door, and decide to play this up with complete confidence. I march up to him and point at our things. I brought gifts for some of Azar's people. Don't let them be stolen. I'll be back soon, understand? The soldier, who would have sneered at me back when I was in the panty program, nods crisply at me. Your things will be protected. The look he gives me is one of respect, and I realize it's not just Maul's presence that he's responding to. I've moved.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Let me get away. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake a feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love. Cause in towns out alone. Hood keeps wheeling, the mother willows. I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. Yeah, I'm running. So love me or leave me, I'm standing alone. Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. Cause I want love, I want love, I want love, I want love. Cause I want love, I want love, I want love, I want love.
Into the same strange position that Gwen and Rachel are in, where they're part of the fort, but not part of the fort. The militia can't treat me like before, so now I'm getting the good treatment. Well then, I'm going to take advantage of that. Head high, I sweep into the compound with Maul at my side. A woman in a plain gray dress gestures that we should follow her. A servant? I didn't even know Azar had servants, but I guess so. I let her lead us in, and she brings us down a long hall and into a room filled with candles. Pretty candelabras decorate a long meeting table, and paintings from a museum decorate the walls. The chairs here are big and heavy, made from so much carved wood that they seem the height of extravagance. It's like being in a Regency movie, and if I turn my head, servants are going to flood in with 10 courses of food in silver trays. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I sit at the far end of the table, as far from Azar as I can, and pat the seat next to me, indicating that Maul should join me. He sits, his back stiff and regal, and I lounge in my chair as if I've always been this arrogant jerk. We're going to need dinner, I say. A good one. Not that shit you serve the soldiers and the girls in the program. Real food, the stuff you eat, and fresh water that's been filtered, preferably cold. Azar gives me a tight look. It's always the quiet ones, he mutters, but rings a small metal bell next to his hand. The servant immediately returns and waits for instructions. Dinner for my guests, Azar drawls, emphasizing the word guests. And a pitcher of cool water. The woman nods and heads out, and I glance around the table. Melina sits at Azar's side, her chair very close to his, and her expression remains disapproving. Well, she doesn't have to be my friend. Gwen and Vaughn sit across from Rachel and Jurek, and Rachel won't stop grinning. It's like she knows what I'm up to, and she absolutely loves it. Gwen looks distracted, her hand rubbing the large mound of her belly. She looks ready to pop, she's so pregnant, and it's startling to see considering she was barely showing a few weeks ago. It's just another reminder of how fast everything is moving. Name your demands, Azar says in a cold voice. I'd like dinner first, I say sweetly. You wouldn't want to keep pregnant ladies waiting, would you? Interest flares in his eyes. Then you are pregnant? I didn't say that. I gesture at Rachel and Gwen. They're pregnant. They probably want to eat. All the time, Gwen admits. All the damn time. I decide I like Gwen a lot. Azar drums his fingers on the table and shoots a glance at Melina as more of the servants come in and set down glasses in front of us, filling them with cool water. I immediately gulp mine down, and it's just as refreshing and wonderful as it looks. Fresh water is such a gift. I'd forgotten how easy it was to come by in the fort. They still have a few pumps running to give plumbing and water, and there's a well on the other side of the fort for those that don't have water in their houses. Water is a big plus in the fort's favor. Dishes are brought in, and thick slabs of cornbread are set down on the table, along with a thick, meaty soup full of greens. It looks amazing, and I can't wait to dig in. My stomach growls at the sight. Cornbread and soup isn't all that different from what they eat in the barracks, but the difference is the quality. I can tell right away that there are large chunks of meat in the soup, along with onions, greens, and even a bit of potato. Only the best for Lord Azar. I take a spoonful of food and nearly moan aloud at how good it is.
Your face shows everything, Maul reminds me. You look like you do when I have my mouth between your thighs.
Sorry. I put my spoon down and decide to wait a bit before I eat more. Well, for starters, if Maul and I come back, we're going to need a nice room to stay in and privacy. We also want food from your cook, not from the barracks. I imagine we'll need supplies of all kinds, too. I'm thinking clothing, saddles, shoes, home goods. You will be a guest in my house, Azar says tightly. That will be a given, of course. You will have access to all the fort has to offer. Ask your friends if you do not believe me. He gestures at Rachel and Gwen. Maul chimes in.
Vaughn and Jurek say they have been treated well. Their mates lack for nothing. He truly just wants their cooperation with closing the rift.
I nod, my gaze stealing over to Gwen's belly. We're also going to require medical care when pregnant. Also a given. The Lord sounds a little insulted that we'd even ask. He looks over at Melina. Isn't that right, my dear? Her expression is far less welcoming.
I would never withhold care from someone.
Which is not a great answer, but I don't expect more from her. Melina has always been at odds with Azar, I thought, forced to share his bed and be his mistress so she could run her clinic without interference from the militia. But the woman that gazes back at me today is rather stony-faced. She couldn't possibly be on his side, could she?
No one could be on his side,
Maul says flatly.
Unless they like the enslavement of my people.
Exactly, but she's always been against it. She's said so repeatedly. Are those all your demands? Azar asks in a sharp voice. We're only going to be here until the rift is closed, or neutralized, or whatever it is we can do to take care of the threat above, I continue. If that means 2 months, we'll be here 2 months. If it means 2 years, we'll be here 2 years. If it means 2 decades... God, I hope not, Rachel mutters, casting a worried look at Jurek. He puts a comforting hand on her shoulder. And, I continue on, Manda and Daniels should be allowed to marry. Azar frowns, his expression blank. Who? I should have known he'd have no idea. I bite back a sigh of pure frustration. A few weeks ago, one of your militia soldiers asked permission to marry Manda, who's in the Panny program. You said no. You said if she left the program, she'd be thrown out of the fort. They have nowhere to go, so they've stayed on, but they're both unhappy. Their lives shouldn't be fucked over just because they fell in love. He shrugs. I do not care about them. I would rather not lose one of the females I've been feeding all this time. He ignores the angry look Melina shoots him. But if it must be done, so be it. Now comes the hard part. I keep the bright smile on my face. And we want you to free the dragons that you're holding hostage. Azar clenches his jaw. A moment later, he slaps the glass of water away from his place at the table, and it shatters on the wall nearby. He jumps to his feet, furious. "You go too far." "Stop it," Melina says to him. She turns to me, shaking her head. "I don't like it either, but he's doing this to protect everyone." "No," I say calmly, even though I'm quaking inside. Maul's hand is on my thigh, holding me tight and letting me know he's got my back. I know he'll eat Azar if I so much as nudge him in that direction. But we're supposed to be working together, compromising. Well, on this, I won't compromise. He's doing it to protect himself. "He needs all of them to protect us against the thing in the rift," Melina says. "The babies protect everyone. The dragons he has are zombies. They can't do anything. Their minds are gone. He's using them to protect the fort, sure, but you've got 3 able-bodied Dracony males right here at this table. They can protect the fort from anyone that comes into this territory. If you free the ones you have captive right now, more will probably match up with some of the women you have in the program. They've been smelling their scents repeatedly for weeks now. You might get a few more pairings and children if you just let them go. The fort is protected." "I will not," Azar hisses. Melina is silent. "You won't do it," I continue, "because you're afraid you won't be able to keep control of the fort. Here's the thing. You've been a good leader to the people here. The single girls are safe and protected. The streets are cleaner than they were, and the militia listens to you instead of running rampant. Fort Dallas isn't great, but you have things under control, and we don't want to take that from you. No one wants to run the damn place. You do whatever you like, but you can't enslave Dracony just because it gives you an edge. If you want Dracony to help you, you've got to give that up. You're the enemy as far as we're concerned. You've always been the enemy. You need to compromise." "I will lose all control of the fort if I free the captives." He looks incandescent with rage. I've never seen his eyes so dark before. He's always careful to seem sarcastic or unaffected, but right now, he's utterly furious. It feels like a storm cloud brewing right over the dining table, and I reach out to hold Maul's hand, pressing my thoughts against his so Azar can't slip in. "It is a necessary evil." "Is it?" Melina asks. She clasps her hands in front of her. "Because they sound like they can protect the fort. Is it true that you're just protecting yourself?" He gives her a thin smile. "Not even you are with me, my mate? I see. Then hear this. The moment I release those Dracony, these will murder me." He gestures at our end of the table. "I am, as they say, their enemy. I am a Solorian. To them, I am better dead than alive. If I give up my control, I have nothing left." "I'm sure you'll find some way to be useful," I call out, unable to resist taking another bite of cornbread. Why does his taste so much better than the stuff they give everyone else? It's really incredible. And a little unfair. Melina speaks up again. "You're good at amplifying the children's voices. Perhaps that can be your focus instead of enslavement." She looks at Azar with cool eyes. "You will keep control of the fort because everyone has seen you with the dragons in the past. They will think that you can call them back at any moment. You don't need to keep them if we have volunteers to keep the fort safe." Silence falls. Azar gives Melina a look of profound betrayal, then straightens himself. "You'll have my answer in the morning." He walks out of the room with brisk steps, and I get the impression that he's madder at Melina than anyone else. A moment later, Melina murmurs an excuse, sets her napkin down, and follows him out. There's no one but Dracony and their mates left in the room now. Rachel gives me a giddy look. "That was amazing, Jenny. I didn't know you had it in you." "I didn't either," I admit, picking up my spoon again. I'm determined to eat all this good food while it's still warm and delicious. But after knowing what Maul went through, it's wrong to just let it continue on. I cast an affectionate glance over at my mate. He's wearing the stiff, arrogant expression he always does, but as I look at him, his mouth curls up into a faint smile. I want to bask in that gorgeous smile of his.
You did very well, Maul tells me. I have never seen a Solorian retreat before. He feels cornered.
Good. Let him stew for a bit. Gwen clears her throat. I just hope he finally listens. We've all tried to get him to see that imprisoning the Dracony is wrong, but it's hard to argue when he really is protecting innocent people. But you're right. We've got enough Dracony at the fort now that he doesn't have to hold anyone against their will. I just hope Melina can convince him that we're right. Maul's thoughts fill with amusement, and then Gwen laughs quietly. I glance over at my mate, and his eyes gleam with gold.
Vaughn says that it is impossible to reason with Solorians when they do not view us as people, just tools to be used.
Then it's going to really suck for him to realize he has to work with us, I point out. Because I'm serious. If he doesn't give in to our demands, we're not staying. I won't have a constant reminder of what he did to you shoved in your face every day. Maul is quiet for a long moment. Then he sends me a wave of pure affection.
I am proud of you, my mate. Your strength of will makes me so happy. We will have glorious children together.
I just send him a wave of affection as I happily eat another bite of soup. I think this has chicken in it. Probably, Rachel comments. Nothing but the best for our buddy Azar. Meanwhile, everyone else eats scraps. My stomach clenches, and then I'm reminded of Bethany and Michael and the pot of bugs. I forgot a demand, I admit, pushing the delicious soup away. It now reminds me too much of Bethany's bubbling meal over her fire. I notice Gwen's not eating either. She picks at a piece of cornbread, her face distracted. Rachel, on the other hand, plows through the food with vigor. I wanted to tell Azar that no one should eat the bugs. They're wrong. They're not from this world. Rachel snorts. Only a fool would see those things and think they look like a meal. There are a lot of hungry fools in this fort. She straightens, her expression pensive, and she knows I'm right. She's quiet for a moment and then speaks. We'll get the word out either way. Make sure no one touches them. Jurek and I will take care of that. We sometimes hunt for some of the people that are really hungry, but it just encourages others to rob them and steal the food from them. There's no good answer. There never is. Any time you try to help someone in the after, another equally desperate person ruins it. It's hard to get mad when everyone's struggling. At the far end of the table, Gwen sucks in a sharp breath, her hand flying to her belly. Vaughn immediately jumps to his feet, a huge grin on his face as he hovers over his mate, pulling out her chair. What is it? Rachel asks before I can. Gwen gets to her feet slowly, her face tight. She touches her rounded stomach. Baby.
37. Maul. Since the Solorian has abandoned us for the night, Jurek and his mate ensure we are given quarters in the human hive. Jenny wants to go and check on her friends in the fort, but she is tired, her thoughts sapped of their earlier strength. Standing up to the Solorian has taken a lot out of her, and while I could not be prouder, she needs to rest for the morning's confrontation. So I coax my mate to stay, and I put on my glasses so I can see her pretty face better. We are alone, so I can show this vulnerability, but only to her. When Jurek suggests that I mention a bath to my mate, I do. Jenny immediately lights up, and we head into the bathroom and fill the tub with water. It is not warm water, so I casually stream fire from my mouth into the tub while Jenny undresses, heating the bath for her. I get into the tub first, then indicate that Jenny should sit between my legs. "Come," I say enticingly. "I will wash you." Jenny giggles, the sound bright and happy, and it takes no convincing for her to join me. She slides in between my legs, her back to my chest, and gives a little wiggle.
"It's a bit crowded in here."
I do not need much more space. That makes her laugh harder.
"Because you're already hogging it all."
She pats my knee with a wet hand. Both of my knees stick out of the water, and her legs are crossed in front of her because the tub is not long enough. When we move, the water spills onto the floor, and a little twinge of guilt floats through her thoughts every time. Wasting water. She does not like wasting water. "Think of it as the Solorian's water," I tell her encouragingly. "Enjoy yourself." Her thoughts drift to the bottles lining the tub, and she wants to wash her hair. I can do this for her. I pick one up and sniff it, then cough, as a disgusting scent smacks me in the face. "What is this filth?"
"That is flower-scented body wash."
She laughs again. "It is vile." "Yeah, it's a little strong." She peers at the array of small bottles lined up.
"Here, try this one."
She hands it back to me.
"And maybe don't shove your entire nose in this time."
I wished to smell what I was putting on my mate. I did not realize everything human was scented so terribly. I should have guessed from your hive. Even now, the wash of scents gets overwhelming. Only Jenny's constant, close presence keeps them from becoming too much. She squeezes my knee, all teasing gone.
"I'm here for you."
I know. I open the bottle. The scent in this one is far less offensive, and squeeze a large dollop atop her head. Immediately, Jenny squeals.
"My hair's not wet."
"Is that supposed to happen?" She laughs wildly, leaning back against me, and I love her happiness and her joy. My mate is worth everything. Even if I must spend months or longer in the human hive, I have her. That is all that matters. She sends mental images of how a hair washing is supposed to happen. Wet hair, then shampoo, then rinse, then conditioner, then rinse again. It seems like a great deal of fussing, but what is more human than fussing with smelly things? I inwardly shrug and cup a handful of water, bringing it over her head. Jenny's amusement turns to exasperation, and she shimmies forward in the tub.
"Here, let me do this the easy way."
She moves to the far end and then leans back, dunking her head under the surface before erupting again, water streaming down her face. She settles back against me, wiping her eyes, and gestures.
"You may now commence with the washing."
Her tone is as silly as her mood. Amused, I put more of the strange soap on her head, and this time it lathers and foams instead of just sitting there. Ah, this does seem more pleasant.
"How are you doing?"
she asks as I work on her hair. It tangles easily, turning to knots quickly. The strands are fine and soft, unlike my own, and I wonder which type of hair our child will have, hers or mine. I am getting foam everywhere, I answer truthfully. My hands are sunk deep into her wet hair, and the more I massage, the more it grows.
"No, I mean, how are you doing being back at the fort? How's your head?"
Her thoughts probe at mine, cautious and full of affection. She worries this is too much for me. She worries she asks a lot from me to return to live with the Solorian, if only for a time. But with my mate at my side, everything is different. Yes, the scents of the hive are bad, but they are not overwhelming. Yes, the noise of other minds is there, but it does not drown me. Even when it all feels like a lot to have in my head, my mate is there at my side, anchoring me. I am surprisingly well. I'm glad. She swipes foam back from her forehead, and her thoughts are full of smiles. A moment later, an angry voice flashes through my mind. "It is cold out here! I do not like this one bit!" Vaughn's thoughts immediately touch the new mind, soothing. "Welcome, my son." "Cold! Hungry! Angry!" "What is your name, little one?" "Tonjosephrin." I am pleased for my friend, and send thoughts of pride to both. A strong, fine name for a strong, fine son. Welcome, Tonjosephrin. Jurek is there too, sending his thoughts of welcome to the new one. For a moment, it feels like home as more minds reach out to greet the newcomer. I can feel Luminora and Salavatri reaching out, as well as far more distant children touch in with Tonjosephrin, letting him know he is not alone, that he is supported by his people. And lurking on the fringes, I feel the Solorian's presence. Not attacking, but still present. I send him an angry push, letting him know he is not welcome, and he fades away. "What is it?" Jenny asks, looking over her shoulder at me. For a moment, I am confused as to what she asks about. The noise in my head is so loud, the infants greeting one another, sending happy emotions, Tonjosephrin's newborn confusion, Vaughn's delight at his son, that I momentarily forget that my mate cannot hear any of this. Vaughn's mate has given birth. Their son is Tonjosephrin. "Oh!" Her thoughts fill with joy. "I'll have to make him some clothes. Gwen and Vaughn must be so happy." They are. I scoop a handful of foam off my mate's head and try to concentrate on her despite the noise in my mind. It is not bad noise, not like usual. This is a familiar, friendly clutter of minds reaching out to touch one another. "How much more foam do we need for you to be clean?" Jenny chuckles at me. "That's plenty. Now we rinse." And she slithers forward in the tub again, dunking her head between my thighs as she shakes the foam free. Her thoughts drift while she rinses. "Does Azar know about the new baby?" "He was there, lurking." "You think he'll agree to our demands?" She rises back up out of the water, sputtering and wiping her face. I consider this. I think he has no choice. He will either continue on as he has, and risk losing Vaughn and Jurek and their mates, and their young, or he will have to give in to us. He will not like either option, but if he is smart, he will ally with us, because we do not seek to take his fort from him. He will fight to keep control of something. Do you think he'll break the rules and try to steal your mind again? Her thoughts are full of worry. Solorians are not to be trusted, but he will lose all if he tries it. Jurek and Vaughn and their mates will not stand for it. I touch one of the rivulets of water running down her back. If we 3 pairs are together, he will be forced to bow to us. I hope so, Jenny says softly. She shifts her weight, her backside rubbing against the insides of my thighs. I grow hard, enjoying the feel of my very wet, very slippery mate pressing up against me. More washing? I ask, even as I stroke my fingertips down her arms. Maybe later? Her thoughts are hazy with pleasure, and her desire mounts. Maybe we do something else for a bit instead? I lift her up and settle her on my lap, sliding my legs under her. My cock now presses against her backside, and she rubs herself against me. I cup her breasts, teasing the tips. So responsive, my soft, pretty mate. She is utterly perfect, my Jenny. Just perfect. Do you want to mate here or on the bed? She wriggles against me again, her movements deliberate. Can we do it here? Oh, yes. I tug her backward until she is leaning against my chest and slide a hand between her thighs. We can do a lot here. Let me show you. I love the sigh of pleasure she makes almost as much as I love how slick she is for me already.
38. Jenny. The next morning, Maul awakens me with a kiss.
The captive Dracony are gone.
That shakes all the lingering slumber off of me. I race out of bed and move toward the metal shutters of the room, pulling them open and peering into the early morning daylight. The sun glints off some of the broken windshields of the old cars that make the barricades, but I see no dragons atop them. You're sure?
Their scents are old. They have been gone for a while. Something happened overnight.
Maul moves behind me and puts his hands on my shoulders.
Are you not pleased?
I turn to look up at him. He's wearing his glasses, and he looks so darn cute in them, like the most feral, golden nerd I've ever seen. It's distracting, and for a moment, I forget my train of thoughts. I'm pleased, I say. I just don't trust Azar. I'm wondering what he's up to.
Shall we go and find out?
We dress quickly. I pull on one of my piecemeal dresses and a pair of sandals. Then I brush Maul's hair for him, pulling it back into a loose queue while he ditches his glasses. He wears nothing but gray sweatpants and manages to look mouth-wateringly hot. It's distracting because part of me wants to drag him back to bed. But there's so much going on, we can't. The moment we set out of our rooms, Vaughn is there, his arms full of his new son. We pause for a few minutes to admire the sleeping baby. Tanjo Sefren is the prettiest little mite with a cap of thick black curls and golden skin. It feels like a tongue-tangling name for such a tiny baby, but the Dracony are very pleased with it, and I know names mean a lot to them. When Vaughn heads back to his rooms with the baby, Maul takes me by the hand and leads me outside, into the early morning sunlight. Fort Dallas looks like it always does. The compound is crawling with militia, the grounds neat and tidy and bare of greenery or things that can burn. A few streets away, the rest of the fort huddles in the metal-covered shacks and repurposed buildings that cluster together, making up the remainder of the city. The smell of things hits me, and I can only imagine how bad it is for poor Maul and his sensitive nose. I didn't realize how dirty and fragrant the fort was until we left and returned. I hope we're not here for long.
Once the world is safe, we will find our farm,
my mate assures me, his comforting hand on my shoulder.
Look to the edges of the hive. What do you see?
I shield my eyes with my hands, peering up at the barricade. The dragons are gone, all right. The skies are clear, and the once guardians of the fort are missing. For a moment, it fills me with a hint of panic. Today isn't a dragon attack day, is it? I think about all the attacks that used to hit the fort regularly before Azar came in with his dragons. Each one was terrifying, and I worried we'd be killed. I didn't realize how much it affected me until just now. The lack of dragons on the fort walls is unnerving instead of comforting.
No Dracony are near, Maul says. I am touching minds with the others, and we will keep watch over the hive. If another of our people comes close, we will know about it, I promise.
I give him a reluctant smile, guilty at panicking. This is what we wanted. I'm glad for those dragons.
I know you are. Do not worry. You are used to living full of fear. It will take time for you to realize you are safe.
Jenny! A familiar voice calls out my name, and I turn. A man in a militia uniform with a gun slung over his shoulder jogs up to us. He pauses as he approaches, his gaze flicking toward Maul. It's Lucas Daniels, his expression wary. I glance over my shoulder at Maul, who's gone quiet in my head, and his nostrils are flared, his expression dangerous. A tendril of smoke escapes his nose. I put a hand on Maul's arm. It's okay, he's a friend.
He carries a human fire spitter toward you. He calls you by your name and watches you closely. I like none of these things.
Maul practically bristles.
If I cannot eat the Solorian, let me eat this one for staring at you too long.
It's Daniels, I remind him, shoving mental pictures in his direction, because he is very, very serious about eating Daniels.
The one that loves Manda, my old roommate, remember?
He relaxes, but only a little.
I did not recognize him. His scent is unfamiliar to me.
And my thoughts don't come with the sense he needs, and his vision is bad. He's just being protective.
I love you, and I find it very sweet that you want to eat anyone that looks at me sideways. But if we're going to do this, we have to be a little friendly. Just a little. Fine. I will not eat this one. That is my concession to friendliness.
He gives me that imperious look of his.
But if another stares at you too long, you won't eat them either, because then I won't kiss you anymore.
I take Maul's hands in mine, and then turn around, still gripping my dragon's hands, while I greet Daniels, who must be wondering why we're so quiet. Hi, I say brightly. Meet Maul. He's my mate. We're married, more or less. Daniels flicks an uncomfortable look toward Maul, then slowly nods. I'm glad you're safe. We didn't know what had happened to you, and Manda was really upset. I'm glad you're safe. Manda will be happy to hear it. The smile he gives me is genuine, creasing his tanned face with happiness. Have you heard the news? About the dragons? He shakes his head. About me and Manda. Azar held a meeting with the militia last night. Said he was wanting to make sure we were content with our roles as the fort's protectors.
They are the fort's protectors. They do nothing.
Maul interjects, with the mental equivalent of an eye roll. And he relaxed his rules on marriage. Manda and I found a preacher last night and got married as quick as we could. He flashes a silvery band on his finger with a grin. So no one can take it away from us if the rules change again later. She's moving into my apartments right now. Happiness shines through him, and my heart squeezes with joy for my friends. I'm so glad. Can I see Manda? He gives us a crisp nod. Of course. Let me show you the way. I'm told that Azar has recruited you to be part of his special task force. He marches off, leading us toward the far end of the barracks. I nearly stumble. We're what? His special task force? Did Daniels not see us confront Azar last night, when we demanded concessions?
He has posed it all as his idea, Maul says. We should have guessed. He will make it all seem as if it is part of his grand plan, letting them marry, sending the enslaved Dracony away. All of it will be to his credit. He will make sure of that.
Maul sounds disgusted.
We should have made our demands publicly.
It's all right. Now that I've had a moment to think on it, I don't care. As long as we get our wishes, let him do what he wants.
Let him tell them whatever. He knows the moment he breaks the rules will be gone, and then he'll have to answer as to why no one listens to him. If it helps him hold on to the fort to let everyone think the changes were his idea, that's fine. You are a far kinder soul than I am, Maul grumbles. Not kinder,
I point out. Just a bit more selfish than most. The after has taught me that people want someone else to be in charge, and I absolutely do not want to be that person. If Azar does, let him freaking have it. Manda greets me with a happy squeal, throwing her arms around my neck. Quickly, she realizes Maul's presence a step behind me and backs away, confusion on her face. Is everything good? She has a question in her eyes. Are we happy? Aw, in a way, it's sweet of Manda to ask like this. I know what she's thinking. Do I need to get Lucas to step in and take you away from the big, scary dragon man? But it's laughable, because Daniels can't do a thing to Maul. Hell, Daniels didn't lift a finger when Azar slapped Manda, and I know Maul wouldn't stand for anyone to touch me. I feel guilty a moment later. We all survive however we can. I shouldn't hate on Daniels for not confronting the entire fort over Manda and risking both their lives. Manda seems happy at least. Her face glows with pleasure, and she sits amidst a pile of home goods in their small room. She's making a home for them, and I realize this is all that Manda's ever wanted. A home and the man she loves. In a way, that's all I want, too. I think about our dream of the farm and the garden and living a life of quiet with our children.
We will get there, Maul promises me. This is all temporary.
I send back a wave of emotion, thanking him for his support. I love him so much. I know he thinks that I'm the one supporting him and keeping him calm, but he's there for me just as much as I am for him. We need each other to stay sane in this world. We're great, I tell Manda, beaming at her. Very happy. So what's with all this stuff? Manda gestures happily. Since we got married quarters, Melina insisted on having us kitted out. Isn't this amazing? She's such a good lady of the fort. I bet she convinced Azar to let us marry. I bet, I echo, smiling. How is everything? What did I miss? My friend goes on about the meeting Azar had with the militia late last night and how he wanted to move the fort forward into the future with their help. How Melina was at his side the whole time, showing her support. I have to admit, it's very clever of Azar to act like they're all a big team, him and the militia, when I know he doesn't give a shit about them. I wasn't sure what to think about Melina, but I'm going to have to mentally move her to Azar's team in my head. She's not with us, she's with him. I don't know how anybody can be with him, but maybe this is her way of survival too. Manda tells me about how he took the militia with him after the meeting so they could watch him free the captive dragons. The women in the program were outside too, even though it was late at night. Another one of Azar's maneuvers, it seems. And 2 of the dragons flew down and gently scooped up Trista and Katie, just like they were the most fragile things they'd ever seen. Not one attacked anyone. They all just flew off quietly into the stars. It was beautiful. She sighs. Azar's a romantic with Melina at his side, I think. He said he sensed their love for the women, and that was why he had to let them go. Wow, I said, because what else can you say? It's like everything we've experienced in the past. Azar's petty cruelty, his tantrums, his controlling ways of treating people, are all forgotten in one night. And guess what else? Manda says brightly. What? What else could possibly have happened last night that I slept through? Me and some of the other girls are going to start a book club. Book club? I suddenly feel like 1,000 years have passed since I shared a room with Manda and Rachel. My world has changed so much in the last month that I'm just not the same person I was. I feel 100 years older than Manda. I'm happy for her, but I also want to shake her. A book club? When there's people that need food? when the rift might be destroying our world all over again?
She cannot change any of those things,
Maul tells me, sending a wave of affection through his thoughts. He is sad for me, but understands.
Let her have her club.
You're right. It's not her fault I've changed. I'd always wondered why we never saw much of Rachel after she mated with Jurek, despite us being in the same fort. Now I know. So I smile back at Manda. Tell me more about your book club. What are you going to read first? The next hour passes quickly. Manda's enthusiasm for a quick marriage to Daniels and the changes in the fort make me happy. If nothing else, we've been able to bring a little joy into a friend's life. Since Manda is no longer part of the program, she's being reassigned to help in the kitchens and the gardens, both of which she's excited about. Maybe we can finally do something about all this cornbread, she says with a laugh. Everyone's sick of it, but what else is there? Corn and tomatoes grow easiest here. Cornbread reminds me of Bethany and her small son. Speaking of, I need to go visit someone in the fort. I hate to cut off our visiting, but I want to make sure Bethany and Michael are all right. Immediately, Manda's face falls. She reaches for my hand. Oh, Jenny, they didn't tell you? Cold fear grips me. Tell me what? Manda's expression is full of sympathy. They're dead. The bugs are poison, it turns out. Not a fast-acting one, but one that destroys you slowly over the course of a few weeks. At least that's what I'm told. An entire swath of Fort Dallas has gotten violently ill, and no one knows why. Bethany died from it. Her husband died from it. Michael is in the clinic now, gravely ill from the same mysterious illness. It's the bugs, I tell Melina as she tends to him. Her hands are caring, even if I don't trust her, and I know Michael's getting the best care possible. Every cot in the small clinic is full of vomiting, pale people. My grief feels intense, but I choke it back. No one needs a weepy woman standing over them. I don't want to distract Melina either. So I clear my throat and get a hold of myself. Don't let them eat any more of them, all right? The doctor purses her lips. If it's from a pathogen on the bugs, there's not much we can do. But if it's related to the ingestion, maybe we can do something about it. I'll consult my pharmacological manuals and see if there's something we have on hand that can help. She tucks a blanket tightly around Michael's frail body. Will you stay with him for a bit? I need to check on the others. Of course. I take the little boy's hand. It's skeletal, the veins standing out in a way that shouldn't be possible on a child. He's alive, at least. I just don't know for how long.
I can leave my post,
Maul sends.
Do you need me?
My Dracony is guarding the walls. He and Jurek are splitting shifts atop the barricade, watching the skies and the scents on the breeze for anyone that comes near. Once Gwen and Vaughn's new baby is settled, Vaughn will join them. It's not so bad, since Maul is in my thoughts constantly, and our minds touch. But in a moment like this, I do wish he was here. It's okay, I send to him. There's nothing you can do. Nothing I can do either. I hold Michael's small hand, his fingers like sticks. There's nothing to be done. My eyes feel hot with tears.
There is,
Maul sends me, his tone comforting.
We are doing what needs to be done. We are assisting the fort. We freed my brothers that were held captive. You helped your friend's mate. We will have our child, and we will join forces with the others to close the rift, so others will not be hurt by whatever comes through. So we will have a future, all of us. There is a lot to do, and we are doing it.
I know he's right. I know he is. I just wish I could do more.
You are part of the solution. You are my mate, and you have a kind, giving heart. Do what you can, and I will be there to hold you if it is not enough.
For some reason, that's comforting. No matter what happens, I have Maul, and he has me. Michael stirs in his bed, and his small hand squeezes mine. Jenny? It's me. How do you feel? My stomach hurts. I know. The doctor's going to make you feel better. I smile at him. I'm here now. Everything's going to be okay. Somehow, in my heart, I know it will. We're going to do this. We're going to take our planet back and fix things. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. We'll make this place a better home for everyone, Dracony and human.
Epilogue. 3 months later. Maul. My Jenny is so brave. She remains calm when her water breaks and when her belly contracts. She simply gets up from the chair where she sits, helping Michael read, and looks at me. It's time to go to the doctor. I am the one who is flustered. I am the one full of worry. I grab my picture books. Jenny is teaching me human words, too, and race around our living quarters. Yes, I say aloud. I am learning human words. I am not fond of them, and they feel grating coming out of my mouth, but Michael cannot connect minds with us. He gets scared if I am quiet for too long, and so I use words for him. Yes, doctor? Yep, Jenny says, grimacing. I need to change first. Michael, can you go visit Auntie Rachel for a bit? She and Jurek said they want to play a board game with you. Okay. The small boy gets up. He is still pale and thin from his sickness, which took a very long time to recover from. He is a smart boy, too, and I wish I could touch minds with him. I bet he is full of clever things. He pauses as he closes his book. You're coming back, aren't you? His words are filtered through my mate's mind, and she shares them with me so I can follow along in the conversation. Her heart is full of affection for Michael, who has come to live with us now that his parents are gone. He will be our son, too. Right now, she suspects he is afraid we will not come back from the clinic. I move to the boy's side and put a hand on his head. His hair is soft, like Jenny's. Michael? Brave. Yes? He nods, his eyes big. I pick him up and hug him, a human signal of affection I am growing used to. Jenny likes to hug, too. A Dracony would rub noses, but Michael still gets scared when I am in battle form, so we take small steps with him. I hug my human son and pat him on the back. Maybe he could come with us, Jenny asks, her thoughts full of worry for Michael. If he stays in the other room? I think he'd rather be with you and me than with Rachel and Jurek, and their little Calliope has been fussy lately. They might not have the time for Michael. So soft and giving, even in this moment. Jenny's belly clenches with a contraction, and pain ripples through her thoughts. It makes me want to grab her and race to the clinic, but I know she wants us to be calm. So I pat Michael's back as he clings to me. Michael? Doctor? Yes?
Maul wants to know if you want to go with us, Michael. Our baby's being born.
The boy nods, clinging to my neck. It is settled then. Our family will go together.
Jenny. Giving birth sucks. There's no better way to put it. Without a real hospital, Melina doesn't want to give me an epidural unless the pain becomes utterly unbearable, so I have to have my child naturally. Hot pain cramps up and down my belly and deep inside me, and I have to hold back cries of pain because I don't want to scare Michael, who sleeps on a cot a few beds over. I hold Maul's hand the entire time, my nails digging in as I scream inwardly instead.
Share your pain with me. my mate soothes. I am here for you. Take my strength.
He talks me through every moment, and late in the night, my half-dracony son is born. He's immediately handed off to Maul as Melina cleans me up.
You did amazing, the doctor tells me. I'm impressed. Rachel cussed at me the entire time.
An angry wail splits the air, and Maul's mind overflows with pure joy.
He is very mad.
For some reason, that strikes me as funny. I chuckle, though the action hurts everything downstairs and then some. I fall back on the pillows, sweaty and exhausted.
Well, sure, he just left my nice warm body for this hellhole. His mind is so strong.
Maul's thoughts fill with awe.
Here, Jenny, let me share it.
He opens his mind, and then mine fills with furious, hungry baby. It's the sweetest thing, and it fills me with an envious ache. I wish I could hear it like he could, all the time.
Just like I wish I could touch minds with Michael.
Maul sends to me.
I understand.
He gazes down at our newborn son, and I've never seen a man of any species, human or dracony, so utterly full of joy.
Let's get you all cleaned up and get that afterbirth taken care of,
Melina says to me, all business.
Then I'll leave you all alone.
I have a few minutes to rest. Maul introduces the baby to Michael while I birth the placenta, and then Melina changes the sheets, gives me water, and washes me up. She hurries away, and I suspect she's off to tell Azar all about our healthy baby. I'm so tired that my eyes want to flutter closed, but I need to stay up. Our son needs to be fed, and I just want to kind of gaze at him for a while and drink him in. His name is Arthromathan, Maul tells me reverently as he returns to my side with a wrapped bundle. He washed our son, who did not like that either, and a fussy, furious baby with a big name is placed to my breast. Oh, I know that name. He told me it in my dream. Hello, Arthromathan, I say softly, gazing down at the infant that presses his mouth to my skin, not sure how to suck. It takes a moment to show him, and then he latches on, the sensation odd but kind of soothing. His little face is flushed, his skin pale like mine, but with his father's scale pattern and the wild golden hair of his dad. His eyes are squeezed closed, but I'm positive they'll whirl with emotional color, just like the other half-dracony babies. Maybe I'm biased, but he's the prettiest one yet, and I have no doubt he'll be the strongest. A small body creeps next to the bed, and Maul lifts Michael into his arms so he can see.
Arthromathan,
Maul says to Michael, gesturing at the baby. The word is clumsy in his mouth, but there's such pride in Maul's face that it makes me ache. Can a human body stand so much happiness all at once? I feel like I'm overflowing with it.
That's a big name, Michael says. Are we gonna shorten it like we do mine? Can we call him Art?
Oh, I don't think so. I smile at my other son, because he's just as much mine now as the one at my breast. Names are very important to the Dracony. A long name is a sign of strength.
But Maul's name is short, Michael says, and he's the strongest guy I know.
I keep waiting for Maul's thoughts to flare with offense, but he's so good with Michael. With all kids, really. He just hugs the boy and grins, his chipped tooth flashing.
Tell him that I was too much for this world. Imagine how strong I would be if I had my full name.
I pass it on, and Michael's face lights up.
I want a long name, too. I don't want you to call me Michael, Jenny. I need a super long name, like
Arthromathan, I say, and the name feels as comfortable on my tongue as my own. It's like a memory that suddenly returned. Of course my son's name is Arthromathan. It fits him perfectly, and I can't wait for him to grow into it.
Like him, Michael agrees.
If he wishes a name of power, let us give him one,
Moll sends affectionately. What's your middle name? I ask Michael.
Andrew.
Michael Andrew,
Moll repeats.
Michael Andrew.
The delight on his face is perfection. To think that I didn't want to come back to the fort.
We would have missed out on our first son,
Moll agrees.
Arthromathan was wise to guide us back here through your dreams.
My dreams, they've been quiet as of late.
It is because our son protects you. All the children do. Their minds grow stronger all the time.
Moll is full of awe as he gazes down at our newborn son.
They talk to others in forts a long flight away. Soon it will be time to take care of the rift.
I look forward to it. I'm ready to face the next chapter in our world. With my Moll and my boys at my side, I'm ready to face anything. This concludes Fire in Her Dreams by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Jillian Macy and Jeremy York. Copyright 2021 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.